Thursday morning in Barcelona, and as week 3 nears its conclusion, Group A returned to the stage, and there's a bit of a logjam at the top of the table with 4 teams all on 4 wins, each of them desperate to progress to the next round. Well, it's going to be an interesting day's cricket. We've had some close matches this week. I'm sure we'll see a few more today. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right now. Good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to day 14. It's the 4th day of week 3 of the first series of the year, the first Fancode European Cricket Series, and we're in Barcelona, Spain. Match 66 is about to take place, and the 2 teams playing are from Group A. It's Men in Blue taking on the 11 Stars. Let's go over to the match referee.
That is it. So you will have to bat first. 11 Stars have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you have it. 11 Stars. Captain Asif Mahmood, he has won the toss and elected to bat in match 66. And I think we'll probably see one of their stars with the bat, Tabish Kakus, back at the top of the order. We saw him batting at number 4 the other day. Now, look, it was a very low scoring match last time these 2 teams played. It was 63-52 to the Men in Blue. But on that occasion, the Men in Blue were batting first. And speaking of them, their captain, Sanjeev Tiwari, he said he would have liked to have batted first again, but he won't mind chasing. And I'm sure we'll see the money man in action before too long. Abhishek Borika opening the bowling. He's been one of the form bowlers of the tournament. Also for them, their batting combinations coming together with Shankar Kaligatla and Prasanna Jathan has been a big inclusion. Also, Shubdeep Deb has seen them home with a couple of cameos at times. Well, let's talk about the conditions today in Barcelona, and currently it's about 12 degrees. We're heading for a top of 14 today, and luckily it looks like the rain will stay away again. There's a bit of cloud cover in the sky, so we might see it swing around early. Let's talk about the pitch. Well, the pitch, as usual, it's about the same, and we're getting a good use out of this surface. There's a little bit of greasiness and a little bit of dew on the surface this morning, so we've seen that perhaps it'll be difficult early for the batsmen. So there might be a tough little period for the 11 Stars, especially with the money man if he's on song opening the bowling for the Men in Blue. But we're all set for 5 T10 games of action, Monday to Friday, every week here in Barcelona, and even Sunday this week as well. Rico, it's over to you. Let's get going for day 14.
Buenos días. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, and good morning to you. And yes, thank you, Vinny. Mr. Maximo himself, good morning. What about that for a little bit of cricketing skills there, that introduction? I wonder how many takes that took. Come on, let's see what you think. I reckon at least 3. I know he's a bit rusty in the mornings. He needs his cups of coffee. I think he's missing one before that one. So, but it looked good, didn't it? Oh, Mr. Maximo, he's a smart man. And don't we just love him? And it's been fantastic working with him for, well, halfway through this Fancode European Cricket Series here now. And I know that you're enjoying our company as well. So it's great to have you with us again, wherever you're watching from, whether it's via our European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether it's through Fancode on the sub-Indian continent. Well, you're seeing the match that Vinny was talking about that's coming up. Well, the 11 Stars going to bat first, and well, are we going to see Tabish Kakus finally score some runs? Is he going to smash it around? Because he has the certainly has the ability to, and the skills. He does get himself early though. They've elected to bat first, so obviously feeling that he is going to perform for them today. Well, they would love to get off the mark with a win. Men in Blue, well, I just think that they're getting better all the time. We know they've got some key players, and I think with the ball, of course, Abhishek Borika, he's been outstanding for me. Supported well with the other bowlers as well, but he's key. He doesn't give many runs away and takes wickets. The umpires are on their way out. Raf Zaman and Safwan Naeem, the Men in Black, and what a great series that they've had as well, led by Shub Navjot Singh. And I know that Dora, should we want to say hello to you. I think you've been doing a bit of running, haven't you? 20 kilometres. Well, good on you. So anyway, a quick recap. Yesterday was very much a bowler's day. In fact, it was a day that saw the most wickets in the day so far in this Fam Code European Cricket Series, 72. And, well, under 900 runs, 832. And that's because, well, all the teams were firing in all cylinders. And we had a hat-trick, Ali Imran, a hat-trick, but I tell you what, he has Mohammed Amir to thank for taking some superb catches. The first one was a one-handed Superman catch, and that led the way. And, well, you know when it's a good hat-trick, when one of your victims, and the hat-trick victim is one of the star batsmen, Mohammed Ishan. So that was great for him. Other people that shone with the ball, Harlat Ali for Barcelona, Shiraz Ahmed for Pak Ikea, Aquada Khan for Ripal Warriors, Amir Shazad for Ripal Warriors as well. These whole guys took 3 runs with the bat. Nazir, Ishtaq Nazir for Barcelona, 53 of 22 balls, and Prince Daman, well, he didn't disappoint, 67, 33 balls. Well, that was yesterday. We're ready here to start today. There's no surprising that one of the key players for me, Abhishek Borika, has got the ball. And it does look like it's going to be the big man, Tabish Couscous, I'll call him. You know, I have trouble rolling my tongues first thing in the morning. It's all right if it's in Spanish. Sí, it's fine in Spanish. No pasa nada en español, pero en inglés, vale, hay poco de nombres que es poco complicado. Well, Couscous or Qashqai. What about Qashqai? Is he going to motor along like a Qashqai? Who knows? Anyway, we're ready to start this morning. And, well, this is Group A. And, well, I'll tell you a little bit more about what we've got coming up. This is going to be a fascinating day. Everything to play for. In comes Abhishek Borika. And straight away, you see the batsman going across the line. And the ball's going to escape the fielder there. So starting with 4 runs, courtesy of a slight misfield. You see this ball, it's a dangerous looking shot. If that's hitting the pads, he's in trouble. And the fielder, he won't be happy with himself there. That was Sundar Pandyan getting down and maybe finding it a little bit difficult first thing on this slightly dewy, damp outfield. But that's gone through him, but certainly didn't stop the ball rolling, did it? That's 4 runs. Good start. Yeah, probably. Oh, shy the stumps then. Well, Abhishek taking that one on his leg. It's well backed up. Probably just a little bit short first thing in the morning here. Abhishek Borika, he'd like to get the ball a little bit further up. He does get a lot of movement on the ball. I mean, normally tends to move it late away from the batsman. He's got to get the ball right up there. And that's what we're talking about. There we go. That's what he does and does so well. And we'll probably be able to see here. Just watch this. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of late movement. Oh yeah, what a beauty. What a beauty. We've seen him beat many a batsman with that one. Just a little bit fuller, and you can see the difference it makes straight away. Sundar Pandyan this time hitting the stumps with his throw, and he's happy about it, but the batsman was in. No mistakes this time from him. Come on, Abby, come on, Abby. That's Shanky in front of us here. Kaligatla giving his man some support. And he's just going down the leg, I think. Ooh, Abhishek having a second attempt. Maybe thinking the umpire was asleep there, trying to wake him up. Abhishek, come on. Our guys are on the ball. That one is going down the leg. Just not quite seeing it there. Might come up again. You see, it was a fuller delivery. He went for the Yorker, but was always missing leg stump. In he comes again. And well, that's what he was trying to do. That was bang on where it needs to be. Well, very well dug out this time by Tanveer Shah. Both these batsmen are due some big runs. That's the end of the over. 7 from it. So tidy, as you would expect from Borika. And Sandapandian to bowl the second. Come on, Pandey. It's a shout. Then comes Pandey, as he's known by his team. That's full. It's in the air, not where the batsman's looking to hit it. In fact, he got a little bit lucky. That could have gone anywhere. What was nice to see early this morning, I would say there are cold, damp starts here, but men in blue were out early doing all their warm-ups. Well, it took a while for the sky to turn blue, but I tell you what, the ground was blue. It was the men in blue doing their warm-ups, exercising, stretching. Oh, and that's the Yorker right in the block hole, and he's gone. Good ball indeed it was. So Tanveer Shah, he's had to dig out one from Abhishek Borika, but couldn't do anything about that one. Straight through, and he's on his way. What a lovely delivery. They have done a little bit in the air as well. Just watch this coming up in the replay. Well, this is what the captain, there you go, that's a beauty. And it almost looks like it surprised him, the batsman. He walks off, and you saw the reaction of the non-striker there. His head was down, thinking, oh no, here we go again, because they've just not managed to get good starts in of the 11 stars. So Hussain is a new batsman coming in. So Pandey provides the first wicket for his team, and they want more. The echoes go around this ground, this Olympic ground, for another in the air. It could be, oh, and it was shy at the stumps as well. Shubdeb there, almost carrying to him. We saw him attempt one. The last time they were out there, he was diving forward, but the catch went down. This time, just not carrying, but it was very good from him. Very good, very alert to see that batsman was out of his crease, went for the shy. Would have been interesting to hit. There's that Yorker length ball. Keeper's done very well there. I mean, that's, don't know how much he knew about it. But Sanjeev Tiwari, let's watch this again. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Ow, 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 Mr. Hopalong. But he's okay. Very good over this. Going for the big shot once more. Just eluding Shubdeb there. Just chipped over him. It's fielded by Kaligatlia there on the boundary. Excellent start for the men in blue. Bowling a good line. Making the batsman play at every ball. And creating chances. They've already sent one back. And Kakus gets down to this one quickly. Has to run quick as well. Takes the single. And that brings to the end the second over. And the score moves along to 10. They have also lost that one wicket. Tanveer Shah once again going early. Now this group, very, very evenly poised. Catalonia Tigers sitting on the top with 9 points, but 3 other teams are on 9. The Tigers, though, have played that 1 game less, and they're sitting at the top because of a very good and favourable net run rate. See this delivery from Abhishek Waraka, so he's being bowled straight out. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. That was dangerous. It was straight at the head, and he apologises. That one definitely slipped out. It's going to be nasty. But the batsman, well, Tabish was alert to that one and smashes it away to the boundary. So this will be a free hit, and you can see that there. Safwan Naeem, he has no option but to inform the captain, Tiwari, that sorry guys, but that's going to be a first and final. We can't be having any more of that. So free hit. Kakus is off and running, and he'll want to be sending this one to the boundary as well. In comes Borika. And down the leg. Now, was there any touch? Yes, it does hit the pad, so it will just be a leg by. Wasn't the best of deliveries. That one once more from Borika. He's got away with it. He's getting some good support there, saying, come on, keep it going, get your line right, the wicket will come. More down the leg, can't stray down there. All you need to do is get a bat and ball, find the gap, and it's going to race away to the boundary. 4 runs. And Hussain on the act. That's his first boundary. Yes. A bit disappointed with himself, Abid Shaborika. He knows himself that he's bowled a couple of loose deliveries. Got to get it back out there on that off stump. That's where he's so dangerous. Short of a length. Movement away. And once more, he's darting it in. There, going for the Yorker, but again, it's on the legs. We're going back to this group. So the Tigers played a game less. Top of the table, 9 points. Gracia second, due to net run rate, same number of points, 9. Men in Blue playing here, played 7 on 9 points, and Bengali, they played 7 games and on 8 points. So these 4 teams, everything to play for. Gets away with it again. That's 4 balls he's bowled down that leg side, so certainly having a few issues here. Borika got away with 2 of them. What that basically means, going back to that table, and I'll tell you why, is Men in Blue, if they can put a good performance in here, win here and go top, well, their next game, the next one up, is the biggie, because they take on Catalonia Tigers, who have been in very good form lately. Oh, he's going to ask the question. We'll have to see this again, and there could have been a run out as well. Is there going to be overthrows? It's all happening. Well, we see the LBW first, and, well, okay, I would say the batsman was a long way out, and I think the ball possibly would have continued down the leg side here. So, yeah, I think that's a good call. So 2 shouts today, but I do believe both of them were good calls by the umpire, both times missing the leg stump. This one is flicked away. They are doing well, these two. They've come together and rotating the strike, taking the singles. The over comes to an end. 23 for 1. Probably 7 below where they'd like to be, the Stars, in the power play finished. The good thing that these two have done is after that wicket of Tanvir Shah is that they've put a partnership together, not played any rash shots, which is nice to see as well. Well, it's going to be the turn of Shankar Kaligatla. Been in very good form all round. A good all-rounder to have in your team. I've been very impressed with him. He's bowled well in the last few games, and his batting has been, well, super to watch. Hit hard and Shub, oh, a sliding effort once more, just out of his reach. Maybe they need to think about putting a taller man in that position where Shub is, because, well, Shub Deb in close there, but everything just seems to be just wide of him or just over him at the moment here today. But once more, once that ball is outside that off stump, chances are created. Well bowled. Probably a tad short. The batsman was able to get back and play it across the line. I think this is where the battle's going to be. Well bowled, and very good keeping there from Sanjeev Tiwari, standing up, taking the ball clean and just letting the batsman know that he's there. Good areas. Kaligatla is getting the line right. Doing what Borka was struggling to do. He's getting that ball in the right areas. See a big shot here, I think. I think he's going to go after this one, after those dot balls. There he goes. And chase on for the fielder. Does well. Oh, he doesn't. Kesar almost makes a mess of it. And then doesn't have a strong enough arm to recover from the misfield. So they will take two. Just wondering whether he's going to be the next bowler to come on. Can be a bit deceptive. Can beat players with his flight, and he does have quite a good quicker delivery, which certainly does zip through. So he's a slippery contender. Oh, that's great bowling, great bit of cricket. It's nice to see from the fielding side, and the end of a super over, and that's a good introduction. Score 27 for 1. Four overs now. Go on. No, it's not going to be Kesar yet. Sudashana has been given the ball and been asked to, well, continue the good work that's been put in by most of the bowlers so far, especially that that last over from Kaligatla. Very impressed with that, very good line. Kakus, he'll want to go big now. Hasn't had much of a strike, but once again you see there, if you keep that ball around, I don't know, 30 centimetres or so outside that off stump, and both these batsmen have struggled to get bat onto ball to those. Anything that's full and on the legs, well, that'll disappear. Batsman gives himself room. Let's put in the air. Somebody's got to try and get to it. And, oh, it drops just short. Kaliatla was the man coming in. Once more, just eluding Shubdev. Oh, a slice of luck. And this is what bowling a good line, a consistent good line is creating chances. So Dashana, this time's hit wide. The chase is on for Borika. Does well, gets it in. Oh, it could be a mix-up in front of the wrong end though. And will they make it into a 3? No, they don't. Well, not the greatest of communication between the two batsmen, but they do get 2 in the end. So Kaku's living dangerously. See, he's just trying to create something by moving early. Just keep an eye on his feet, his legs. There we go, he's just trying to get in position once more. Over the man on the 30-yard. This time, well, that's good from Morika, reading the situation, knowing what the batsmen are trying to do, and the throw goes into the wicketkeeper with I would say the slower of these two big men would be running to. Slower ball, umpires will have a little look at each other. Probably was dipping. So they're happy with that one. .32, 1 gone. 1 more ball and we're at the halfway stage. And at the moment, even though there's only just the 1 wicket going down, men in blue doing well, containing the Stars, but that one was in the slot. He's been waiting for it. They haven't been feeding him, but as soon as you do, there you go, look, gave himself some space as well, so that's good from the batsman. Made space, the ball in the right area and puts it away, and that's a welcome boundary for them at the end of the over. So 36 for 1 at the halfway stage, and from here on in they know that they want a few more shots like that. And Tabish Kahus, while he's there at the non-strikers end at the moment, there's every chance that they can accelerate at the rate that they'll need to try and get to the 100. Got to go some. They have wickets in hand, so that's a big plus for them. Abukar Hussain is going at just under run a ball at the moment. He's on strike. Line and length only, says Morika to the new bowler. Sunil Jangir starts well, but this is going to be the battle here now. Kakus is going to want to go big. He's having a look at the field. You know where the shots are going to go. This one's in the air. Borikar is having a flying, diving chance at it. And well, it's just out of his reach. He had to go some. Had a lot of ground to cover. Just watch this. And in the end, a magnificent effort. He's well, it went for 4, just dropping short. What a marvellous effort that was. Well, nobody's getting anywhere near this one. That's gone all the way over. out of the ground, says Carreras. And you just knew that he was waiting to get going, the big man. And you see what he's doing? He's stepping right across outside the off stump to put these balls in the area that he likes to hit them. And you just got to take that into account now, the bowler. You know what he's going to do even before you deliver. There he goes again. And balle, balle, balle. That is the result. 6 more. So the attack is on. And it's Sunil Gangiris, the bowler that's been attacked. Well, he needs to come back with something here. Otherwise, there's going to be a few more of these flying around. Can he hit back, the bowler? Yeah, that's the ball. That's what Ram Kranthi is saying to him. That's the ball. That's where it has to be. Keep it out of his reach. Don't let him put it in his arc. 55. 50 being reached in this over. And watch where he's gone here. And, well, that is an amazing shot. That's been sent miles. That's going into the Olympic ground. That's what we call a Bizaway Super 6. That was awesome. What a hit that was. Well, look, he literally walked right outside of his stumps. I mean, we maybe got time to see it again. What an amazing shot. Watch this. Watch the feet. Look where he is. And he's basically saying, look, there's my stumps if you want them. And the bowler, well, even though he would say that that ball was well outside the off stump, the movement there from Tabish just sent that packing. He's raced along to 44 of 20. The score after 6 overs, 61 for 1. So in that over, he's almost doubled the score. 23 Sunil Jangir going for. So no doubt and no surprise that Kaligatla has been called upon to get another good one in here. He starts badly with a wide and the wicketkeeper couldn't stop it. The ball running away. This is going to be expensive. It certainly is. That's 5 wides, and so many times we've seen that one good over, one special over like that, the magic over as we call it, and all of a sudden that's when this game changes round. T10, this is what it's all about. As Mr. Maximo will say, you won't see this form, this type of cricket anywhere else apart from the fan code European Cricket Series. Kaligatla comes in once more and gets a good one in, almost going through. Well, super excellent. Just goes to show how quickly these matches, how they can change round. 1 minute, it's all about the bowling team keeping the pressure on, keeping the scores low. And that won't help either. Once more, there's going to be a chase on for the field. It can't be. Oh, it is. It's another 5. And we've had 10 runs off nothing, you have to say, because when it's a wide, it could be bowled again. So they've just, it's just like literally somebody's come along and said, look guys, here, have 10 runs. You know, I don't want anything back in return. That is mega expensive. And it's going to pot here for the men in blue. And Kaligatla, the man who bowled so well in his first over, been so expensive in this one. He's only bowled just the one legal delivery, and 10 have come off the over. Oh, well, this was slow motion. This was slow motion going wrong. Have a look at this. Well, the fielder, not sure what he was seeing here. I mean, he's already down on the ground. Look, he said, I'm going to have a lie down and stop this, and still couldn't get his hands on it. Well, Sudarshana, all he needed there was a pillow. He would have been at home. Didn't get enough sleep last night, obviously. Kaligatla comes in once more. It's hit out there on the off. Well, one thing that Sudarshana did do by making that misfield. Was he got kept Kakus off the strike because gave 2 runs to Hussain, but Kakus is on strike here now, and this could well, he's got to keep it outside the off stump. That's well bowled. He's got to go. I think he's got to go there, yeah. And the batsman knew as well. You know what? I like to see that. That's what cricket is all about for me. He didn't need the umpire to give him out. He knew that he's gone right away across his stumps here to give himself room to play that big shot. Just wasn't there. The ball's staying probably a little bit lower, and he's on his way. Good cricket. And Kaligatla, it was expensive, but look at the joy there because he knows the importance of that wicket, and that's very, very well done indeed. So Men in Blue had a little bit of punishment in his last 2 overs, but the man doing all the damage has to go, and that was Kakus, and he made 44 of 21 balls, and that was great hitting from him. Unfortunately, once more, didn't quite get to his 50. I think he's made a 40 in the very first game that we saw him in. He'll be disappointed with that, but you know what? That's the way he plays. He has to accelerate.
Come on, guys, come on.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. We've seen some batsmen, I don't want to name anybody, who stuck around and look at the umpire and point to all sorts of things and say, really? But Tabish Kakus, well done, sir. Was on the way even before the umpire's finger went up, and I think everybody appreciates that. And I know that Mr. Maximo would appreciate it as well. As a few people are probably wondering, where's Maxi the man? Well, Maxi the man is having to do just a little bit of admin. He's been partying too much. He's a party animal, you know, Mr. Maxi. Partying too much at night and not getting his admin done, so I think he may have been may have got a little slap on the wrist and said, look young man, you've got to do. No, I'm just winding you all up, of course. I think we just watched his ball from Kaligatla. Just be a single. The new batsman that has come in is Asif Mahmood. No, Vinny Sandhu. He's doing a little bit of work for us all on the fixtures coming up on Sunday. There was that big announcement yesterday that they would also, as well as the ECL 21 playoff, to see who would represent Spain in that fantastic exhibition of cricket, is the only way I could describe it, because that's what it was for me at La Manga last time. We had the ECL 19 European Cricket League, that is. Well, we've got some important news and some time changes as well. So I think Vinny is just working on that, so that we will have something visual for you all to be able to see and relate to. He'll be with us, I'm sure, for the start of this second innings. But at the moment, it is Kesar, Atul Kesar. I do like his bowling, but he's got competition today, and competition in the hair front, because Abhishek Borika, he's let his hair loose today as well. Shub Deb's a little shy today. He's got a cap on. We can't see his locks. So, well bowled again. So Atul Kesar and Abhishek Borika. Have a vote. What do you reckon? Is it going to be the long hair of Atul Kesar? Well, there they are, the umpire obliging, saying, look, viewers are looking, give them another chance. There you go. And the locks of this man, well, they are being very obliging. The man doing the fielding there. Abhishek Borika. So you see there the importance of taking the big wicket. We had 2 very expensive overs. 10 wides didn't help, it has to be said. But with Kaku's back in the dugout. Balls like that, which could possibly have been racing. Oh, that's naughty again. But, well, the umpire's having a think. And I don't think he's given that out. So let's see this again. I mean, it wasn't easy. Sometimes when the ball hits the pitch there, the bowler is not able to retain it. I don't think he had the ball. Yeah, I don't think he had the ball. So it's not out. Very good call again from the umpires and the men in black. Well, they've been spot on. It's very well done. And that good by the wicket keeper as well. It's good work all round, but not out. But sloppy fielding. This one just going down to fine leg. Yeah, I think the wicket-keeper, when we see that again, you'll see the wicket-keeper is actually saying, look, I didn't have the ball. And that's nice to see. So, you see that? Good sportsmanship. It works both ways. And when the team got it from the batting side, the fielding side also giving it back to the bowling side. Well, talk about good sportsmanship. There's almost very good sportsmanship there with a full toss on the legs from Atul Kasar, but he got away with it because the fielder, the man with the very shiny yellow shoes, if he had his numbers on his shoes as well, that's Sachin Sudarshana, would have been no mistake in it. But well, now that we know he's the man with the yellow shoes, I don't think we're ever going to be unaware of who that fielder is. He's done well there. He's not had the best of days in the field, but he's come back well. He's certainly stopped 4 runs. That was hit hard. How much he knew about it, I don't know. So the end of another over. There's 8 overs now have been gone. The score on 84. There's 2 wickets down. Sandapandian coming back into the attack. And that's well hit. That's a very nice shot. It wasn't a bad ball, to be fair. It was straight. Pretty well pitched up. But the batsman has got right under it and given it everything. So, well, Hussein's been there a while. Scored 19 off his 21 balls, and he knows that this is a stage of the game now that he's got to get going. And finds the middle of his bat. 6 runs. So what's the reply going to be from the bowler? Short hit in the air, through the gap, on the offside. They will think about 2, but what a great throw that was. Kaligatla doing the fielding out there. No chance of taking 2. So Asif Mahmood now on strike. Fielder gets down, gets the ball in. It will be a single. Happy with this. Men in blue. The score should be around about the 100 mark. A special over could take it to 110, 115 maybe. Some good shots from Hussain. Hit hard. They're looking to push for 2. Hussain certainly has set off like he wants it. No chance. Well done, well done. It's the shots from Horika. Big grunt. Sandapandia is when he's bowling. Pandey. That's good. It's just tiki-taka at the moment. And tiki-taka won't hurt the men in blue. It's the boom-booms they want to worry about. If they can keep this rate now to the end. These 10 overs, 100 or so. Oh, that's clever. It was a louder grunt and a slower ball. And the end of the 9th. And the score moves on to 94. 2 wickets down. So an over to go. They've got to do, for me, the 100 has got to come up here. The question is A, can they get the 6 runs of Atul Kasar to get to the 100, and how many bonus runs can they add to it? That's very good work. Nicely done. The dot ball. That, oh, he's undone. Nay, 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 yes. He's undone the good work with that one going down the legs. Oh, and he's got his man. It was a slow full toss. And he's gone right across the line to smash it away. Asif Mahmood. Well, he's had to try, but the only problem is, so far in this over, we've had 2 legal deliveries, which have both been dot balls. Just the one wide. And off he goes. And he scored 7 of 7. Well, 7 of 8, that would be. So just gone under run a ball. So this is a very good comeback for the men in blue. They were going along nicely, especially after Kalagatla's first over. 27 for 1 at the end of the 4th. And then we saw 2 overs where 34 runs came off. And Kalagatla then starting the 7th. And those 10 runs just from wide, so that's when it was all going wrong. So 3 over spell, almost 45 runs coming off those, but then they've come back well again in this game. Well, that's been smashed and smashed hard. Over it goes. Well, he's given that everything, muscled it over the fence. That's a big shot just when required. What a nice hit that was. Munib. Ishfaq tries again. This time's going to the fielder. They'll probably try for 2, will they? The throw has come in. Good work from the fielder. Kranthi in no time. Didn't even give the batsman time to think about it. So the 100 is up with that massive blow. It's well bowled. Saw the batsman moving early and just bowled it a little bit shorter into him. So Hussain here, just watch that, he came in, so followed him, and Hussain was only able to just push that out the off stump, the offside, sorry. Lovely, lovely, yep. And that's the way for the bowling side, the best way to finish the innings. Well, that was a good over there. We saw 1 big hit as well, but there was also 3 dot balls in that. One of those, the wicket. It was the big hit, the first ball, 6 from Ishfaq. Hussain, 28 not out. Score 103. 3 wickets down. You just see some of the highlights. Abhishek Murika wasn't at his brilliant best today. We just saw 1 beauty from him. A little bit too leg-side-ish, so 2 for 17, 2 in 210. That's very good figures. But not figures that he's used to. A couple of LB shouts not going his way. But in the end, the first wicket going down with an absolute beautiful delivery. Tanveer bowled. Then there was that partnership between Kakus and Hussein. Started off slow, Kakus doing all the big hitting. And you see that one just eluding Zubdev. Has to say that partnership, that was an important one. There was a little bit of luck involved as well. A couple of times you're seeing once again here the ball just eluding the fielders. Kaligatla there coming in. And then all of a sudden it was time to launch, and that happened in that over number 5. Superb effort from Borika. Got close to that one, but nobody was getting close to that. Then it needed something special really to get him out. They, especially when Sunil Gungir had the same feet, he came on and they took a liking to him. Kaligatla was called upon to break up this partnership, and it started tragically for him. That was the first of 2 occasions where the ball went for 5 wides. There was a little bit of slow motion fielding, and then, well, he gets his man and he was pumped up. It wasn't the best of starts on the over, but he certainly finished well, and that was nice to see as well, because he knew he was gone and was walking on an LBW. He did have a glance to look at the umpire just to make sure, but there was no doubt about it. Nice good shot there at the end in that final over. But the bowler, Atul Kasar, came back with a good and removed him. And in the end, I think we'll be fairly satisfied. Men in blue, 103. 3 wickets down. The 11 stars, well, their performances are improving with each match. Remember, yet to register a win. That was a good performance from them. We saw a little bit more from them there. We saw how important that Tabish Kakus is for him in the beginning. Tanveer Shah, he'll be disappointed. He went for 1. Beautiful delivery it was as well from Thandapandian. Hussein, well, it took a while to get going, has to be said, but played some good shots towards the end there, and then some important boundaries towards the end from Ishfaq. Helped to score past 100, and in terms of the bowling, which you've just seen there, well, Borika not at his brilliant best, but still in T10, if you can stay under 20 runs of your 2 overs, most people will say that you've done your job. Thandapandian, he was good, only 13 of his 2 overs. Kaligatla, well, when you consider that 10 of those 19 came from wide balls, which he had to bowl again. 1 wicket, and a very important wicket. 19 runs of his 2 overs. Well, that's a good comeback from him. And then also you saw Atul Kasar, the other man that's in with the wickets there, bowled his 2 overs for 17. He bowled well as well. I think he's a crafty little bowler. Gets the slower ones in, quicker ones, and when he's got his radar right, difficult to contend with. So there we are in this very important first game. Remember, men in blue, they will know that a victory here takes them to the top of Group A, above the Catalonia Tigers, who they will play next. So this innings is very, very important for them, because not only do they want to bat well and win, but they'll want to bat well and be in good form going against the Catalonia Tigers, who have been in absolutely no mercy type of form with their batting. So it'll be interesting match coming up after this, which could decide who's going to be sitting on the top of this table at the end of the day. But for now, the focus is on the men in blue can do the first part of the job that they've got to do here today, and that is to beat the 11 stars. And to do so, they need to score 104 runs. It's going to take a short break now of about 8 minutes or so and be right back. So make yourself a brew and get yourself comfortable. We'll be back in 8 minutes. Hasta ahora. Bienvenidos, welcome back. And match number 66, day 14. That's where we are here at the Fancode European Cricket Series. This beautiful setting, this Mount Juick Olympic ground. And we're ready to start the reply from the men in blue. Remember, the target is 104. I'm Rico Full and joined by Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning, Rico, and good morning, viewers. Nice to be in the box for the first time today. There were a few big hits in that last innings, weren't there? We thought Kakus might hit his straps and a couple of balls disappearing out of the ground, so I'm sure that the local children perhaps they'll be finding, a bit like Easter, isn't it? Finding finding the legs all over the neighbourhood here in Montjuic. But yeah, well, a very interesting chase on our hands, I think. 104, men in blue. And just chatting to a few of them, I said, if they're going to be contenders, then this is the kind of game that they're going to have to win. 11 starts a game they would have expected to win, I suppose. With low scoring contest last time, but they face the prospect of a chase, a three-figure chase, if they're going to get their 5th win. And I certainly think it'll be a fascinating second half of this match 66 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
The umpires look ready. One name giving us a little wave. We all wave back to him. Hello. Now there we go. Good morning, sir. Of course he's happy. He's in the sunshine and he's watching what's going to end up being a very, very good close contest. I think it's going to be Hamza Khan bowling first up to Shankar Kaligatla. And Shankar Kaligatla for me has just got better and better as this tournament has progressed. And he'll be looking to give the men in blue a good start here. And he's found the man right on the boundary. Well, we didn't expect that at all. He's got to go first ball, and he can't believe it. The one man that's out, and he's put it straight in his hands. Well, it's going to be a slow, lonely walk, and well done to the fielder there from the 11 stars. Managed to keep himself inside. That's brilliant, and that's Tanvir Shah. Doesn't go well for him with the bat, but certainly not letting his team down in the field. That's a very, very important wicket. Kaligatla, well, maybe you put the mockers on him, telling him how good that he's been and how I'm looking forward to seeing him. I didn't expect that. That's not that was an uncharacteristic shot from him as well.
Yeah, well, it was there, and I mean, look, it's a tough one, isn't it? And it was, to be fair to the fielder, Tanvir Shah was an outstanding piece of fielding because he was almost overbalancing. He decided to hold onto the ball and try and keep their feet in the field of play, and he was just able to do it. It was literally centimetres in it. So, Kaligatla, horror start for men in blue. But again, they still got the full 10 overs and still 9 wickets in hand. Well, just under the 10 overs now, I suppose. But Deb, he's the man for the situation for me as well. He's just steered them home at times and a long way from the target at the moment. But him and Prasanna Jathan at the other end, they would fancy their chances. They have to keep attacking and try and keep up with the rate, which is about 10 and over. Perfect start for the Stars.
It's hit hard by Deb. Finds the fielder. Throw comes in straight away. Yeah, he was let off there in the bowler. The first ball to him was a wide ball, but Shub Deb, well, we've seen him many a times waiting on the boundary, wanting to come in. He just wants to run on and do his thing. Well, he didn't have to wait very long today. And well, we've seen another first ball wicket, golden duck, first ball of the inning. We saw a number of those yesterday. And Vinny, I was telling the viewers that yesterday we saw the most wickets to fall in a day, 72.
Wow, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Bowler-friendly day, and wasn't it interesting, especially after the day before and the amount of runs that we had scored on Tuesday on day 12. That the ball came back with a vengeance, didn't it?
Certainly did. A few other landmarks I had highlighted was that with those 72 wickets yesterday, that's over 600 wickets we've now passed in this Fancode European Cricket Series, and also 700 sixes being hit. going to be wide.
Yeah, it's a lot of Maximos, isn't it? And I wonder how many have cleared the fence as well. We've lost quite a few balls down the unknown area of the ground over the kind of cover fence for a right-hander, mid-wicket for a left-hander. Yeah, we're going to have to peek over that fence. Maybe on the last day I'm going to have a look over that fence and see whether it just seems like it's a long way down. I think there's all sorts of snakes and creatures on the other side of that. A lot of cricket balls.
It's a short delivery, but T10, he's quite happy just to plot it there on the off and take a single, gets him off the mark.
Yeah, so it's been a good start. Obviously the dream wicket, and to have Caligatla back in the pavilion, the 11 Stars will be boosted by that. Of course, they haven't had a win so far in the European Cricket Series, so they'd be very keen to get on the board in this one. The 11 Stars, they've got a good chance.
That's been blasted away. That's gone all the way for 6 carreras. Manos arriba. Manos arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras.
Well, put a stamp on this one, Rico, because this has been sent. And that's gone a long, long way. And Deb, we he wouldn't be too phased by the early wicket. He just looks like he loves batting as well, shoot deep Deb. So that is fantastic. Finish to the over. And they'll be very happy. And that does also... In fact, we've still got the one. We're just reviewing. Of course, we had the wide, so the umpire's going to be back in position. So, well, Deb, he won't mind that at all. It's yeah, just what they needed to get them back on the right track, the men in blue.
He's not a big man, is he, Shubdeb? But he hit that a long way.
That was a big hit. Still gets the bonus ball. Here it is.
You get another one. That was a wide. So this over continues to go on. The score moves on to 11.
Yeah, just a reminder, everyone, the YouTube chat is open for business, and just saying hello to a few people in there. It's wonderful to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. So get into the chat on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Oh, a bit more time, and this can be a free hit as well, isn't it, Rico? Because that was all the way off the surface. So again, just the one extra ball has become 3.
Would you believe that he started this over taking a wicket, the very first ball of that of Caligatla, and then since then, well, he seems to have just lost his rhythm. I mean,
what do you think? Do you think you give him a second over? We'll come to that in a second. But we'll have a free hit, and Deb, he's going to line this one up. I think if it's anywhere short, he's going to try to go over mid-wicket region.
Hits it down the ground. There's the fielder there, Tanveer Shah. He's not going to make no mistakes. And what Deb does, takes a single. Doesn't make full use of the free hit, but he does get himself back on strike though. So that is the end of the over. And the score is 13 for 1.
Yeah, 13 for him after 1. And fascinating chase, like we said. It's only 91 off 9 overs. And as you can see, I do often like tracking these chases. And that's what the batsmen out there have to do mentally. They have to work out, okay, we need 104 runs. Let's just aim for 10 runs and over, and don't fall too far behind. And they've got enough off that first one, so they'd want to be up in the low 20s at the start of this one. Here is Umar Riaz. A bit of extra bounce for Riaz there. You can see he's quite a tall man and whips those arms over. That was just a little bit too wide, but he'll ask some questions of the batsman early with the new ball. Always interested to get questions and comments in the chat. We'll try and answer as many of those as we can as the day goes on here in Barcelona.
It's good from Deb. He noticed the importance of taking a run if you can of every ball.
It just takes the pressure off, doesn't it? We haven't always seen the running between the wickets having urgency early in the innings for some teams, and I think it makes a big difference if you can just keep ticking those. Even if you take 2 or 3 extra and over, that's 20 or 30 runs at the end of an innings, and it can make all the difference, especially when you're chasing a total that's in the hundreds.
It was interesting there to see that when Shubdev is batting, we'll see that now here probably, you'll see that the fielder comes in from the leg side and one goes out on the boundary, and when it's T10, here we go, and when it's T10 they reverse it. The fielder goes out on the leg, comes into the off. So it's good to see that the Stars have been doing a little bit of homework.
I just want to keep it outside the off stump.
Good running.
Yeah, it forces the error as well, so this is just a natural thing. The fielder, knowing the chances on, they can kind of snatch at the ball or rush that. Look, if he picks this up and hits the stumps, it's probably run out, but it's going to have to be an outstanding piece of fielding. And I think they're the chances you have to kind of take, like I was saying earlier, this over.
Just pushing that out, and once again, good running, and Shubdev is very good at that. He's backing up, very quick.
Yeah, and look, it can also force overthrows. I mean, if the fielder throws this, we've seen before, some 4 overthrows or even extra runs, just puts more pressure on the fielding team. So it's good running by Men in Blue. It's good over though from Umar Riaz, have to say as well. He took a bit of stick against the Catalunya Tigers, but he's a good bowler and they do fancy him, and you can see he's a tall guy. It's a bit of good bounce, has good control, seems to be able to bowl outside the off stump, which is so important. We've seen so many short balls and balls outside the leg stump in this series, and they generally disappear. So, as an opening bowler, he's doing his job well.
Just too wide. What I'm noticing about Prasanna Jatan, he doesn't like to move his feet too much, does he? He likes the ball coming onto him, likes to play from inside the crease. Likes the ball to come onto him, and then he just pushes his way. It's always a risk. Slices this away, and the catch is taken. And maybe there's a good indication of why you do need to move your feet. He just gave that a good old hoik. Watch this. The feet were not in the right position. The ball goes up in the air, and a catch taken. And, well, the Stars remove another big wicket. So Jatan on his way to join the other opener. He was only able to score 3 from the 5 balls that he faced.
Yeah, and look, that's an important catch to take as well. And yeah, this is going to be the only thing. Men in Blue, we know sometimes they're batting outside of their top 4. They can struggle for a bit of depth, and so important catch to end the over. And there are only singles off that, and a couple of wides as well. So 7 off the over. Be 20 for 2 at the end of 2.
Yeah, and they are showing their faith to Hamza Khan. He lost his line a little bit towards the end of his first. Did take a wicket though of his very first ball, the very first ball of the innings. Short, and smashed up, and the fielder watching it going over his shoulder there. Asif, good throw in from him, but Shubdev.
Was a good throw. Tell you what, that was a real teaser though, wasn't it, that one? That was in our direction, and this one hung in the air a long time, and the fielder, Asif Mahmood, is the captain, who was after it, and he just thought he was in with a chance, and as he had a look, he realised, hold on a second, perhaps if I was about a metre taller. A nice bit of work to hit the stumps, and of course there was no danger. The batsman home. We've seen that this end constantly, haven't we? The ball just carrying a little bit further than you'd think, and so, well, Men in Blue, I'll take the run.
Digs that one out. New batsman, Tiwari.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Captain.
They've decided to stick with Hamza Khan. We saw him lose a bit of control towards the end of the first over. So I was posing the question as to whether he would be bowled out, but obviously they've decided that he'll find the radar, and he has so far this over. Yeah, it's well bowled again. They've been pretty good, the 11 Stars, and let's not forget, they took a lot of punishment in their last fixture, but it's nice to see them coming back strong and just trying to bowl a disciplined line, and it makes all the difference. So they've got a very good chance of their first ever Fancode European Cricket Series victory here in match 66. Having said that, Men in Blue, Deb, he's the key for me. If he can stick around, they're going to take this game deep.
Well, that's gone a long way up. It's going to be all the way. It went up, up, up. And how about that? Oh, if he took it one-handed, it could have been out.
That's right. It's bounced off the net and it's come back and straight to the outfield. Watch this. And here's a rebound for you. One. Yeah, in the street cricket we've been playing on the weekends, that's one-hand catch off an obstacle. But Deb's happy that's not the rule. Anyway, 6 valuable runs to Men in Blue.
Yeah, you see, Jeb, he's just struggling with that one that's in the off. He's expecting it to bounce more than it is, and each time he's playing over it. So I can see him, the next one maybe getting down lower, maybe getting down on one knee and trying to smash that over the top of where you've got the captain. Let's see if Mahmood fielding. Let's see. He changed his style. Well, this one is down the legs. He misses out on it, but does pick up the wide.
Just got a question here. Prakash, welcome. He's saying he's new to ECN. He's wondering, are there any players of non-South Asian descent in this tournament? Just curious. That's a very good question. Of course, like predominantly, it's the immigrant population which has got cricket going in these non-traditional cricket-playing countries. More about that in a second. Another wide. Yeah, so there's not too many of them aware of in this tournament, although across Europe in some of our other tournaments we have had a few. And I always make the comparison with football, or soccer as we call it in Australia, that it is the immigrant population. There's a lot of Italian and Greeks that brought the game over 50, 60 years ago. And you do see over time the locals getting in, especially if it gets into schools and you get more of the native population taking part. So that's kind of the phase we're in at the moment. It's going to be a generational thing. We often get questions about getting more Spanish, ethnically Spanish people in the teams, but of course you can only bring them along at their own rate. And so we do see some participation at a more casual level from the native. Oh, that's edged and put down.
It goes down. It did go to him pretty quickly, it have to say, but you would expect the wicketkeeper Hussain to pick this one up.
You're a bit closer than you'd normally be on this pitch as well. You see this one, and just didn't have time to move the feet, had to throw the hands in it. So a chance goes down. You wonder if the Stars will rue that in the end. So the end of 3 overs, it's 30-2. But just coming back to my point, it's one of those things that's a generational thing, and I suppose we hope by exposing the game and obviously having it on TV and having more exposure and eyeballs on European cricket, that over time will grow and we'll have more and more Spanish kids getting involved and more local participation. And we do see like places like Italy. We've seen a couple of good Italian fast bowlers back in Rome, and we're back there next month actually. And even places like Estonia and a few other places where there's some local participation in Czech Republic as well. So it's one of those things. It's going to take time, but definitely something that we're encouraging. And of course, all these players are very keen to spread the game. Thanks for your question.
Well, we see them trying to take on the spin here now of Zubair Ahmed and Sanjeev Tiwari. Find that out to the leg side boundary, takes a single.
Yeah, they're right on track with the rate here, Rico. They were 30 off 3, and we talked about just keeping that 10 and over. It's important they stay busy.
Deb, he's had a life, he knows that. Now he's got to just clear his head, forget about it, and go on to hopefully make a big score and a very important match-winning score for his team. Vinny, how close is this Group A going to be?
The logjam at the top of the order. Well, this will be handy for the Men in Blue. They'll get a couple of free ones. Perhaps more.
I think has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. It's 5 runs, 5 wides.
Zubair, well, he's cursing his own strength, isn't he? Because that's just had enough on it to get to the boundary. Still not the fastest outfield. But we saw Men in Blue give a couple of those away, and that can be very costly to you as a fielding side.
Well, that's a great comeback. He's loving it, the rock star. Well, I tell you what, I bet he breaks a few of those guitar strings, but that's a wicket.
Wow, this is the karate celebration. We've seen it before from Zubair. Again, the last one wasn't on target. This one was, and he's breaking the boards in Barcelona. Zubair Ahmed. And doesn't he love knocking the wickets over? And Sanjeev, well, the men in blue captain, he's got to go. They lose a third wicket. And a bit of trouble in the fourth over. They're 37 for 3.
Yeah, it's a great comeback. I mean, the last thing a bowler wants to do is bowl a wipe, but when it goes all the way for 5, pressure is on. We saw that with Kalagatla. He did it twice in an over, but that's a great comeback from Zubair Ahmed. It takes the wicket of the captain, so a new batsman coming in.
Yeah, Ram Karanthi is coming in, and it's a great opportunity for him. He's been in and out of the side. But yeah, he's one of the middle order batsmen that this is the kind of opportunity where he can make a name for himself. Let's see if he can support Deb on the way to this target. Zubair's got his tail up though, and you see, just one of these things where the 5 wides has kind of kept them on the rate, you'd say, at this stage, but they don't want to lose any more wickets at this stage.
And he's got another go on, play it again. Play that guitar, give it some jazz. That's another wicket, and it's all going his way, and Hithanthi has to go back on a 0.
Wow, this is a classic dismissal. His batsman hitting across the line and clear the area around Zubair. He might start a fire because he's moving very quickly with his little karate chops. He's got 2 for the over, and a game-changing over, you could say. After the 5 wides, he would have been disappointed, but he's come back. And look, Rico, it's another one of those ducks. The pond was full yesterday, and it's filling up very quickly today. So another wicket goes down. We're now 37 for 4.
Wow, was this? You can see Shub there. He's just got the bat in between his arm, and he's just taking a little walk round in circles, thinking to himself, well, looks like I'm going to have to try and do this alone. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Sometimes when you see an established batsman and a new batsman coming in, they always meet halfway, have a little chat. Shub's just quite happy just to
keep his distance.
Yeah, keep his distance at the other end. It's well bowled. It's a good delivery, I think, to a new batsman. Just floated it in the air. The batsman would have seen it up there for ages, and finally just kept his cool, pushes it on the leg side, and that's the end of a fantastic over.
Yeah, and just having a look ahead to this Sunday, Super Sunday in Barcelona. We don't normally come to you on Sundays, but we've got 5 matches for you, beginning with the ECL 21 playoff. That is to determine the Spanish representative in the European Cricket League this year. And then we have 2 rescheduled matches that were washed out on Monday. It's actually match 51 and 53. They're going to be played after all. We'll see the City Lions taking on Hiras Abdel, and then Hiras Abdel will return to take on the Bana Royals. The times are there. Of course, we're starting at the regular time. It'll go a little bit later than usual because there's a couple of gaps in there, but we're going to play the last game under lights, which will be very good as well. So even if you're in India, settle in. It's going to be a big night and a big day of cricket on Sunday. New over starts, and nice ball outside the off stump. Hamza Khan coming on and again ramping up the pressure. End of that over, it was 38 for 4, so again more or less up with the rate, but they want to be around 50 at the halfway mark.
This one's gone down the leg.
So again, the extras costing 11 stars, and well, this is the thing. Soundra Pandian, and he's batted high up the order before. We've seen him bat at number 3 earlier in this series, and so he's very capable with the bat. And he sticks around with Deb. They'll go close. Yeah, this is a good call by Deb, and it's actually good by Soundra Pandian as well. We've seen sometimes the batsmen getting hit on the pad and just snoozing, and they're a little bit worried, of course, looking straight at the umpire, but you really should be looking at your partner, because if they're coming through for a run, you need to get on your bike, and get every run so important. Eventually he did. Look at Deb, and there's an easy run there. So again, just rotates the strike and takes the pressure off somewhat. Good over so far. Dot wide and leg by
Oh, well.
Inside edge, I think.
Yeah, he's very lucky. That was going on to the stumps, and he just managed to deflect it away.
Yeah, and look, he's upset with himself. It was a bit of in-swing, even though it was a full delivery against the first one he's seen from Hamza Khan. Shubdeep Deb, and yeah, this one just tailed in a little bit. Inside edge onto the pad. Chandrapandian back on strike. Yeah, just pushing it. Seen that was short enough to probably go for the big shot, but Chandrapandian's just satisfied to keep the score ticking at the moment. Doesn't want to take that risk. I mean, could have taken on the deep mid wicket on that occasion, but he decided to just be a bit more careful. I think that's smart at this stage. Just stay in the game. Establish yourself. Here's Hamza Khan. Getting good swing, wasn't it, into the batsman, and it's been a good over from Khan. You say, Rico, getting a bit of in swing, and he's got natural action, and if you can move the ball around sideways, then you do pose problems for the batsman.
Absolutely.
At any level of cricket.
Right up there. I mean, we know that Shub, he's already played some nice shots, so he's in good nick, but he's been kept quiet at the moment, and he's getting frustrated because obviously he wants to be playing a few shots to up this run rate a bit. And again, he's missed out on the full ball, and that's, well, how's that going all the way through?
Yeah, this has swung too much for everyone. You see the keeper a little bit slow to react as well. Abu Bakar Hussain behind the stumps. This is one of those ones, we talked about it before, as a wicket keeper, you just have to pretend that the batsman's not there and the stumps aren't there. I think you can fall into a bit of a false sense of security that that the ball's going to hit something, whether it's the stumps or whether it's the batsman. And again, getting done and 4 useful runs, so they didn't get too many off the bat that over, but they did get a few extras, and that will take the score at the halfway point to 46 for 4. And got a question maybe you can address in a second from the chat, but first, look who it is. It's the Karate King, Zubair Ahmed, to bowl again.
Shots to catch it. Oh, that would have been brilliantly taken. The captain, Asif Mahmood, doing all the running.
Yeah, it was a very good effort and good running by the batsman as well, because they were off to the races. And Deb very quick to come back for 2. Was in the air a long time, and he made the ground, did Asif Mahmood, but couldn't hold on, but a good effort nonetheless. Just a question in the chat, Rico, like I said, and we're looking forward to the ECS 21 playoff this week, and asking if a couple of players are available. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'll ask you because you're our resident cricket expert. They're asking Jack Perman and Paul Hennessy locked down like Christian, or are they available?
No, they'll be available because I think the club. So we see this. Let's see this delivery here. Yeah, so the club, what they would have had to do, and that's what all the weight was on. The club would have had to apply to the Mercian Cricket or Sports Federation to be given permission for the club and the players to travel outside of that comunidad, that region. Oh, he's got him! That is super! He's going to play that guitar now. Well, what a great take. That's a moment of magic from the rock star there. That is great take. Absolutely brilliant.
Wow, zero gravity. Get up in the air, Zubair. And there he was, knocked it up, took it on the second attempt. And isn't he happy? He's got a third. And Man in Blue in some serious trouble now. It's that man, Zubair Ahmed, doing the damage. Caught and bowled. And another one goes down. Chandrapandian has to go.
You know what? We see that again. Just watch a reaction when he realises the ball is in his hand. It's like opening a present at Christmas, isn't it?
He can't believe it. He looked in. I tell you what, the stocking was full. Brand new cricket ball. Zubair one of the real characters of this team, and it's great to see the 11 stars up and about. Of course, had a very difficult outing in their last match in the series against the Tigers, but yeah, it's right on top, and look who they've taken to the crease. It's the money man, Abhishek Borika. Does he have some heroics in him? He'll have one ball to contend with from Zubair. He's got 3 for 12. Just be the single, so 3 for 13 he'll finish with. And the score after 6 is 51 for 5. Just another question in the chat from Keanu asking about the synthetic pitch, softer than usual pitches, and wondering about future ECS tournaments. Will they be similar to this? Well, to answer your question, Keanu, this is a temporary pitch, and there are plans for a permanent pitch at this ground, and hopefully the next time we're here, we will be playing on it. So typically, of course, we play all around Europe, and sometimes there are generally synthetic cricket pitches, and sometimes, if you're lucky, there are some turf pitches as well, but we just basically work with what we can work with, don't we, Rico? And look, it's a testament to the groundsman that, especially with some of the rain we've had, the ground's in pretty good condition. Anyway, here's Hamza Khan. The money man. We've seen him do it with the ball before, but got the job to do with the bat, and of course with Deb still there, then they're every chance. But now we're at the point where 53 required of 24 before this over. So the kind of 13 and over mark just slid behind the rate by to the tune of about 10 runs. That can make him back in a couple of hits, of course, but these wickets are making it very difficult for the men in blue.
Yeah, they need a magic one, don't they? That one's a chase on for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. And the captain not happy, doesn't think that he tried hard enough. Asif Mahmood saying, come on yaar, tera siga, par nahi siga. Fielder nahi stop karta si. Jokka ho gaya 4 more.
Yeah, the old Allen Border teapot. That was Asif Mahmood, but yeah, I don't think he could have done much more than that. It went pretty quickly to the cover boundary, and it's a nice shot by Deb, just hitting that in front of point and away from the fielder. So important runs. They need more boundaries, the men in blue.
It's going to be a single. Just watching this, the run up here from Hamza Khan. It's got to be the longest. It's the longest bowler's run up that we've had here in this Fanco European Cricket Series. I mean, look at this. I thought he was walking off the pitch for a moment. So where's he going?
It's pretty long, but having said that, he's a pretty big guy, so there's not that many steps, is it? He's got a bit of height to him. Hamza Khan. Again, money man on strike.
He has not timed it. And will they try and come for 2? They do. Good running.
Yeah, it's been a feature of this innings, the running between the wickets. And you think about where they are in the game, and they're just still in this game because of the running and the urgency we've seen. That one was always going to a gap, and Deb was very quick to recognise that he had to be busy and run the first one hard and coming back, and they're all important runs for the men in blue. So again, they're in the conversation for the top of the table, and to stay there, they're going to have to win this game. Of course, they've got a very challenging game against the Tigers coming up in the second match of this day.
¡Qué bonito! Sí, así me gusta. 6 carreras.
Well, the money man, we haven't seen him too much with the bat. He hits an important Maximo here for his team. And this game tightening up. Now 39 off 19 required. And the men in blue, we've seen them in some amazing finishes, haven't we, in this Fanco European Cricket Series, both last year and this year. We've seen them win on a golden ball before. We've seen numerous last over finishes, and we look to be headed for another one here in match 66 in Barcelona.
Hit hard. Asif Mahmood will do the fielding. We'll take the single.
Yes, that'll be the end of the over. Clickety-click, 66 for the loss of 5 at the end of 7 overs. So the equation, 38 runs required, 18 balls left, and looking ahead, just mentioning that game coming up, and it's the Catalan Tigers for the first match today, taking on the men in blue, and you can see both these teams with 4 wins before today started, and you've got all the Dream 11 information. Now look at the dual threats at the top of the order for the Tigers, Yasser Ali and Mustafa Iqbal. They've both scored centuries in this tournament. No Muhammad Amagan Khan in their lineup today, but Saqib Latif at number 3, also very capable. Men in blue, very similar lineup to the one you see here. And the news from the toss was that the Tigers have won the toss, and Ghulam Sawa had no hesitation in batting first, so no surprises there, Rico. Let's see if the Men in blue can tame the Tigers in match 67 coming up just after this.
That should be a chance. He sliced it and it's been snapped up. So Boreka, he's played a few nice shots, but he goes, and Zubin Ahmed taking the catch.
Can't keep him out of the game, can you? And Tavia Shah's come in to bowl. And he gets immediate success, and it's the end of the money, man. Well, it was a useful contribution from him. He contributed 11 to the score. But he's undone. But the main thing is also they did cross. So Deb will be on strike. And he comes again.
It's hit straight. Captain should cut it off. Oh, he's been done like a keeper with the backward spin on this Kookaburra ball, and he's not impressed. That's unlucky, unfortunate. Just watch this again. There's the slice on the ball.
Yeah, watch the doosra. Here it comes. Whoa! It can happen, and not that easy to stop on this surface. Still a little bit of moisture from overnight, and well, again, they'll take him however they can get him at the moment. The Men in blue.
That was well bowled, just held that right back. Had to wait a long time for it to come to him. And that's sloppy again, and all these little errors here. We saw that misfield. Unfortunate though it was for Asif, but it went for 4, and then that throw. He's got hold of this one. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. And the little man is doing the damage here. Shubdeb, he's got to see his team to the finish.
Yeah, little man with a big job, Rico. He's trying to keep them up the top of the table. 26 off 14, so they've got it under 2 a ball.
So over the top, the infielder, the captain again, does the fielding. Fumbles, and they will go through for an easy 2 in the end.
Yeah, good running again, and Shubdeep Deb. Well, he's keeping the Men in blue in this match. Just getting the runs when they need them, and I want to keep it under that 2 a ball. Again, every time there's only a single, it puts pressure on them and the rate goes up. Last ball, the over.
That's good. Takes a single, keeps himself on strike.
Yeah, smart cricket.
Top over for the Men in blue. Okay, they did lose that wicket. But as long as the little man is there playing those shots, and that's Shubdeb, they've got every chance of seeing this run chase through. It looks like they're going to go to the wire though. It's heading for a last over finish.
Oh, we are. Love Men in blue because they always give us good finishes on ECN, and we certainly welcome your company wherever you're watching around the world. We've got some more questions about Dursuraj asking about, wasn't able to listen to the commentary. What was the news about the permanent pitch? Well, maybe someone can paraphrase for me if I don't have to repeat myself. But we've got 2 overs left in this one. 81 for 6 the score. 23 required. It's going to be Umar Riaz, who bowled a very good first over. He's coming in to bowl the 9th. Ooh.
This is going to be very costly indeed. Well, we've seen... Well, the only thing I'll say that is they got 2 of those themselves,
yeah,
and now they've given 2 back, so it's all square, but that's
yeah,
nasty
it's costly
at this
though,
stage.
isn't it? Goes from 23 to 12 now, 18 off 12, and we saw him roll a couple of wides. First and last balls of his first over, back in the second over of the innings, Umar Riaz, and not getting this one right.
Yeah, I mean, he went for 10, didn't he, in that one, and he's gone for 5 already here and hasn't bowled a ball, technically. Still 6 to come.
Yes, game's not over though, 18 off 12.
That's hit very hard. It's going to go all the way for me. What a top shot that is. That is just amazing. Quality batting from the little man, Shubdeb, and he's getting ever so close to his 50 as well. Great to see.
Well, do you believe it, little man Deb? He's doing the job, and this is well balanced. You see here, He's not pulling it across the ball. He sees where it's bowled. He knows where the gap is. Bang! 6 runs. And now 12 off 11.
That's good.
Yeah, now singles,
sensible.
Yeah, now singles just keep you at the rate. And you know, we've seen, I've said it before, in these situations, as long as you score off every ball, you can't really lose the game. You know you're going to get an extra one somewhere, or you get a wide somewhere. Only dot balls can kill you, and bunches of dot balls. It's this man, Sunil Jungir, who's come in. Needs to get him back on strike.
And a better throw would have been interesting, but the key thing here for the men in blue is that it was for them going to the right hand. As long as it's not troubling Shubdeb, they're not worried. Doesn't he? I mean, I mentioned this the other day, Vin. Doesn't he remind you a little bit of Sachin? He's there. He's got the right colours, the hair as well, under the lid. You just, you know, what do you reckon? Feels at home.
I reckon in the uniform as well. I mean, obviously, very unkind to give batting comparisons to Sachin Tendulkar, but I do like the way he's been a leader in this match. Again, there's no one on the offside in the circle this time, so they're conceding the single. They won't mind that at all. The men in blue. And I just think the way he's stayed composed, of course he came in after only 1 ball down in the innings. He's just known when to take calculated risks. It's been a very intelligent chase, but of course we've seen yesterday as well that it's never over until the last run is scored. 9 off 8.
It's a nice firmly hit shot. We'll only get him 1, but it won't matter. This over has been more than enough for what they need.
Yeah.
Still one to come, is there? Yeah,
still one to come. So 8 off 7, and even the way that Deb's manipulating the strike at times, they was possibly an overthrow early in the over, but no, they knew it wasn't required because it kept him on strike, and so now I'm sure he'll just be trying to get a single this ball to stay on strike.
Yeah, nicely done.
It's been a very mature and intelligent innings from Deb.
What a great innings, and that single brings up his 50, of course, so well done, and he deserves all of these applause because it's been superb. All right, you always need a little bit of luck, and he did sneak one. It was a very difficult chance that Hussain, the wicketkeeper, had to try and take. It just didn't stick, but he's gone on from there, batted very sensible, and, well, I think he's going to keep men in blue in the hunt, take him to top spot here for sure.
Don't speak too soon, though. I'm telling you this. We are going to the last over, and anything can happen here. All 3 results possible. A win for each team or a golden ball. And so, it's a question about from Jesus. Vinny, do they play baseball in the baseball ground? Funnily enough, they absolutely do. More baseball is played here than cricket. But right now it's cricket, and there's 7 required of the last over. Tanvir Shah's going to bowl. Here we go. I wonder if they'll push for 2. I think they probably will. Oh, don't... They go to the keeper, could be some trouble. The throw's wide. Again, that's the kind of pressure. And, well, this is what you'd have to do.
Asif Mahmood not happy. He's having a little niggle at most of his fielders here today. He's not happy with the work that's been put in. Weren't happy with that throw.
Yes, that's another good question, but it's going to have to wait at the moment. It's 5 off 5.
And he gets a chance to send him back. Will he take it? He does. He takes the grab. We see that right here in front of us. How important will that be? Because it's also a dot ball.
Well, that was the game. The game was hit straight out. If it goes through his hands, a 6, the game's over. It's an ice cream cone, of course. It's almost popped out of his hands. And again, another gift for the 11 stars. And Devil, he'll be disappointed. And he goes for a very well-made 52. He can be very proud of his efforts, but he wanted to see his team across the line. And we've got a pressure situation now, 5 off 4 required. Now, Jesus, to answer your question, now I've got a few seconds, I'll tell you. He's asking, well, how can we install a cricket pitch? Well, it'll be an artificial pitch, and it will be in the middle of the baseball field, so it won't impact the baseballers too much as far as that goes, because it's more or less in the outfield of the baseball part of the ground. But anyway, look who it is. The best hair in the tournament. It's Atul Kesar on strike, and 5 required off 4 balls.
He's going to go, I think. Oh, asking the question. Let's see this again, because he certainly came out of his crease. Maybe just slid that foot back in time. It's going to be a close call, this.
Yeah, well, you see here, the foot was back. I think I might have just got back in time, so a good decision. But
Very
again,
good
for
decision.
Kasey, got a rush of blood, but just needs to score. 5 off 4, just needs a single. And even here, just cannot afford a dot ball. It's going to put them under a lot of pressure.
And this time he's going to go back. It's another dot ball, and the captain now, well, he's all smiles. He wasn't before, Asif Mahmood. He was having a go at all his players. Then it was the time for him to show and lead by example, and he did by taking a fabulous catch. And how this match has turned round again.
Nice bit of wicket keeping as well. Seen those missed before. So watch out. We got 5 off 2 required. And now it's almost worth going the big shot, and maybe you can force a 2 or something like that. It's a lot of pressure. It's Hariha Sridhar who's coming out. Again, we haven't seen too much of him with the bat in this series. And, wow, Rico.
5 off 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
I told you if Deb goes, there could be some trouble, and it's exactly how it's panned out in the last over. And Tavia Shah, he's been a revelation with the ball in this match. And so 5 off 2 required, 4 to tie. And he's bowled.
He's bowled in first ball. Unbelievable scenes here. Tanvir Shah taking his 4th wicket, but you know what? It's not about the wickets at the moment. It's about the dot balls. Another one goes back. It's 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win it.
And the 11 Stars, of course, they have not won a game so far in their Fancode European Cricket Series career. And they are 1 ball away. Not just that, Tanvir Shah's on a hat-trick. And can you believe it? Men in blue, it just shows you sometimes the pressure of runs on the board. Again, Kasey came out and he chewed up 2 balls, wasn't able to make contact. Same with Sridhar, he goes. And so, the men in blue, and it's their number 11 batsman coming out. It's 99 for 9. There's going to have to be Sachin Sudarshana. Well, he looks like the kind of man who can clear a boundary, but he's batting at number 11. He's got the gold shoes. He needs a golden moment. If he gets a 4, it will force a golden ball. A 6, and we'll win the game for the men in blue. It's all over. He's not able to do it, so men in blue, they got within touching distance of the prize, but they come up short. In this game, what a game we saw. Match 66. It's going to finish 103 to 99. The Stars coming out on top.
Yeah, I should know better, shouldn't I? After that 9th over, I'm there thinking, I think the little man is going to bring this game home, and he went to a superb catch of the captain, and that turned this whole match round. And well, congratulations to the 11 Stars making their debut in this Fancode European Cricket Series. And thanks to fielding like that, they have won their first match in the European Cricket Series. Congratulations to them, and what a win it was in this topsy-turvy match, where at 1 minute it looked like the Stars were on top, and then all of a sudden from the 7th over onwards it was all about the men in blue. But there was a twist at the end, and the men in blue fall short, and they are not able to go to the top of the table. That's what a victory would have seen them do. This man, Shub Dev, he certainly did his bit, scoring a magnificent 52 of 30 balls.
Yeah.
That one bouncing back, going over the ropes. Well, there was a chance that went down, and you thought, well, how costly was that going to be? And in the end, the rock star there doing his bit.
What a celebration. I'm loving it. And look, you've got to hand it to the 11 Stars. I mean, they lost. They conceded 191 runs in their last match to the Catalunya Tigers and lost that match by 124 runs. And looked like they might never get their first win in the series, but they've come straight back. And men in blue, well, they've been in good form. They'd won 4 out of their last 5 matches previous to this one. And although there are a few thrills and spills in the field, ultimately, men in blue just kept losing wickets. Look at this one. Oh, what a feeling. And he was up in the sky, and he couldn't believe it when he looked, and there it is. I can't believe it. And Zubair Ahmed, again, a lot of fans enjoying his celebration. Says, Deb, he just had such composure for so long, but come the last moment, went for the big shot. Well, the money man, we saw him get one away. And at this stage, you just felt the men in blue were doing enough to stay in the contest. There were a few wides as well, which aided their score. But then Tanvir came into the attack, and it was Zubair again with his second catch of the innings. And towards the end of the game, we saw that Asif Mahmood had a few issues with the spin of the ball in the outfield. Deb, Does a beautiful shot over cover as well. But then this is the moment which turned the game, you'd have to say. And the captain stood up this time, as if Mahmood taking an important catch. And then from there, it was the Tanveer Shah show. He was putting some sort of mystery spin on the ball. And the man with magnificent hair, Atul Kaisar, he wasn't able to make contact in a couple of attempts. And there was the lower order of men in blue who were put into an uncomfortable situation. Ultimately, they wouldn't score again. And in this cliffhanger match 66, the 11 Stars win by 4 runs.
Yeah, what a great bit of bowling that was there at the end from Tanveer Shah, taking 4 wickets for 17. But most importantly, what a brilliant last day, man. What a game we got coming up here. You've seen that in the fancy dashboard. Catalonia Tigers. Well, I tell you what, they're another team as well as the Stars that will be happy with that result. That means that they now have the opportunity, if they can win the 2 games they got today, to be clear top of that group. Well, they've got to do it the hard way. The men in blue, they want to bounce back. They're very much unchanged going into that game. But you know what? The Tigers batting first. Yasir Ali, Mustansar Iqbal. They've also, haven't got the Big Mac, but they've got Saqib Latif there as well. And then they've also got Razakar Ali. It's going to be a tough game for them to come back in.
Yeah, and look, they have to pick themselves up, the men in blue. They'll be really disappointed to be so close to winning that match, but they've gone down. But they're going to come back not too far away in about 15 minutes. That match will start. And please join us on the European Cricket Network for the second match of 5 today. But yeah, they're going to have to tame a couple of Tigers at the top of the order if they're going to be in that match. But they do have the good bowling of Boraka at the front end of the innings. So it's going to be a very interesting start to match 67. So don't miss the start of it. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to bring you into the second match today. But this is Vinny Sandhu along with Rico Full saying we hope you're enjoying the cricket so far. There's plenty more action to come. This is European Cricket Network and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network. It's almost time for the toss for match 67 on the calendar. It's the Catalonia Tigers playing their first match today. They'll play Men in Blue, who of course we saw in the first match, and the two captains are with the match referee.
X is the goal. And game is it. So Tigers you won the toss. Yeah, we will bat first. Tigers have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you go, Gulam Sawa. He's been pretty good with the tosses. He's won this one. He had no hesitation in electing to bat first, and they have a couple of threats at the top of the order. You'd have to say Yasser Ali and Mustansa Iqbal. They've both scored centuries these series, and the money man, Abhishek Borika, he'll have his hands full, but he could get these early breakthroughs. If he does, then it will be game on. So Tigers batting first. Also watch out for them, Razakat Ali. He's coming off a fifer. He took 5 for 7 against the 11 starters. It's the only 5-wicket haul in the series so far. Well, Men in Blue, we've seen how threatening they can be, and they do have 4 wins in the series prior to today. So they will be very keen to knock off their Tigers and keep their hopes alive of reaching the second round. It's over to you in the box, Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Maxi. Yes, and well, after that result, with the Men in Blue going down and unable to take top spot in this Group A table, well, that means that one of these two teams meeting here now, Catalonia Tigers versus the Men in Blue, one of them will take the advantage. Men in Blue will want to fight back after that defeat. They're a little bit disappointed, a little bit flat, but now they know the importance of picking themselves back up. And we're just seeing a lovely view of this ground there on the screens. It's absolutely beautiful here, and especially when the sun is shining as it is today. You can see the setup there, the marquees there. So the bigger marquee, that's where the food and catering people are. So the likes of Javier and Sarah doing a fantastic job. Then you got the tent in the middle there. So that's where you got the European Cricket Network team there. So the likes of Medadaub and Sam Williams, Andy Howe, Stephen Gooch, Sharad Brumbat, Barry Eaton, all these guys doing a fantastic job behind the scenes to bring this to you. And of course have to mention the team that are doing the production team. So our partners there, Spring Productions, and talking about the production team, just seeing there they're putting that fantasy board up there for you once more. And this is going to be interesting because the Tigers, well, they don't show any mercy. We know what they did in their last match against XL Stars. Yasser Ali, 116 he scored, took one bowler apart. Ali Ahmed, the unfortunate bowler, went for 39 off 1 over. Yasser went to town on him. You also got Mustansa Iqbal, he's at the non-strikers end. He scored 50 in that game as well, and he's also one of the three batsmen that have scored a century in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Well, they've got it all to do though. The past is the past, is what happens here and now. So Yasser is on strike, and well, Abhishek Borika, can he come back strong? I don't think he was at his brilliant best in that first game. He bowled his 2 overs for 17, didn't take a wicket. The second over, I think he was a little bit too much down the leg side, so he'll be looking to come back strong. The umpires in this game, see there, that is Rauf Zaman, and Nilkesh Patel is at square leg. Yes, they're just checking his guard. Now this is all about the character also of the Men in Blue. Disappointing defeats, they've got to pick themselves up and come back strong. If they can get the good result here, it keeps this group very much alive and keeps them very much in it. In comes Borika to Ali. Starts with a gem. That's what we know he can do, and that's a beauty. And if you're beating a batsman of the ability of Yasser Ali in that sort of situation, then you know you've got quality. Great bit of bowling. So Ali, he knows what he's up against here. Here comes Borika. Dot ball, so it starts with 2 dots. See there, Deb just getting the ball to Borika. Just a little bit down on the legs there, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. This is what Borika doesn't want to do. That's where he's been losing it for me today. Just been straying down the leg side, and against good batsmen, well, they're going to look to exploit your weakness. And yes, there. It's at 2 dot balls first up, and the third one, he sees the opportunity, puts it away. It's with minimum effort, 4 runs, the first runs for the Tigers in this match, and the first boundary as well. Well bowled, and it's good running, good backing up. So Iqbal, there goes on strike. Now, Iqbal, he's an interesting character. He's sort of has got a little switch that he occasionally presses now and again. Every so often he's very correct, and then he presses this switch and he goes into launch mode, but he tries to launch everything, sometimes picks the wrong ball. It's well played, so he's not in launch mode quite yet. And well, the problem is for the fielding side is when he presses that switch and it stays switched on and gets stuck, he causes a lot of damage, and that's exactly what he did when he scored that blistering 100 earlier on in the series. He was the first man to score 100. Borika to Yasir. Is there a little bit of bat on that? You'll probably see it again, and Borika smiling back at the umpire. The umpire shakes his head at the end of the day. We'll just see this again. Yeah, there was bat on it. A very, very good call. I did think I heard something here. So, end of the over. Score is 6 without loss. And it's a good point to welcome back Mr. Maximo.
Thank you, Rico. It's nice to be here. And good morning to all of our viewers. I see that Ali Jr. has just come into the chat. And that's wonderful. Everyone's welcome in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Whether you're watching on Pancode in India, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, it's great to have you on the European Cricket Network today. Here we are on the second match of 5. It's going to be Karupasamy Soundarapanian to bowl the second over. Starts with a wide. But yeah, Rico, fascinating, isn't it? A couple of dangerous Tigers out of the cage here, aren't there? Yasir Ali and Mustansir Iqbal. And we saw Borika. They were keeping quiet, but wasn't able to get a wicket in the first over, and they would love to see one or both, ideally, of these batsmen back in the pavilion and try and open up the middle order of the Tigers, but it's not going to be easy. Here's Soundarapanian. It's a short and cut away, and a nice piece of fielding in that short third man position.
Yeah, that was just blinding, wasn't it? And we're not talking about his shoes here. Good bit of fielding, good stop, yeah, keeps it to 1.
Sudashana with the gold shoes. Well, they gave him magic powers that time. We often see some of the fielders hidden behind the wicket, I think, and he's showing an ability to get down and cut that ball off low to the ground. So, saving 3 runs for his team. It's Yasir Ali on strike now. He's reaching, and it's going to be called another wide. So, look, no one likes to see wides, but I think against these two, if you get 2 straight, if you get 2 leg stump, then you're going to have some problems, because we've seen them hitting straight and hitting over the leg side. So I think these pair, although they're fairly strong all around the wicket, it's a good idea to have a plan, and Soundarapanian obviously trying to keep it outside off to Yasir Ali. This time he beats him, and also too quick for the keeper. Got him on the end of the fingers. Soundarapanian bending his back.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, I think you've got it in one there, Vinny. It's all about keeping the ball outside the off stump, getting Yasir playing that shot, hopefully get a miscue from him, because they know anything into him that's full, anything on the legs is going to disappear. You've got 2 batsmen in here that have both scored hundreds in this series. Yasir was the last 2, the only other man to score a century, and he scored 2. We'll come back to him in a minute.
He starts off the end of the bat. Sudashana's going to have to try again, but to his left. He wasn't quite able to make it. That's going to run all the way. 4 runs right off the toe of the bat. Cuatro carreras for Yasser Ali.
See, cuatro carreras, and he's a little bit unfortunate, the bowler there. He would have expected the fielder to make that stop, but this time it eludes him and the ball does go to the boundary. Yeah, so the other batsman that scored 2 centuries he scored, and that's Govinda Bajwa. And of course, not only did he score 1 century, he scored 101. He also went on to turn the century to 150, 156 he finished on 45 balls. And that's a world record score.
Next one's a bit shorter and with a bit more ease this time. It's cut away. The chase is on. Sidashana. Hopefully he's paid overtime for this over. And a bit messy trying to flick the ball to his fielding companion. But in the end, they come back for a second run. But at least he was able to chase that one down. And his gold shoes. He's getting good mileage out of him, Rico.
Yeah, I don't think that was picked up on there. I think his foot just went on the rope there. And he's lucky. That should have been 4 runs.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't aware of the rule, or perhaps someone just missed that one. But you can't trust those gold shoes. You can't trust your perception at this altitude. But yeah, that was definitely one. Hopefully it doesn't come down to a couple of runs in this match. But regardless, it's been a good start by Men in Blue. And these two just showing as well early on this pitch, and the first match of the day, it's not that easy to find your touch immediately. So Andrew Panion's been pretty good, keeping it on the off stump. He's got one more ball though. You have to close out this over. We've seen some giant power plays from the Tigers, haven't we? But this one's under control at the moment. Just over and over to go. Of course, they scored 191 in their last appearance. This time it's edged, and Sudashani is going to have to chase another one. I think this one will run all the way to the boundary. So another edge, another 4, and Sandra Pandian, well, he's questioning his life decisions to become a bowler because he had absolutely no luck there. It was a pretty good over, but he finishes without a wicket. It's the end of 2, 19 for no loss.
Yeah, he's unlucky. There's a couple that have found the edge of the bat and gone through all the way for 4 runs. So yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. And then other times, as we've seen, you get a slice of luck. The ball hit back at you like a bullet. It sticks. You take the catch and then everything goes your way and you're all smiles. But not so far. No doubt he will come back, I think, to bowl. He's second straight away, as is Sabishak Morika. And he just, well, he'll know he's bowling to the big man here now, but he's got to keep the ball outside the off stump. He's got a beautiful shape when he bowls that one. Comes in and moves away.
Oh,
and there it is. That's the one we're talking about. On the money, and we should be excited, Vinny. That's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, the money man. And he comes up with a big wicket. And he hasn't quite produced his best this morning. This one is a peach. Put it in the book. This one pitched on middle, just moved away. And Iqbal, he thought he had it covered. He got on the front foot. He followed it, but he couldn't find it. And the first wicket goes down for the Tigers.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about. When you've got that, and if you can get it right, you're going to get many, many good batsmen out. And that just goes to show, I mean, Mustansa Iqbal, he's been in good form, hasn't he? He scored a stack loads of runs, but he couldn't deal with that. You see, he also came down the wicket a fair bit. Didn't charge him by no means, just keeping his shape, coming down, looking to flick that away. But the movement in that ball did enough, beats a batsman and goes on to hit the off stump. Beautiful bowling. Well, if you can get that one first up to the new batsman, Saqib Latif.
Another edge, and Sidashana leads in the game again. There's gold shoes. Might have some advertising on them before the end of the game. He's getting a lot of airtime, but yeah, well, Baraka now, he's got 4 balls left. He has to make them count, and well, if he could remove Yasser Ali, a whole different ball game. Men in Blue, of course, so disappointed to lose the last match by only 4 runs. And they've got an opportunity to settle a score against the Tigers as well. Here's Baraka to Ali. What a matchup. This one doesn't really shape, and worked off the pads by Yasser Ali. No run. Last time these two teams met, it was match 24 back on day 4, and it was Catalunya Tigers 135 defeating Men in Blue 91. So you can see there were 40 runs between the two teams on the last time they met. But if you can get the top order, and especially with no Muhammad Amgan Khan in the lineup this morning for the Tigers, the men in blue will fancy the chances. Here's Borika. This is well bowled, but played carefully by Yasser Ali, and no run in the end. And you can see Yasser Ali, he just knows as a batsman as well that Borika poses a threat, and batting with his usual aggression, he's being a little bit more careful because he knows, well, Borika can only bowl 2 more balls now. Thanks to Alan for his lovely comment, saying he's loving the commentating, joyful and humorous as well as informative. There you go, we're a triple threat, Rico. Here's Abhishek Borika. Oh, this one's beating him all ends up. Oof.
He is so lucky, Yasser Ali. That one almost did him. Just watch this. Clever bowling.
Yeah, getting the ball to talk. Look at this swing. It's a perfect outswing in Borika. All the emotion. He knows each ball that disappears, he's not going to get it back. He's not going to get that one back.
And you can see what the bowlers, the batsmen are trying to do there. Mustansa trying to come out and meet the ball before it starts to swing away.
Yeah.
He missed out, and Yasser Ali missing out there. He's so lucky to be there. He could be sitting there with Mustansa back in the dugout.
Last ball for Borika. It's driven away. In fact, this will go all the way for 4, so it's a nice shot. He was tested, Yasser Ali, but he was equal to the task. This last one slightly over pitched outside the off stump. Borika goes for a boundary, but nonetheless, it was a very, very good over from the money man. That will end it. At the end of the power play, it's 24 for 3. Sorry, 24 for 1 at the end of 3 overs.
See, कितना सोना शॉट सीगा, बहुत सोनी टाइमिंग सीगी, पर कितनी अच्छी बॉलिंग. अभिषेक बोरिका 2 ओवर पूरे हो गया. 11 runs, and that's very good with 1 wicket as well. And you just saw the quality there of Yasser as well. You saw him beaten with the ball coming into him and shaping away. And then knowing what the next delivery was going to do and where it was going to be, he anticipated it and then just played a very classy shot there through the infield out towards extra cover. Anyway, Kalagatlia now coming on. He's had a mixed bag. He's bowled very well and then also given a lot of runs away. He's just got to make sure he keeps the ball in the right areas.
See him just shape the ball into the right-hander or down the leg side. But this time, he's been getting some bat on it. Saqib Latif. And another single for him. This is the flashpoint in the game for me, I think. Rico, you're going to have Kalagatli. He's just going to be not too quick and just shaping the ball into Yasser Ali. And even with 5 outfielders back now, I think Yasser Ali might go after him, and let's see if he gets away with it. This one's again down the leg side. It's going to find one of the outfielders, and I do have 3 men out on the leg side. In addition to that, they've got a fine leg in the circle. Still 5 men out on the offside. It's an interesting field for me with Kalagatla typically swinging the ball into the right-hander. Here he is now bowling to Latif. Well, this off the back of the bat should be caught, and it's not. And Siddhishana, well, might have the gold shoes, but he didn't have golden hands on that occasion. This one, they're not going to give you too many chances, the Tigers. Well, he's done some good things in the field, Siddhishana. This is one he'll be very disappointed about.
Very much indeed. I mean, they don't come any easier than that. I mean, we've seen some drop, but they're usually difficult. That was very easy, and, well, he's been moved from that position now. I don't know if that's always wise.
This time, Yasser's after him. And they're going to make him pay the Tigers. This one's all the way over long on, over his head. Maximo, 6 runs to Yasser Ali.
Yeah, just watch this, just waiting for it. Uses his feet well, and you see that the uplift there, using his hands, controlling the bat, lifting it over the top. And though there is a fielder on the boundary here, no chance, 6 runs.
We said Yasser Ali, you're going to be up the ante, and he sure did. And he does it again. This is very, very high. It's going to go all the way. Yasser Ali back-to-back Maximos. And watch out, the Tigers are away.
Yeah, you talk about letting him out the cage with Yasser Ali. He's out. And, well, he's going to do his best to see if they can play more shots like that and escape with victory here. And escape to the top of the table. Well, the bowler is going to change his line a little bit. Kalagatlia, see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think he's got to get it outside the off stump and at least make him play a different shot. This isn't big appeal, but it's going to be very difficult to get an LBW from that angle. Even though he does move the ball left to right on your screen, he's going to have to pitch in line with the stumps. You see this one pitching well outside, even though that could well have hit the stumps. It's all irrelevant, and he realises it, just remembering the rules at the end of the appeal. But, well, a bit of punishment from in that over. There were 15 off it. After 4 overs, it's 39 for 1. Just reminded everyone, of course, we're coming to you Monday to Friday at the moment from Barcelona. But we have the Super Sunday coming up as well. We have 5 games this Sunday, starting at the regular time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, it's 1 p.m. in India. And you're going to have the 3 playoff matches followed by 2 rescheduled matches that were washed out on Monday. So it's great. We're going to have a full day's cricket for you on Sunday, a bit of a bonus for you guys. So make sure that you tune in on Sunday. That last match will be under lights. So a bit of a late start. That one's starting at 5:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 p.m. Central European time, and 11 p.m. in India. Here's Sachin Sudarshana. He put down the catch in the last over. And starts with a single, so he'll be wanting to atone for his error in the last over. Well, Sachin and the Tigers, well, I'll be thinking about putting the foot down. I think tick under 10 and over at the moment. Here's Sudarshana. Well, he's going to try. I don't think this has got the distance, or does it? Oh, it just gets over Ramkranthi for 6. And it was a good effort from that man. It looked like a very poor connection from Yasser Ali. It was up towards the splice of the bat. And the fielder, well, he took a step or 2 in. You can't blame him because it looked like it wasn't going to make the distance. But then it found a second wind, and in the end, there was nothing that Kranthi could do about it. So 6 more runs. Yasser Ali's riding his luck at the moment. And Sudarshana, he'd love for his luck to change. And this time, a wild swing by Yasser Ali, uncharacteristically losing his composure. That one's going to beat the keeper as well. By conceded, but the men in blue, they're out and about here in match 67, especially after losing that first match by only 4 runs. Sudarshana. In he comes again. This is lifted up by Latif beautifully over mid-wicket. He just timed that one, and it had the distance. Maximo, his first. And the Tigers rolling along. That brings up their 50 in the 5th over. So Latif, we've seen him provide some useful contributions for the Tigers during this tournament. Out there batting with his regular Catalan UCC teammate Yasser Ali. Good to have some more YouTube comments. I'll come back to them in a minute. Here's Sudarshana. This time it's back over. Point is sliced away and there's no one back there. It'll be 4 more. Saqib Latif just going with that one. It was outside the off stump and that's where he put it. That's where it had to go. Again, the Tigers getting these boundaries and the score rolling along. The rates getting lifted. And Jesus saying that he's enjoying watching this tournament. And that part of the reason is all to do with the commentary, and that's very nice of you to say, Jesus. And all the members helping cricket in Europe develop it. And that he loves us and keeps it up, telling us to keep it up. Doing an amazing job. Well, that's true for everyone working on this tournament, I would have to say, as we see the next. Well, I tell you what, Saqib Latif is very shocked. And I tell you what, Yasser Ali, he can count to 6 because he knew when he wanted to be facing the next over. So, I don't know. That's selfish or smart, Rico, but that's the end of the over. And at the end of that one, it's 57 for 1. Yeah, and just to finish my point to Jesus, I just like to acknowledge the contributions of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, and also all the teams and the players and all the organisers behind the scenes for all their work in making this tournament happen. It's been an exciting adventure that keeps growing, and it's great that more and more people are tuning in and recognising what's happening, and there's a lot of potential to develop the game in Europe, and it's just so fantastic that people all around the world, not just in Europe, but of course all across Asia and many continents, are tuning in for what is an outstanding day's entertainment for free as well on YouTube or on Fancode in India. And yeah, you won't find this kind of cricket anywhere else, as I always say. Here's Kalagatla back for his 2nd over. And this one's dispatched. There's a little bit of length outside of stump, and Yasser Ali, well, he said, I want to be down this end, and you can see why. Rico, 6 more runs to the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, good start. I mean, at the halfway point, 57 for 1, but of course, they are now high and flying, aren't they? So, well, I think, see this delivery, didn't quite time that. It just gets a single. Yeah, I mean, if these two stay in, you can just see that racing to, I don't know, 120, 130.
Yeah.
And, well, they need to break this partnership. The man they would like to get is at the non-strikers end at the moment, Yasser Ali. He's going to be the prize wicket. But you know what? As you've seen, Latif, he can hit the ball pretty hard himself.
This one again, it's not going to quite have the power to get to the fielder on the full. Ramkranti's down there. And another run is scored. But yeah, you're exactly right, Rico. These two, they're going to have a lot to do with the final total. And Shanky, you see, he's not the quickest bowler. It's all about his accuracy and his execution of his bowling plan. He's keeping it outside off stump, I think. He does this time, provides a chance. And in fact, it's just going to go over Rinku Sehol. He thought about jumping and then realised, well, my feet are firmly stuck to the ground. You see this, he was getting ready to time his jump, but I think he realised at the last moment it was going to get over him. Thought for a second he was in the right spot. And Rinku, I do like to watch him in the field. Provide some entertaining moments for the men in blue, but that's the hot zone down there today, isn't it, Rico? Short third man.
Certainly is. That was the perfect lob, wasn't it?
This is Latif on strike this time. It's going to be wildly down the leg side. Has good wicket keeping that time and good footwork from Jathan, because we've seen those go for extras today. Got here's a good question. Nazmul Hussain, Maximo, who are you? It's a very deep question as well. Who is anyone, really? Yeah, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full in the chair today for European cricket. Latif, next one. Swings across the line. And well, there's a slight fumble. They'll just get a single. Anyway, if you have anything specific you'd like to ask about me, I would love to answer. We've got Prince Daman saying good morning, commentator, as well. Great to have the Prince in the chat, isn't it, Rico?
Certainly is. Good morning. You had a good day yesterday, the Prince.
He's commenting that Yasser is an outstanding batsman, and few would disagree with that. Here he is again. This time it's a little bit more power than style from him, but he will get it down the ground for a single. That ends this 6th over. And after 6, it's 69 for 1. Probably a good time, Rico, to do my 6 over check-in. You know, I like to do this. Oh, well, they're 69 after 6, and look, I would normally start with 10 and over. That would get them to 109, but I think with these guys, they'll be looking more like probably 14 or 15 and over, to be honest. And they could even get a magic over along the way. So as long as they keep these wickets in hand, I can see them getting something like 60 off this last 4, which would take them to 129. So probably something in the range of 125 to 135 is where I feel that this innings will end up. But what I will say, if they can remove Yasser Ali and or Saqib, then that could dramatically halt the scoring, and they might end up with something more like 110. So that's my little prediction at the end of 6 overs. But again, Atul Kaisa, he's going to bowl, and he's in the team for more than just his hair, I'm telling you. He's quite a clever bowler. Oh, and this one, the keeper was back. It was a quicker ball, and on the charge was Yasser Ali. We've just seen him lose a little bit of his timing. I think it would be unfair to say that. Kaisa. So Ali dances in front of the off stump to hit on the leg, and that's exactly what happens. There's some thoughts about it too. There's a slight fumble down there on the boundary, but they won't get back. And yeah, Latif is very capable, so there's no need for some crazy strike farming at this stage. You've got your number 3 batsman there, Latif. He's been hitting the ball pretty well. Let's move along to 16. This is short. It's gone very high. I think it's going to land safely. Kranthi, he's been in the game as well. And Latif, well, again, he's riding his luck as well. He was dropped by Sudashana early. It was an absolute dolly. This time, finding the ground safely. But Yasser Ali, well, you do think he's going to go both barrels. Running out of balls in this innings. This time he's missed it, and it's going to be called a wide. I'm not so sure about that call. We'll have to see how wide it is. Because he did take a step outside the off stump, which does kind of move the line. We'll see this from front on. Maybe it was still a wide, actually. The umpire has to make a judgment call on that. I think that was a good decision in the end. Have to be re-bowled. This time he goes. It's in the air, and it's dropped by Deb. And he doesn't drop too many. Shubdeep Deb. This was a chance, and he's disappointed. He sets very high standards for himself in the field, but Shubdeep puts down Yasser Ali.
Yeah, you know what? That's unfortunate because that was going to plan. They're keeping this ball deliberately outside the line of the off stump.
Well, this one's gone over the top. Rico's taking cover. Don't take your eyes off the game. Maximo and Saqib Latif. Well, he's riding his luck, and he gets 6 over mid-off. So Tigers putting the foot down in the 7th over.
Yeah.
Kesar's feeling the pain. And how you doing, Rico? I'll check in with you in a second because you were sent scrambling. Oh, and it's taken. And
No.
I think he may have just stepped on the line.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. And well, you see here, well, we'll see this again in the replay. Geez, you can't take your eyes off it for a second. It was Kalagatla. He thought he had more room. He took it. He just didn't land. He started losing his balance. Oh no. He's out, actually.
Wow.
So we've got it. Well, it's totally confused us. I thought he had plenty of room, but his reaction, he just threw it away as if he was upset with himself. So, well, game 67. Finally got something wrong, but it looked for all money like he might have stepped on the line.
Well, that was the strangest stuff. Well, you couldn't even call that a celebration. He takes a catch, he takes a couple of steps back, then he's shaking his hand and throwing the ball into the ground. I'm thinking, well, we're thinking he's gone over the rope, though it didn't look like he did, and then he certainly didn't. But
And
watch this.
and the fielder in the background said, said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And I just misread the reaction from Tiwari out there at deep point. Well, there you go. So there's the wicket. It was held in the end, and it's Latif. Well, his luck finally ran out. Although I do think he should probably go buy a lottery ticket. End of the over. So 79 for 2. Good over by Kesar, including the Maximo, but he only went for 10. So we talked about how the wicket could reduce the final score, but Yasser Ali's the man they want now. It's going to be Sachin Sudarshana to bowl. He comes now to Yasser Ali. This is well bowled. It's pitched up and whipped away, and Ali now is probably going to try and face as many of these final 17 deliveries as possible, as we see the new batsman, it's Shazib Akram, who will keep wickets for the Tigers. He's come to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, I think Yasser is. He's been tied down. They've bowled well to him. They've kept him outside the off stump. That's why he's giving chances. But he's waiting to cut loose, isn't he?
Well, he's on 49, looking to go to 50, and he's going to do it with a single in the end. So well batted to Yasser Ali. He scores another half century, and that one coming up off 29 balls. He's batted very well. And like you say, hasn't been his most fluent innings, but he's just stayed there and guided Tigers already to what's a fairly competitive total. Akram, he'll have his role to play at the back end of this innings for the Tigers. He starts straight at the fielder, but I think they'll get a run. I'm sure they'll just settle for one. The dangerous Yasser Ali back on strike.
Yeah, Ali, just showing the good form he's in. He was in 20s and 30s a lot before he scored that 116, remember, against the Stars. And then today he's followed it up with a 50. But you're right, he's not been at his most fluent. They have bowled well to him.
Halfway through this over, Sudarshana. Yasser, well, he's going to get the fancy tricks out, and he does. Just stepping away outside off stump. He made up his mind before the ball was bowled. That's where it was going, and he was able to do it. We saw him play that shot the other day at the end of the world record over that went for 39.
You mean the one you were having kittens on?
Oh, that one, couldn't believe it.
That's what that reminded me of.
Needed a boundary for the record, and he's got cute on me. But he's done it well on that occasion, and he knows they've got this tactic to them, trying to keep it outside the off stump. So that's one thing you can do. Clever footwork, manipulating the line of the bowler. This time he comes straight at him, and it's hit firmly. It's the money man Borika out long off who will do the fielding. And we've got some Punjab Warriors in the chat saying good morning to us. Well, good morning. And Warriors, one of the most popular teams we've seen.
Sat Sri Akal, chicos. ¿Cómo estás?
Sat Sri Akal, and welcome to the telecast. We look forward to seeing you in action before too long as well. Sure to see you back next week. The Warriors, the Turbinator, Tejpal Singh, my favourite player. Everyone's got their favourite Warrior. But look forward to seeing you playing some more games in the ECS. His time down the wicket is Akram. They'll get one. Some thoughts about a second again. It's good fielding to restrict it just to one, because that means Akram will have the strike. It is the end of the over, 87 for 2. And I was talking, wasn't I, at my 6-over check-in about, you know, they'll be looking for 14 or 15 and over, but over 7 went for 10, and over 8 went for only 8. So doing pretty well at this stage, and look, even if they get, let's say, 15 each off the last 2 overs, which I'd say is very possible, especially with Ali at the crease, they can end up with something like 117. And look, it won't be an easy chase for the men in blue, but they'll be on a mission, that's for sure.
And just got to be careful here. This is that 9th over. It all happens in the 9th. And, well, Kazar is going to be the bowler, and he's bowling to Ali. No, he's not. He's not bowling to Yasir. Does he start with the wide? No, that's a dot ball, so he started well.
Wow.
So Akram is the player on strike. You would think he just wants to get a bat onto ball and get Ali down that end.
Yeah, Kesar with the ball in hand. This one doesn't bounce much at all, and definitely a chance for a run out. Definitely, if he'd gone to the bowlers, then he had a chance, but I can see what he was trying to do, Deb. He thought, well, I'm going to try and get the danger man, Yasser Ali. He didn't quite have the power on the throw. In the end, it didn't bounce. It was well played away, straight at the fielder. But it just shows you, if you both go straight away, and the runs are there, the Punjab Warriors saying they're waiting for their match, which is good. Yeah, we'll see them next week, and let's look at the fixtures. I can probably find the next match. They will play on Monday in match 79, the 4th match against Badalona Shaheen. So we look forward to seeing you then, Punjab Warriors. Jesus is keen as well. He's a big Warriors fan. This one's dead backwards from Yasser. And Kesar pushing it through. And again, Yasser Ali made up his mind. He was just going to use the pace. Again, clever batting. 4 runs, and Ali Jr. said, just got back. I see no fireworks, let's go. Well, I don't know if that counts as a firework or not, but definitely something smouldering for Yasser Ali.
Yeah, classy shot, just showing his talents there. He knows that they're targeting that outside off stump area. The trap has been set for him there on the offside, so he's just using his skills to play these cheeky little shots. There he is again, right outside off stump, forcing the bowler, Kesar, to try and go wider.
Yep, so that one, again, Kesar, he forced the ball wide up, was too wide. It's Gagandeep Singh from the Warriors, who's in the chat. Oh, it's great to have you, Gagandeep Singh, with us. So Yasser shapes to offside, and it will be called a wide in the end. Plus they get an extra, they do want another one, but there could be trouble. Oh, that was very close, but I think the batsman just got back, so it'll be a wide +1. You might see a replay of this from, we'll see this one straight away. We might see it from side on as well. You can see that what they're thinking, that Yasser, they want him back on strike, and they realise, well, maybe this isn't a good idea. And yeah, good decision from the umpire that time. Again, we've seen a lot of good umpiring so far in this series. So, interesting now with still 3 balls left in the over. In fact, we're just checking how many balls left in this over, but it'll be 3 balls left in the over, in fact. This one's cut away nicely. Tiwari will cut it off down there, so they're going to settle for a single, and you can see the batsman just doing a conference before that ball, just discussing what their tactics are. A lot of it is about getting Yasser on strike. He's the established player, and Shazib is no slouch with the bat. They think that the more balls that Yasser Ali is able to face, the higher this score will be that the Tigers post. And this one is up, it was too short. It's going to get the treatment all the way over the fence. Maximo! And Ali, well, he gets one away here in the 9th.
Yeah, he's been struggling, hasn't he? But this time round, that was good from him, because what he didn't do, he didn't move outside the off stump where the bowler probably thought he was going to. So the bowler kept to the same line, and Yasser this time surprising him, staying still, waiting for it, and smashing it straight back over for 6 runs.
Yeah, it brings up the 100 as well for the Tigers. 102 with a ball to go in the 9th over. Now Rico, not a betting man. This will be a single. put my house on it. Oh, this is
You're
typical, isn't
you're
it?
homeless, mate. You're homeless.
Oh, look, it'll be a single. You watch. They're not going to come back for 2. You can see why. I don't bet. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Single to finish it. Well, he's going for the 6. Look, you can't really blame him at this stage of the innings. Only 7 balls left. But he will keep the strike after 9 overs. The Tigers are 103 for 2.
Yeah, and well, we were saying between 120 130. They're a few short of that at the moment, but it's still not out of their grasp. A couple of big hits here. And
Yeah.
just seeing who's going to come on to bowl this one.
A good inquiry. A good comment from Jesus, who says Kuldeep Lal and Bajra, dangerous opening pair in this tournament. Well, certainly we saw that. And we saw that if one of them fails, the other one can often go on with the job, and that's so important. It's kind of what we've seen from the Tigers as well with their opening partnership of Yasser Ali and Mustansir Iqbal. And Iqbal going cheaply today. But Yasser Ali's going on with it. Even like I said, he hasn't really found his best touch. But, I mean, it's no slouch. He's in 66, not out, so it's hard to argue with that. And it's going to be, Sandra Pandian's going to bowl the last over. Men in blue. First over went for 13. And this one's going to go for 6 of the best. So again, Yasser Ali, he said he might want the strike. And Maximo, watch out, he's into the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a line that he's going to receive here, there's going to be many going over the boundary here. He's got to change the line, got to change the length. Yes, here now. Well, the Tigers have got their tails wagging here.
I think he's going to try for 6 sixes. I can tell you that straight away. Sandra Pandian, what can he come back with? This is better. It was on the odd stump at least. And you think they might try for 2. And Akram's dropped his bat. And it's going to be difficult. So they're going to have to settle for 1 in the end. And like, even though, look, you do want the Yasser Ali on strike, but you've got your number 4 batsman there. So he should be capable as well of contributing. You don't need to throw away a wicket for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, just needs to get bat and ball. I mean, a swing and a miss and a dot, that just won't help. Yes, it will probably go anyway.
This is hit nicely down the ground. In fact, it'll bounce once and go for 4. So Akram getting it on the act towards the end of this innings.
Yeah, nice shot. He used his feet, turned that into a full toss. Good footwork, banks it straight over the bowler's head. So that's a nice stroke.
Yeah.
So good over so far, and the 120 certainly looking good here.
Yeah, 114 with 3 balls remaining. It's Akram on strike. It's just short and edged away. We've seen a lot of runs come in that area in this innings as well. So Sandra Pandian can't take a trick. 4 more. They moved up to 118 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, the bowler holding his head, thinking himself unlucky. Well, it was very wide. I think if the batsman missed it, it was definitely going to be called a wide ball. So,
Ali Jr. asking, have we seen any 6 sixes in this event? Right? No, I don't think we have. I think we've had 5 sixes in an over. We have not had 6 sixes in an over. So I've seen it a couple of times on ECN before last year, but not so far in 2021. Anyway, 2 balls remain. Akram's the man on strike. He goes up. It's not going to carry. I'm sure they'll just take the single.
Yeah, but listen, 6 sixes gives you 36. We've had 39 of an over, right?
We have. Yeah, we have. There were 5 sixes and 2 fours in that over. And one of the balls was a no ball, so that's where your 39 come from.
Yeah, the man on strike was the one who did the damage.
He was, wasn't he? And he's going to face with 1 ball remaining. The score's 119 plus this ball. Sandra Pandian to Yasser Ali. And they're going to finish with 6 more. That'll take them up to 125 because Maximo Yasser Ali, he'll finish on 79 off 37 balls. And I tell you what, the Tigers, well, we know how dangerous they can be with the bat. They might have scored 191 yesterday. They didn't have it all their own way in this innings, but still, that total I mentioned was about possible. 125 to 135 is what I said at the 6 over mark. And after the very last ball innings, they reach 125. But just look back on the highlights. There were a few tests early. Questions were asked of the openers, Yasser Ali and Mustansir Iqbal. Borica in particular looked dangerous, as he always does. Sudashana, well, he was in a bit of bother there. It's third man on a couple of occasions. There he was after it again. Tell you what, he's got his 10,000 steps in already today, I think. But then Borica came up with a peach. The dangerous Mustansir Iqbal was removed. just good bowling, you have to say. And he had Yasser Ali in trouble as well. Couldn't believe it. And Ali, well, he would go on to make them pay.
Yeah, playing some lovely shots, beautiful timing. When the balls, I mean, I have to say, I credit to the men in blue because they are going to be chasing 126 to win this game. It could have been a lot more. It was only through a lot of intelligent bowling to Yasser Ali, keeping the ball out of his strike zone, if you like, which contained him. Otherwise, he would have been chasing probably another 20, 25 more runs. But in the end there, you knew that the big overs were going to come. They left it till late, has to be said. But after the 8th over, the 9th and the 10th were the ones that they really did push the accelerator. And that catch going down there didn't cost them too many in the end. Latif did go eventually to a very unusual celebration, which had everybody wondering what was going on.
Yeah, you can see here, Yasser Ali toward the end of the innings trying to get on strike. And he was pretty dangerous in the end. He finished with 7 Maximos in his score of 79 off 37 balls, batting through the 10 overs, scoring a tick over 2 runs a ball. The men in blue couldn't quite chase down 104 in the last game. They have to chase a few more. They'll need 126 against the Catalunya Tigers. But what I will say is the men in blue batting unit, they are capable. We'll have Cully Gatler out there, I'm sure, coming off a duck. He'd be keen to make some big runs. And Jathan at the top of the order, Shubdeep Deb. And those top 3, they're going to have to bat well, but this isn't beyond them, I don't think, 126.
No, it's not. They've got to bounce back. And, you know, they struggled, didn't they, in that run chase? It got to 99, didn't they? And that was with Deb being called on the boundary by the captain of the team. Well, this time round, Cully Gatler, he has to make a good start. The openers have to get a good power play in. And I think if they can get to 40 plus in the power play, then it's definitely game on. And they, you know, keeping wickets in hand, they can go on and surprise the Tigers. The Tigers, I don't think their strength is in their bowling. That's why they need these big runs. I mean, we've seen some of their spinners being taken apart. Razak Ali the other day was in top form, taking 5 wickets. But on other days, he's gone for a lot of runs.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. And so it's all to play for. Match 67, huge match for these teams. Please rejoin us in about 10 minutes. We'll be taking you into the second innings of this match. It's the second match of 5 today on the European Cricket Network. So we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Buenos días. Vosotros estáis aquí en Campo de Montjuic. Es un campo olímpico por el Fancode European Cricket Series aquí en España, Barcelona. Y vale, eso es día 14 de partido 67. Y vale, es partido contra de dos equipos muy fuertes. The Men in Blue y ya batador. Y vale, necesita contra 126 carreras por victoria. So there you have it. Catalonia Tigers scoring 125 for 2, courtesy of a brilliant 79 of 37 from Yasir Ali, batting all the way through the innings. Didn't have it all his own way, but some good hitting towards the end. Helped his team to get to well, an average score for them, it has to be said, but it's still going to take some getting. And the Men in Blue will need a good start in doing so. Well, they had a little change in terms of reversing who's going to face the first ball. Kaligatla, remember, in that match against the Stars, who's the Stars won, getting them their first victory in this Fancode European Cricket Series. Congratulations to them, but the Men in Blue, they made a change here, so Kaligatla will be on the non-strikers end, and it will be Prasanna Jatan to face the first delivery, and it looks like it's going to be Mohammed Kashif. I will confirm that for you. Yep, it is. So Kashif will bowl the first. Very important that the Men in Blue get a good power play in. Good start. I think they need to be around about the 40 mark if they can. Those first 3 overs. And then allow themselves time and wickets in hand to attack some of the Catalonia Tiger spinners. Anyway, we're off. Kashif, first ball. Jatan playing it out to the offside. Gets a run straight away. Kaligatla opting not to face the first ball. Well, he has to face the second as the run is taken, and he is now on strike. He's got to just blank the first innings in that first match against the Stars out of his mind. He did play a decent shot, but caught on the boundary. Here we go. Chops this one down and finds the gap. The ball racing away. A fielder after it is Yasir Ali. Turns and throws, and he could be in trouble if it was a decent throw. Wicketkeeper for me was probably not in the best position either. See this again. Yasir. It was a good pick up and throw straight away. He didn't even look. And watch this. Well, I think he, in fairness there, looking at it again in the replay, would have got in. Mohammed Kashif. Once more, Kaligatla banging it down into the ground. Takes the single this time. So Jatan back on strike. Better start on the Men in Blue than the previous game. More positive. So important. Get off to a good start. And when you've got runs on the board and the likes of Shubdeb coming in to the crease makes all the difference. That's nicely played, and that's through the fielder there. Goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Fielding the body course kitty see, but timing बहुत अच्छी सी shot थी. देखो बहुत अच्छा shot. Fielder भले dive तो मारी, but चौका हो गया, 4 runs. And that's nicely played, and that's what they need. Keep taking these singles, the odd boundary here and there. A couple of magical overs, and hey presto, you could tame the Tigers. What's the reply going to be from Kashif? Strapping pads with that one, but going down the legs. But it is a dot ball. One more to come in the over. The Men in Blue 8 without loss. Prasanna Jatan would love to turn this ball into something. A boundary would be great. 12 or 14 off the first. It's just the start they need. Let's see. Oh dear, and he did go for it, but well, it's timber. The castle has been destroyed with that one straight through. He went for the big shot. Well, it would have looked good if he had managed to connect, and they did get a boundary, as I was saying. But risking your wicket, probably not the right call at that stage. So it is going to be 8 for 1 at the end of the first. So Shubdeb doesn't come in as early as he did in the last game. He comes in 5 balls later, but anyway, not the start men in blue wanted. They would not have wanted to lose a wicket early of one of these openers, but Jatan has gone. Kalagatla is still there. And the new bowler is going to be Amir Abbas. There's one thing that said before about the Tigers. They never show too many emotions, they never get too excited. They just go about their job in a very professional fashion. We'll just see this ball. That's going to be wide, very close to being a no ball. It's a wide ball, and for the sake of men in blue, we'll bring Mr. Maximo into his position quickly. Welcome back, sir.
I did it again, didn't I? I thought all the first 5 balls, and I said we haven't seen the stumps flying yet as I was coming back into the box, but yeah, we saw batsman dismissed, didn't we? Off the last ball of that over, so step to the crease though. This one, oh, it's very, very high. It's just going to pitch inside the field and run across the line. I think it'll be 4 runs in the end. We'll have a look at this one, the replay. It was very, very high. There's no one back there. If there was, might have been some trouble for the batsman, but get away with it. And men in blue, well, they need some boundaries and they need them fast. Looking at this total of 126 for victory. I'm going to use a bit of a 12 and over. 12 and a half and over, let's call it, benchmark for them in this chase, and they can't fall too far off the pace. This is well bowled though by Abbas. Bit of movement again, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, very well bowled. A little bit of bodika about this one. Didn't quite see the shape of the ball replay there, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to use this benchmark of basically every 2 overs they need 25, and that way that would take them to 125, which is what the Tigers scored. I don't want to fall too far off the pace. I'm sure the 2 batsmen out there will know that's what's required. This one, well, he's trying hard, but Kalagatla not making contact. And it's an interesting one, isn't it? The 2 men back, there's one at long on and there's one at deep point. So with that kind of a length ball, probably be trying to hit it on the leg side, to be honest. He's just giving himself a bit of room. And
yeah, he doesn't want to rush, does he? I mean, I hear what you're saying about every 2 overs and runs needed, but you don't want to rush. You want to take your time. You want to play each ball on merit.
And he does it this time, and he gets in good position, gets inside the ball, 4 runs, and they need him. Men in blue, handy runs for them. And Kalagatla, is that the boundary that's going to get his innings going?
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Quality. Got into position nicely. And yeah, just put it away. And that's what I'm talking about. Wait to see what the ball is going to be. Don't need to move around too much in your crease. Take the singles, play the bad balls, and then have a look at where you are in 5 overs time at the halfway point. And if you've got those wickets in hand, then you can make a decision how you're going to go about playing the next 5. They will get the shots, they will get the loose balls, they will get the extras. Keep taking the singles, and with Shubdeb there, well, he's going to be at the other end. Rapido.
Oh, this one's rapido off the bat. It's going to go all the way over the fence. 6 carreras máximo. And Kalagatla, that's a great shot over cover.
Yeah, and yeah, good example of what you got to do. You're seeing this one, not moving around, not trying to rush, not coming down the track, just waiting for it to come. Made himself a little bit of room and smashes that middle of the bat over the offside. That's where his strength is. And, well, this is the sort of batting we were looking forward to seeing that first match.
Yeah, well, he sort of missed out on a couple. He didn't miss out on that one. This time was almost off the wrong foot. It's squeezed away. This one, again, the chase is on. It could go all the way. Just pulled back inside the field of play, but they will get 2. So a pretty good over for the men in blue. And hey presto, what do you know? They're 25 off 2 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. And yeah, one thing I would say about when I make these kind of targets, they are mini targets, but I think it's also important not to be obsessed with taking unnecessary risks to keep on the rate. As long as you're somewhere around about, you need to be conscious of it. I think what you don't want in the first 5 overs, for example, is to just be kind of plodding along at about 8 and over, let's say. It's funny that we call that plodding along now, 8 and over. Then you're 40, and then you still need another, 85 off the last 5 overs, and suddenly you need 16 or 17 and over. So I don't think they have to get 25 every 2 overs, but they want to be somewhere around that mark. Otherwise, you're leaving yourself too much to do at the end of the innings. And so as long as you've got those wickets in hand, then that's something that you have to be conscious of. But you need to keep rolling along pretty close to the rate. And as well, you do often see some of the better bowlers in the first couple of overs as well. So you have to be conscious of the danger of them. Speaking of which, here's Mohammad Kashif. And Deb, well, I'm sure he was so disappointed to not quite get his team across the line in the last game. But he can make up for it here. It'd be a memorable match, a memorable chase for the men in blue if they were able to knock off these 126 against the Tigers.
Yeah, and it just keeps this Group A very much alive, because Catalonia Tigers, of course, if they were to slip up here, have the opportunity to bounce back. And see this delivery from Kashif. It's a nice one. Yeah, they'll have the opportunity to bounce back once more, because they do play again. So everything to play for in this group. It's going to be so tight, you know. And I think the other thing, of course, is that that net run rate. Well, that's what's separating the 3 top teams at the moment here, and that probably is going to be so decisive. So you've got to put in good performances as well.
Yeah, expert comments from you, Rico Full, in the box today. This is well bowled, and they'll get a run in the end.
Yeah, Shub was a little bit slower going. It almost slipped before he started there, but recovered well.
Yeah, that's what we saw from Men in Blue in the last game, and it was their running between the wickets that kept them in the game in the early stages. And you see, again, the batsman looking to score. And these two are very comfortable batting together. They've opened the batting together before as well, and they have a good understanding. So Kalagatla just rubbing his leg. We saw him struggling with a bit of an injury last week, so you wonder if that might be bothering him a little bit, but he's going to continue, of course. Deb's on strike now. This is well bowled, and getting a bit out of this pitch is Mohammad Kashif. And this is the point. We've only had 2 runs off this over. We had 1 dot at this stage, and Men in Blue, they won't want to take an unnecessary risk, but they would love a boundary from somewhere, whether it's from an edge or from anywhere. But Deb's the man on strike. Fascinating point of this game. Let us know what you think about it in the YouTube chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We welcome your questions and comments. That's a good ball again from Kashif and Deb. I think that's the right thing to do. We've seen batsmen throwing their innings away just because of the game situation, but if the ball's there and it was a good ball, there'll be opportunity to score later in this innings.
Here's a Kashif who won a big finish to his spell.
He's only given away 11 runs in this match when about double that's required from the batsman. He can be proud of his efforts. He has picked up the wicket, of course, of Chetan as well in there.
It'll be interesting to see what Kalagatla does here.
He goes for it. The fielder, I don't think he's going to make it. In fact, it's going to pitch just inside the field of play and go over the boundary for 4 runs. So cuatro carreras. And Yasser Ali, that was another teaser. He was up there for a while. And although he made good ground, he wasn't able to track it and pull it back before it reached the rope. So again, Kalagatla, he knew it was the last ball of the power play. He went for it. He got the boundary. 32 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot. He just waited for it, and it was all time. He didn't try and hit it too hard. He knew that Yasser Ali was there, but inside the 30-yard circle. And, well, he backed himself to time it well, middle it well. And, yeah, just bouncing a couple of times before it went over the rope here in front of us. So 4 runs, 4 valuable runs at the end of that over. And they've seen the back of Mohammad Kashif, so they'll be pleased. Kasif's taken the only wicket here so far.
Yes.
Now, this is a big call for me because this man, when he's on form, Dastagir, Ghulam Dastagir, he can really make things happen.
Yeah, he's going to come and bowl some of his left arm spin, and like you say, doesn't have a big margin of error. He's going to come and bowl to Shubdeep Deb. It's pitched well outside leg stump, and umpire very quick to turn that appeal down. And some very good umpiring so far this week, and we like to see, of course, developing local umpires. It's so good for the game domestically. Deb might be a bit upset that he missed out on that one. It was quite short. This time he goes for it, and he's got most of it. It's going all the way straight down the ground. Maximo, 6 runs to Deb.
Yeah, lovely shot. You see there going to the area where we got the flags lined up there, the European Cricket Network. Just see them coming into your picture there. That was a very nicely timed shot, and well, so far men in blue, they're not looking troubled, they're looking quite happy, quite content. Obviously this man in front of us here doing the fielding at the moment here, Yasir Ali, he'll have a big part to play in this match, no doubt, with these 2 overs.
This one's flatter, but it's gotten away on the offside, and the chase is on. It's going to beat the fielder to the boundary, so 4 more runs to Deb.
बहुत अच्छा टाइमिंग से देख लो इन्ना जोर देना उन्हीं मारी अपनी टाइमिंग करके अपनी पोजीशनिंग ठीक सी गैप दे बच गई कैप्टन गुलाम सारवा चेज करदा सी पर कोई चांस नहीं है चौका हो गया and this is good first 2 balls.
Well, again, it's going to be an interesting back half of this over from Dastagir. Westfield has a chance of taking a wicket as well. This time it's a bit quicker. It's actually wrapped him on the gloves. Deb, and he'll get a run for it though in the end, and sometimes after a couple of big shots the safest place to be is the other end. So he's getting a bit carried away, and at this point of the innings we mentioned they want to be around the 50 mark after 4 overs, and they're approaching that at the moment. It's Cutler Gatler's turn, and he charges and he gets it through the infield, although there is some cover back on the deep point boundary. So it'll be just the single. You get to scare. Well, what he does, he varies his pace, doesn't he, Rico? And that can just upset the batsman's timing. Here he comes for the last ball of this over. Push through again, and they'll settle for a single. And the men in blue, that takes things to 45 for 1 after 4. And just a reminder, of course, I know you're all enjoying the action in the European Cricket Series, and we've been coming to you Monday to Friday every day in Barcelona during the week. But we have a Super Sunday coming up, and we have 5 matches for you, starting with the ECL 21 playoff between Minaj and Lamunga. That's going to be a best of 3 series. The 3 matches will be played regardless. Now, that is a huge series because the winner of that playoff is going to be the Spanish representatives in the European Cricket League, which will start on the 31st of May, and that is the Champions League of cricket in Europe. And what's even better, as a bonus, we've got 2 more matches which were designed to be played on Monday, but unfortunately due to the weather they were abandoned. So it's nice that we can have matches 51 and 53 played on Sunday evening. So please join us for Super Sunday. Put it in your diary, put it in your phone, or wherever you keep your appointments. Have a date with us on Sunday in Barcelona.
Yes, Ali coming on, he's just adjusting his field, not liking the way it is at the moment. He wants his captain Ghulam Sawa a lot straighter.
This is important, the 2 overs from Ali. He's normally pretty tight with his quick off spinners. Let's see if he throws a few up. Well, he does, and he takes it. It's going to go aerial all the way straight down the ground. Bush, that's 6. Maximo, and Deb's after him.
Yes, and well, that's a nice warm welcome for Ali. He's loosener, if you like, goes straight over 6 runs, and that puts pressure on the bowler straight away. So Yasir Ali, he's got a fight on here.
Brings up the 50 for men in blue. Next one, he's going again, back to back Maximos. And Yasir Ali, we've seen him hit a few, but he's taking a few. First 2 balls have disappeared.
This is very, very good batting. He's taking charge here. But got to stay calm, Shubdev. I mean, that's 12 of 2 balls.
Yeah, so he does like to throw the odd one up and push the rest through. See what he comes back with. It's a lot quicker And Deb was surprised by that, missing out outside the off stump. But again, Ali'd be happy with something like 15 or 16 off his over. Don't necessarily have to go the big shot at this stage, but fascinating juncture in this game. This one he's going to go again. He's going to get away with it. It's going to be the captain, Sawa, who'll clean up just the single. And again, I don't think that's a bad spot for Shubdeep Deb to be at the non-striker's end. Again, you can get a bit carried away with these big shots. And 13 off this over. A couple of balls to go. I think Kalagutla will go after him.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
In the end, it wasn't quite there, so he just works away off the back foot. And again, that's intelligent batting from the men in blue. Just need to keep in touch with the rate, and they're right on it at the moment. So important that these two stay there. Both very capable with the bat. Last ball of the over. He'll be driven down the ground, just the single, so pretty good over for the men in blue. They score 15 of it after 5. It's 60 for 1.
Going along nicely. This is where it's all about the two batsmen doing, and this is nice to see. Look, touch of bats there, have a little word, and all they'll be saying to each other, look, nothing silly. Nothing silly is required here because they're playing the shots, playing them well. They're getting deliveries in areas where they like to play the shots, and they're taking the singles, and they're up with the rates. That there will be a magical over, and this will be interesting. So change straight away. They're not opting for Ghulam Dastgir to bowl his second. They're going to see if Razakat Ali, who's been bowling quite well, take a wicket. Now Razakat, all right, he took a fifer, but he did toss the ball up, didn't he? And well, no disrespect to the victims he got, but they were not of the same class or ability of these batsmen. I just get the feeling he tosses it up, that Shub Deb is going to come down the track and put it straight over his head. Let's see.
It's going to be a very interesting contest. And you see here the difference. Razakat Ali, he spins the ball out of his fingers like a leg spinner. That's right to left on your screen when the ball bounces, and that just creates an element of danger, because if you do come out of your crease, come down the wicket, then you risk being stumped if you miss the ball. Here's Razakat. Deb again. Just pushing for a single, just trying to keep the score moving. But you do feel Kalagutla will take up the challenge and at a flashpoint in this game. I wonder if they give a chance. If the Tigers can hold on, it could have a big impact on the trajectory. Can never say it, the trajectory of the game. But Razakat Ali, of course, the only fifer we've seen in the series was at his hands. Kalagutla's after him. And he gets him down the ground. Well, that one's between the flags. And 4 runs. So Kalagutla, very confident, getting down the wicket, eliminating the length. 4 more runs to the men in blue.
Yeah, he committed early, used his feet well, got to the pitch and hit it nice and straight in between the two fielders, the captain, Ram Sawar, and Yasir Ali. Ali's gone a little bit straighter.
After him again. It's a bit of a miss hit, but it's in the gap. It'll go between the two fielders out on the leg side, and 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Men in blue getting the boundaries.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate here. You saw him really reaching for that one, and because of that, wasn't able to get the full force of his body behind it. And Yasir, well, he moved from where he was to become straighter, and that one gone to where he previously was, so now he's sort of deciding, well, where should I stay?
2 balls remain this over. This is a bit shorter and cut away. Good fielding. Good throw.
He's in trouble.
No, I think he's all right in the end. Throw just took the keeper high and away from the stumps, and again, this is all backing up from Shubdeep. He was away from that non-striker's end very quickly. This is what happens when you put pressure on the field.
Great bit of cricket there. How about that? I mean, this is cricket, top quality.
He's off straight away. You can see he's just made it in the end. We'll see this from side on. The keeper just had to be taken away from the stumps, and I think he probably was home anyway, but that's the difference about confidently taking off straight away. It'll take a very, very good piece of fielding. Probably wouldn't have needed a direct hit from side on. Anyway, last ball of the over. Well, he's going to go for it, and I think he's going to get it all the way. Maximo, and a great finish to the over for the men in blue. That over going for 16. And after 6, they're 76 for 1.
Yeah, it's just super batting from these two. They're playing their shots, not afraid to do so. Okay, Kalagatla maybe did get a little bit lucky in the last one. Look at that, you're seeing the Tigers, the two experienced players, the captain and Yasser Ali, having a chat. What do we reckon? Who should bowl this? And Yasser probably thinking, well, maybe I'm not the one to. Maybe they're thinking they need to go back to a little bit of seam.
Yeah, and look, again, the kind of mini targets we talked about. Should have been 75 after 6, and they're 76. So they're staying just where they need to be. But that's all because it's these two batsmen doing the job. I think it won't be that easy for a new batsman to come in and keep going at this kind of a rate. It's going to be Asad Ali to bowl the 7th over for the Tigers. Left arm. Again, the left armers have been a bit difficult for the batsmen to contend with during this series.
Just changes it, doesn't it? I mean, when you think you've just had 3 spinners bowl, Dastgir, Ali and Razakat Ali, now all of a sudden you're changing it, changing the angle, changing the pace. So big throw of the dice this from Ghulam Sawar. Let's see if it pays off.
2 dots and they're valuable. I think so before this over, talk about a team effort. It was Kalagat and Deb. They both had 35 off 16 balls. And equally they contributed to getting Men in Blue into this position, but something's got to give here after 2 dot balls. Kalagat on strike.
Well,
Chop this away, and look, it's good bowling as well, isn't it? And you're just not getting much for free from the Tigers, are you? You've seen some problems with extras with some other teams. They've only given away the 1 wide in this innings, and you're chasing 126. That makes it very difficult. Anyway, Deb's on strike now. Here's Asad Ali. Well, it's short, it's in the air. I think it's going to fall safely. So again, Deb gets away with one.
Well, both these batsmen had a starts with luck, and sometimes that's the difference it makes, isn't it? Now they're going to go on now to make it count. We saw Shubdab in the earlier game was dropped behind the stunt, and we thought he was going to go and win it for Men in Blue, but he fell at the last hurdle. He'll be keen to put that behind him.
Yes, and there's the wicket, and you could see it coming, couldn't you? Kalagatla, well, he's played well, but Asad Ali was giving him nothing for nothing. This time, I think it was worth a go, taking on what was a good ball. But yet again, we see left arm paceman hitting the stumps here in Barcelona. And Kalagatla, well, he's got to go. But a much better contribution from him in this match. He goes for 36.
Yeah, that's well bowled. We said straight away, just changing things. Good call from Ghulam Sawar to put the pace back on. The spinners it just wasn't happening. Change of angle from the left armour, and in the end, Kalagatli, I think he was trying to force it too much. I think he's a far better player, a little bit like Shubdeb when they're playing the natural game. He's got more flow about him, but he realised that they just had to keep the pressure on. Trying one shot too many, and he's on his way back.
Tawari is the new batsman and gets it away, but can't get past the fielder. So what an over this has been, and this might be one of your magic overs, Rico, as it only goes for 2 runs. And also a wicket for Asad Ali. So that makes things a bit more difficult for the Men in Blue. After 7 overs, they are 78 for 2. And looking ahead, of course, we've got match 68 coming up. It'll be the 3rd match of 5 today. The 11 Stars, well, they'll be happy to have something in the wins column after 5 losses to start the tournament. And they'll be taking on Bengali. Well, they've gone the other way. They started with 4 consecutive wins and then lost their last 3 matches. So it's a huge day for Bengali to see if they can challenge for that top position. So for all of those fantasy dashboards, make sure you follow our social media at European Cricket. And of course, match previews for every game are available on our website, europeancricket.com.
Huge over as well this. Yasser Ali is coming back. Shubdeb took a liking to him first time round. What's going to happen here now?
Oh, it's a full toss. And it's going to be called no ball. Oh, in the end, it'll be called no ball, but the batsman not taking a run. So this will be a free hit, and Deb obviously deciding he wanted to stay on strike, and I don't mind that actually. It's clever, but that one hitting him very high, and might have even got a bit of his finger in there. Have a look at this one. Very high up the bat and the vibrations. But tell you what, this is a free hit. He'll be going for it. Oh, it's well bowled. He thought he might get a wide out there. We'll see this on the replay.
Clever bowling.
Yeah, it was. And he tries to bowl that deceptive quicker ball, doesn't he? Yasser Ali, watch this one. It was perfectly bowled, and some of the bowlers in this series haven't had a plan, but he knew exactly what he was doing there and he executed it, so making things tough. 47 off 17. This is a nice shot that's going to go all the way. What a shot that is from Deb. Well, it was pushed through and it wasn't even that short, but Deb, cometh the man, cometh the moment. He gets a Maximo over mid-wicket and 6 valuable runs to the men in blue.
Well, he smashed that, and he smashed it, basically saying, you can't bowl that to me, take that, and he sent it out of the house, opens the door, sends it out, and lovely shot.
Which way will Yasser Ali go? Will go quicker or slow? I'm not quite sure which way. Let's have a look. Well, he pushed it through again, and this time, Deb, he just has to dig it out for the single, but well, with the rate, it's creeping towards 16 and over already.
Well, they've got him off strike. That was the key, I think. So this is going to be interesting because I think all the other batsmen are probably just going to take the bowling on. Let's see.
Well, he tries again. It's right up in the block hole. It's good length from Yasser. And it'll just be the single. So Deb, well, we saw him almost pull his team to victory in the previous game. He's got a steep uphill climb in this one, match 67. Yasser Ali, a formidable opponent at the other end.
Needs a boundary here, doesn't it? Needs a boundary. Oh, is that going to go all the way to the boundary? I think it will. Is it going to be byes or wide? It's going to be byes. You won't be happy about that.
Yeah, well, again, it's a difficult one for the keeper to stay down. Watch this. It's quick for the batsman. It's quick for the keeper. And the keeper got over there, but just not getting the gloves down. The foot was there and it went straight through his legs. 4 runs, and look, they'll take them any way they can, men in blue. So 4 byes.
Big moment, I think, that in this over, because with the ball to come,
probably look for a single. If he can get more, he'll take more, but Deb just doesn't want a dot here. Going to keep his team in the game. 35 off 13 now. And you see there, look, he's done everything he can today, Deb. You'd have to say requires immense game awareness when you're trying to engineer this kind of a chase for your team. That's the end of the 8th over. It is 92 for 2 in the equation. I need 34 off the last 12 balls. So, well, to say it lightly, it's not going to be easy, especially with Asad Ali, who bowled a very good first over. He only conceded 2 in his first over. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come on and, well, a good over here for the Tigers. It'll probably be a bridge too far for the men in blue, but
all happens in the 9th, doesn't it, Vinny? All happens in the 9th.
Yeah, Deb's on strike, and this is the thing where I think he's just going to be a little bit out of his comfort zone, because his instinct is to pay respect to these balls that are on the wickets. He's going to get a few of them here, but I think with the game situation, he's probably going to have to go and try and force a boundary. 17 required an over. You probably don't want to be getting less than 17 off this over. Anyway, here's Asad Ali. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a little bit short, and I think it's going all the way. It's the first time we've seen Asad Ali drop short, and Deb, he was waiting for it. Maximo, 6 runs to the men in blue.
Yeah, what a start to the over. This is what they need. That's 6 of them. And with 5 balls to go, Asad Ali now is the man who's got the pressure on him. And, well, Shub Deb with that shot, bringing up his 50 as well. This is fantastic from him.
This one's blasted.
Got to go 2. Got to go 2.
He was on the back foot, wasn't he, Deb? And yeah, congratulations for reaching his 50, but he'll have something bigger on his mind. But still, it was a good start to the over. 27 off 10 now, and this is Tawari. Now what, we just can't see dot balls from Tawari. Need minimum 1. If you can get more, that's great. But this is where dot balls are really going to hurt the men in blue. Here's Asad Ali.
Surprised to see nobody. That's a great delivery, super. But I'm still surprised to see nobody that's in short to Tawari to stop the single.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, okay, Catalonian Tigers is probably more concerned about giving away the boundaries, but if they can keep him at that end and not let him give Shub the strike, well, they would have done the job.
The ball really climbed on Tawari and couldn't negotiate the extra bounce. This time they'll get 1, you'd think, and so...
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just somebody in there, and the same on the offside. No single there. Put the pressure on. That's another dot ball, or it's a suicidal run.
Well, this is a tough one now for Deb. He's got 2 balls left in the over, so he's probably thinking large this ball, and then a single to keep the strike. But again, every ball, you almost need to be going for it every ball now, as the rate is spiralling out of control. It's over 3 a ball required. Here he is. Again, he's going to get 1. I think he's probably going to have to settle for it and hope Tiwari can pull out a maximo or a boundary at least off this ball. 25 off 7. And with only 9 runs off this over, we said they needed about double that to stay in the contest. And, well, there's 1 ball remaining. It's the captain, Tiwari.
He's got to swing at this no matter what. Hopefully he'll make contact, find the boundary, because the last thing that he's got to think about is getting a single. It's got to be big.
Yeah, he'll be trying. I'll get a bonus run here, but still 24 off 7. And
that will help. That will help.
Yeah, I mean, just wonder if you could pull one out here to be 18 off the last over. And Men in Blue, they're always giving us close contests and interesting matches, and they're one of the more popular teams on our ECN viewership. Can Tiwari pull something out? Last ball of the over. He's just tapped it up, and they're not going to take a run. And I can see what's going through Shub Deb's mind there. But if they'd taken a run, they could have got 2 maybe in the end. But anyway, that will be the end of the over. It'll be 102 for the loss of 2 wickets. So 10 off that one. Good one from Asad Ali. He bowled very well, and he conceded 12 runs off his 2 overs. And this means Deb, well, in his wildest dreams.
Yeah, but who bowls the over? This is it. Who did it call upon? Because Dasgir went for a few. Raskat Ali went for a few.
Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, I thought they might go with Amir Abbas. It looks like they are. And he did concede 17 off his over, but with 24 required. Well, let's just think about what's required from the batting team. They probably need 4 boundaries, and with a couple of them being 6s. And yeah, so maybe 3 6s and a 4, and you can scramble a couple. But I mean, 4 balls going to the boundary. It's not going to be easy, even for Deb, who's been there a while. But he's got to go. 24 required. It's not impossible, but it's highly improbable.
No, it's definitely not. And with this first one, I'm going to go over for 6. No, he heard me. He heard me. If he had bowled it, it would have. Now he's going to bowl a different ball, you see.
The Men in Blue, well, they played some very good cricket this morning. They'd hate to be going away empty-handed, but it looks like that's the way this game's going. But don't leave your seats wherever you're watching around the world. Here comes the last over. Match 67. 24 required for victory. Well, this one's gone up, and here's 6 of them. So Deb still believes. Maximo, 6 runs.
I told you. I called it. He's on the warpath. That's 6. Scratch him off. 18.
18 off 5, and there's a bit of length, and you can see Amir Abbas. This is the thing, and the left armers, they've been a difficult proposition, but Deb, whenever he's got any length to work with, he's very quick to get on the back foot, and he seems to get a lot of power into the stroke, doesn't he? I mean, that went well in front of square. And, well, he's the danger man, and look, justifies his decision to refuse the single. I mean, it seems crazy, doesn't it? That you need about 3 a ball, or 4 a ball, and you're turning down runs, but you can see why, because Deb is the only man that can win this game for the Men in Blue. No disrespect to Sanjeev Tiwari, but Deb's there, and he's...
Abbas is under pressure. Everybody's talking to him. As a bowler, you don't like that.
Again, this isn't going to get over, is it? Well, they've got to come back for 2. He'll be running his hardest. A good throw, and he'll be in serious trouble at the keeper's end, and they've missed it. And so 2 runs, and this game's still alive. 16 required off 4 balls. And you saw they just got a hand on it, didn't he, the fielder at cover? And it was Gulam Dasgir at cover who just took enough pace off that ball, otherwise it was probably rolling away for 4. And so now 16 off 4. Well, how can you win? You probably need 2 6s and a 4. Perhaps extras as well. Here's Abbas. Again, it's very high. I don't think it's got the elevation. They have to run. They've got to come back for 2. And again, a good throw. He might be in trouble, but it's not a good throw. And so Deb, well, he's, you know, I respect to Shubdeep Deb. He has put in absolutely everything for his team in this match. And again, it's not that easy on this surface as well, having to turn quickly and come back for 2. They just need to stay in the game as long as they can. So 14 required off 3.
This one's got to go to the boundary now. I mean, The reason I was laughing, you watch this, I mean, it's great running from them. I think the 2 was always there, the ball was in the air so long, but just watch, I don't know if you see the throw now, you don't quite see it. The throw comes in, it's coming to the edge of the pitch, hits the pitch and then lobs over the keeper who was just left stranded. Anyway.
Around 14 off 3, they need a boundary.
He's got it, I think he has, yes, it's gone all the way.
Well, he's done it, and every time, Shubdeep Deb, well, regardless of how this match goes, you've got to take your hat off to this young man. He is trying everything to keep his team in the contest. He gets another one when it counts. Now they need 8 runs off the last 2 balls. Oh, and just could it be an impossible victory? I mean, he's up to 68 not out off 30 balls. I said don't go anywhere. And what's Amir Abbas thinking at the moment? Again, just giving Deb some length to work with. And again, you need to at least score 1 to keep you in the game, but really they need 2. A 4 or a 6 will be even better. Any even number that's not a 0. Here we go.
It's going to the boundary, buddy.
Well, this is up,
and
this should be out. Anna's taken.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And once more, we saw this so many times yesterday. It's the bad ball that gets the wicket. You'd expected this one to be sailing over the square leg boundary, gets the top of the bat, and he's on his way. And how unfortunate, but hey, you know what? He's a little man, but he's got to stand up tall because, well, without him, they wouldn't have even got close. What a game it's been.
Wow, hasn't it now any legal delivery, and this game is over for the Tigers, but, well, Shubdeep Deb, he's hitting 8 maximos and a 4 in that innings of 68 off 31 balls, and he's, wow, look, Yasser Ali, it's going to be maybe a man of the match in the end, but for me, Shubdeep Deb, the way he controlled that chase, he's probably my man of the match, if I'm honest. And he'll be so disappointed now. Well, Sanjeev, he's going to hope for an extra. He won't get it. He might get 6. And in this game, well, you wouldn't believe it. 1 run will be the final margin. 125 to 124. The Tigers, well, they were out of the cage, but they were almost tamed by Shubdeep Deb. And with that 6, it's the slimmest of margins here in Barcelona for match 67 of the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yes, and it comes down to, we talk about these games, these close games, and then you look back at all the little incidents that happened during that match and the little misfields, the balls that should have been taken 2 and they just took the 1. But what a fabulous game, and that's nice to see as well. I like the way the Tigers have congratulated the Men in Blue for a great performance. And we just see some blistering highlights, and most of them will feature some lovely shots. I mean, there's Kaligatla, he got off the mark this time round. No mistakes from him. He went on to make a very impressive 36, but it was T10 who was the man out this time. Clean bowl by Mohammed Kashif. That was a good delivery from him. He bowled very well. Very good spell from him. But then Shubdeep came to the crease. We knew he was a man on a mission. He was very, very disappointed that the Men in Blue were unable to win the first game against the Stars. And he took that frustration out on the Catalonia Tigers bowlers. But once more, the story for him was though he played some great shots. And this one here was Kaligatla just getting lucky, not that far away from Yasser Ali.
And you saw this. It was the pressure that Men in Blue just kept him on the field, forcing the errors. Got away with it more often than not. That was the moment Kaligatla, well, he just knew they needed to up the rate, and he had to go after a ball that he probably wouldn't normally. And then Deb, well, he had his cape on, didn't he, for the Men in Blue? And you got to feel for the young man. And the Men in Blue, look, they did everything they could to stay in the contest today in both of their matches. You have to say they're 2 very difficult chases. I'm sure they normally prefer bowling first and defending, so they were a fish out of water a little bit. It was Deb again trying everything he can to stay on strike. He knew he was the man.
Yeah.
And really got to the stage where it looked out of reach for them. This is the moment. They needed 24 off the last over. They ended up getting 22, Rico. Would you believe it? So falling just 1 run short of the total scored by the Tigers. And looking ahead to the next game, we've got the 11 Stars coming back after their first win in the first match of the day, and they're taking on Bengali. Bengali, this is a crunch match for them. They're another one of the teams that had 4 wins on the board at the start of today. But all those 4 wins, they were in week 1. and they're yet to win since losing their last 3 games. I'm sure we'll see Omar Ali at the top of the order for Bengali. They've won the toss in that match, elected to bat first. And Mosharraf Hussain, well, I think they may bat a little bit down the order. I think they like Shafiqur Rahman, the keeper, to partner Omar Ali. But Omar Ali, we've seen him come back into a bit of form too. But also watch out for Hassan bin Hakim with his spinners in this match. And of course, the captain, Riaz Halada, he is very reliable for them with bat and ball. The 11 stars, well, Tanvir Shah, he got some wickets. Kakus, of course, keep an eye on him. So if you are playing some Dream 11 or fantasy cricket, make sure that you always check our fantasy dashboard. It has all the information you need. They're available on our social media at European Cricket. And also match previews for every match are available on our website, europeancricket.com.
Yeah, well, the Stars, they've tasted victory for the first time in this Fanco European Cricket Series, and they're liking it. And I'm sure they're going to come out and try and get another one under the belt. But you got to say, it's been not the nicest of days for the men in blue. We're just looking at the scorecard there. T10, well, he was the one who went early this time, but what a brilliant knock there from Kaligatla. He kept him in it. 36 of 20 Shubdeb. Well, in the end, it was the short ball that got him. 68, 31 balls, and if he managed to get any sort of contact on that, well, they only fell 2 runs short.
Yeah.
And then there at the end, well, Sanjeev Tiwari didn't have too much of the strike, but did hit a massive 6 there at the end to make that margin, just 2 runs. Bowling wise, Vinny, any outstanding performances there for you?
Yeah, well, look, for me, Asad Ali, he came on and changed the match. He only went for 12 runs in his 2 overs, and he bowled over 7 and 9. So it was at the stage where the rate required was something like 15 or 16 and over. So that was the interesting one for me. Also, Yasser Ali, well, he's normally pretty miserly, but he got the treatment, didn't he? And that was good batting at that time from the men in blue batsman. He went for 25 of his 2 overs, so a bit of a surprise. Also, single wickets to the openers, Kashif and Abbas. But, oh, look, you have to feel for the men in blue a little bit because they've given everything. And really, that's what this Fancode European Cricket Series is all about. These guys trying their absolute hearts out. And it was always going to be a tough chasing 126 for victory. To finish on 124 is heartbreaking for the men in blue.
Yeah, but the one thing they do, and they've done so well, not just today, but throughout this Fancode European Cricket Series, they entertain. They give us plenty of enjoyment, plenty of excitement, and plenty of action. And for that, we love them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we love you as well for watching us on the European Cricket Network. And of course, viewers all around the world enjoying the action. And that's only 2 matches down. There's still 3 to go today in Barcelona. And we certainly enjoy having your company. We'll see you in about 15 minutes time. We'll bring you in to match 68 between the 11 Stars and Bengali. But until then, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying your day. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's Fateh Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And thanks for joining us for the toss for match 68. It's the third match of 5 today. And the 11 Stars, well, they're fresh off their first victory in the ECS. They're taking on Bengali, who will be very keen to impress here in their first match of the day. Let's go to the match referee.
That is it. No, you won the toss. What would you like? Would like batting first. Bengali have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Well, there you go. It's Bengali captain Riyaj Halada who called correctly, and he's going to bat first. It's been a bit of a trend with the captains. I'm sure we'll see Omar Ali at the top of the order. Mosharraf Hussain, well, he could open as well. Perhaps he'll bat in the middle order. I think they're still deciding how best to use him. And I'm looking forward to seeing the spin option of Hassan bin Hakim. I think he's been a pretty good bowler for Bengali this series. Look, they won their first 4 matches. They've lost their last 3, so they really do need to stop the slide. Hopefully they can get a win against the 11 Stars for their sake. Well, speaking of the Stars, they're fresh off their first victory in the first match against Men in Blue this morning, so their confidence will be up. Of course, they took a hiding from the Tigers in their previous match before that, so they're back in form. And Asif Mahmood, I think he was pretty keen to bat first as well, but he won't mind chasing because they do have their tails up. So a very interesting matchup here in match 68, the third match of 5 today. It's over to you in the commentary box, Rico Full.
See the man. Yeah, match number 68 and day 14, looking forward to this one. And of course enjoying being where we are here. Do you get an idea of the location? There's that lovely Telefonica tower. That tower's over us here. The communication tower for the 1992 Olympics. In 1992, that's where most of what you're seeing was constructed. The Olympic Stadium there you see behind there. 1992 also, it was only until then that Barcelona had its lovely beaches. A lot of people don't know that. Barcelona had no beaches until the industrial area that was there before was turned into these magnificent award-winning beaches. Well, a lovely location, lovely setting, the sun is shining, and we're in for a treat here. The Stars have won their first game in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and they'll be out to impress us even more and to see if they can, well, continue the poor run that Bengali CC are in. Remember, they started this European Cricket Series winning 4 out of the first 4 games, and then since then they've lost 3 on the spin. They need to put it right. Well, they are going to have a bat first. We're seeing there the dashboard. So Omar Ali, I think he's going to be key. And I think this time he's going to be joined by Mohammed Rahman in the front there. Remember, Mosharraf Hussain, he can hit the ball well. The captain himself, Riyaj Halada. So it's all going to be very interesting, but they need to put runs on the board. They need to give themselves something to bowl at. That's their strength for me. Their fielding and bowling. They're led very well by the captain. But the first thing they've got to do here, I think they need to get to around about the 100 mark. And, well, they will know that the Stars, when they bat, they rely a lot on the big hitting Tabish Kakus. And he's already shown what he can do in an earlier match today, just falling short of his 50, but his innings was the one that got the Stars to their victory. So it's all set up for what I believe is going to be, you know what I'm going to say, another close encounter, because that's what they always are. They're always very close. They're always interesting matches. As we get ready to start on this one. The umpires, Nilkash Patel, the man at the bowler's end, and square leg, Safwan Naeem. And this is going to be Hamza Khan to bowl. No, it's not going to be Hamza Khan. I've made this mistake once before. I'll tell you after this ball. It's going to be Munib Ishfaq. So off the mark straight away. Rahman just practicing that shot a few times. So Omar Ali, he's taken him time to hit form. See this delivery, that's too wide, I'm guessing, but the umpire deciding no, that was okay. So Omar Ali, yeah, Last time we saw him, he did put in a good performance in with the bat, but unfortunately, even his turnaround in form wasn't enough to help Bengali CC. That's well played. It stayed lower than he expected. A little misfield. Will they take full advantage of it? And I think that's in the end a good call from Rahman, because I think if the throw was better, he would have had difficulty getting himself back in. So they do take just a single. Yeah, you see there indication of how that ball stayed very low, and a little party trick there from the fielder shot, but it didn't cost Asif too much there. So, ooh, there was a little edge there, I think, and yeah, we'll see this again here. Watch this, very wide, and yeah, spilt by the wicketkeeper. That was a straightforward catch. We've seen some difficult ones today, but well, he'd be disappointed, saying he should have had that one. This time down the leg side, a very ambitious appeal as the throw comes in. And speaking of coming in, welcome back to Mr. Maximo. I say, Vinny, lovely day for cricket. A nice gentle breeze for the players to appreciate in this sunshine, and I think this is set up to be another fine contest.
Yeah, sun's out, fun's out, Rico. It's fantastic to be here. I tell you what, my heart's bleeding for the men in blue in that last match, but pretty good over for the 11 Stars, who knocked them off in the first match. It's 3 for none after 1. But yeah, there was some close contests we've seen today for sure. But yeah, nice weather. It's a little bit of a dark cloud in the distance, but it looks like it's gonna miss us. And there's a lot of blue sky around. And I tell you, it was very chilly the first week we were here, a couple of weeks ago. But into week 3, and everything's coming along nicely. And just a little light breeze, as you say, coming across the ground. Here's Umar Riaz to bowl the second over.
That's drilled hard. Fielder gives chase, but I don't think he's going to get there. That's beautiful timing. What a lovely shot that was. I'm liking this. Just all about placement, power, and timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Omar Ali, we saw he had it's actually, sorry, should say it's Muhammad Arif Rahman who's been sent up to partner Omar Ali, but that was a beautiful shot off the back foot, and there was a fielder back on the boundary, but he couldn't get near it. 4 runs.
Trying to repeat the same shot. This time the ball a bit fuller, a bit too slow getting to that, but you just get the feeling that anything outside that off stump, he's just going to step into it. He certainly has the power and technique to put it away. Ooh, just going for it.
Now, I'll tell you what, in the first over on my way back, I saw there's a big edge and a chance going to the keeper. I actually felt for him a little bit, because I was thinking about this, and I've obviously done wicket keeping, and we've got some pretty high standard bowlers, but it's actually probably more difficult at the depth that these wicket keepers are having to stand in this tournament. Come to that in a second. Because let's say I'm keeping at the Wacker, which is where I live and where I played my cricket. But you'd be a long way back, and you have a lot of time to react when there's an edge. So even if the bowlers are faster bowlers, let's say they're bowling 140 kilometres an hour, but you have a long time to see the ball and then set your feet, get your footwork going, and then take the catch. You also got longer to do things like decide if there's slips, whether you're going to go for the catch or not. I'll finish my point in a second. Keep getting a lot of practice this over. Yeah, so what's happening in this kind of pitch, of course, it's keeping quite low, and the wicket keepers, well, they want to try and get on that artificial bit as well if possible. So that basically they're a lot closer than they'd normally be. And so when there is an edge, like there's quite a thick edge in the first over I saw, the keeper doesn't really have time to have any footwork or anything. It's all reaction. And this time it's up in the air, and Zubair is not going to be able to make it. He won't be karate chopping this one. And yeah, so I guess, again, it looks like a straightforward chance when you look at it from front on, but end of the over, it'll be 8 for no loss after 2. Yeah, but it's actually quite a more difficult than it looks, is probably what I'd say. I mean, I still think you should probably hold it. The other thing is, mentally, you need to anticipate that. And it's a bit like slips fielding, in a way. You have to train yourself to every ball think that something like that's possible, to take that half chance or even the slightly more difficult chance. So I saw, for example, Some of the better keepers, that's what they do. They're expecting that difficult one. And you should be taking the easy ones anyway, but you could see that time he's just caught on the hop. It was a significant deflection and he wasn't able to hold on. So unfortunate, but hopefully he can learn from this.
Well, this one's very, very wide from Ishfaq. Coming back to bowl his second. And we just saw there, I mean, 4 deliveries for Rahman where he played the same shot, not getting his foot across, missing and missing in the previous over. And that's, you can't be affording to do that. 4 dot balls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. What a beautiful pickup that was. Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Vada Shaka. That's more like it. No dot ball here. Look at this. Lovely positioning.
He's onto this.
Smashes it away.
He's onto it in a flash, wasn't he, Rico? He's
yeah.
rocked back. And again, this is the power of footwork. If you can spot it. You know, all the batsmen moving their feet in this series, but he rocked back and sent that one far, far away. Ishfaq, something to think about.
Yeah, we'll just see this delivery and yeah, that's going to be another wide. Yeah, I mean, we just saw what I was saying there, that Rahman in the previous over, 4 balls outside the off stump, good length, and he's just swinging and missing, and then that ball before that, short into his body, smashed away. So you know where you got to bowl at him. But, well, in this second over, Munib Ishfaq is struggling with his line. Let's see if he gets it right here. Oh, he doesn't. That's going to be smashed away. I think it's gone all the way as well, has it? No, the umpire says it just dropped short. And I'm looking at the height there. I think he's probably a little bit fortunate, the bowler.
It's 50-50. I mean, the batsman did play it down on one knee in the end, so perhaps you can forgive the umpires for that one. But, you know, my opinion on that one, on those fast high balls, I think if there's any doubt at all, I'm going to be calling him a no ball. But at any rate, got what it deserved. Was sent to the boundary by Rahman. He's made a good start to this innings. Oh, jinxed him.
Well, when we were talking about wicket keeping as well, and that one's gone right through him, right through his legs, has gone for 4 byes. And well, I think once more for me, I know Vinny, you're the expert.
Yeah.
I don't think it was good. He should have got something onto this.
He got caught being a spectator, the keeper. And this is what happens often when the ball's speared into the pads. If you're not alert to that, you see the stumps, you see the body, you think, well, it's never going to get through everything, is it? That's exactly what happened, and he wasn't in position. Hadn't reacted quick enough, and 4 runs cost his team.
Oh, he could be in trouble if it's a good throw.
Oh, Omar Ali. Again, he's going to get talking to because Omar Ali, look, and it can happen sometimes. Of course, Omar Ali is very keen to get down the striker's end. But what he needs to be doing here, and I'll see what happened if you look from front on, you need to actually be looking at your partner, not the ball, because he's gone on the hit, and I don't think Rahman ever moved. We might see it again, just the shot of the 2 batsmen not following the ball. But if you have the striker is the one who will determine whether there's a run or not. So I know it's a bit unusual, but if you watch the striker, watch your partner, at least you stay on the same page.
That's better from Rahman outside the off stump, just getting the bat on the ball and not giving away any dot balls. So this has been a very, very good over so far. Remember, there were 3 at the end of the first, 8 at the end of the second, and racing away here. The score already on 25 with ball to go. And if you can get a boundary here, they're right back on track, more or less, the 10 and over. And well, he will again, another loose delivery, another full toss on the legs, and he's been put away, 4 runs. So a miserable second over there for Munib Ishfaq. And well, the first one was so good, the second one, well, so bad. In the end, he's gone for 19 of his 2, and
yeah, and if you add in the
16
buys,
of that one.
If you add in the buys off that over, there were 21. So the score 29 after the power play, and that's one of your little magic overs there. And like you say, it's always a gamble, isn't it? Whether to use that first bowler in the third over or not. We've seen it pay off at times, but Munib, after only going for 3 in the first over, a very expensive third over of the innings. But look who it is. It's the Karate Kid himself, Zubair Ahmed. Watch out if he gets a wicket.
Yeah, you've got him down as a Karate Kid, and I've got him as the rock star.
I don't think it's a guitar. So you think it's... I don't think it's a guitar. I think it's more of a chop. Tell us what you think at home. I hope he gets a wicket because it's always entertaining. See, I feel there's more of a strumming. I feel like we need the commentary cam on us. It's more of a strumming thing, and you need to do two hands because you have the other hand at the top of the guitar. Whereas I feel it's more of like he's chopping the boards. You see the karate people, they can like break the boards.
The bricks, you mean, when they do the chop
bricks.
of the bricks? Yeah,
either wooden boards or the bricks.
Well,
are they going to come back for two?
They should do, yeah.
Yeah. Nice bit of running.
Well, I tell you what, if you're calling him the Karate Kid, I wouldn't want to be that fielder there. I think it was Munib Ishfaq, who's just had a terrible second over.
It seems a long time ago, but remember Zubair came out and he was wearing a beanie in the first week of the tournament. So it's nice to see he's got the beanie, putting that away.
Well bowled and good backing up as well from Rahman. It went straight away.
Yeah, and it was good how Omar Ali was alert to it as well. The running's so important. We've seen the running improving all the time here in Barcelona.
He's sneaking under the bat there. Well, he's got a lot of energy about him, has Rahman.
He certainly does. He's able to do a job. That's a big appeal, but I think might have just been going down the leg side. Have a look. This one, maybe a bit of inside edge in that one as well, I think. Might have been given a run, so good umpiring in the end. And you know what's also good, Rico, is that bonus content. Everyone loves a bit of bonus content. And what about 5 more games of cricket this Sunday? It's Super Sunday in Barcelona, because we don't normally come to you on a Sunday, but we have the ECL 21 playoff matches. It's going to be best of 3, but there will be 3 matches between Manaj and La Manga. They're the domestic champions over the last 2 years, and one of them, and only one of them, can represent Spain in the European Cricket League this year, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. Also, we have 2 rescheduled matches after that, which were abandoned due to the weather on Monday. Catalunya, City Lions versus Hira Sabadell, and Hira Sabadell again versus Barna Royals. And they will be right here on ECN. So a big day of action. We hope you can join us. For now, here's Hamza Khan. Ball off the pitch. Yeah, but what's so great about that, and those matches have been chosen to be rescheduled, it means that no team will have had more than 1 washout. So there's a couple of teams, particularly here at Sabadell, have had 3 matches washed out. So the chance they can make up a couple of those, it's great for them. Gives them the opportunity to get out there. Under lights, nonetheless. The last game, bit of a late start, 5:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 in Central Europe, and it's 11 p.m. in India. But right now, we got a free hit.
Hit it well, chase for the fielder. Should get there. Does. Gets the ball in quickly. Oh, just a single from it. And this Hamza Khan, who said in the first game, he certainly has the longest run-up of any bowler in this Fancade European Cricket Series. So he certainly looks the part.
He's a loper. That's what I call him. He's a loper. He lopes in.
Yeah.
Little big steps. He comes.
Yeah, that's good areas. Yeah, he does. He starts well, then he starts to do that little shuffle, doesn't he? And I think that's probably going on from the grass onto the artificial strip. So you almost sort of comes to a stop. But at the end of the day, with most bowlers, it's all about the rhythm. It's all about feeling comfortable. And if this is what works for him, as long as he gets the ball in the right area, nobody's going to mind that, particularly their captain. That's well bowled and it's well hit as well. That's gone all the way over. 6 runs, a lovely shot. So Omar Ali just starting to find his range here. So far it's been Rahman doing a lot of the hitting, and Omar Ali will like that one. That is his first Maximo. And Rahman at the other end has got 2 4s and 1 6 to his name already as well. So these two doing a good job here.
See if Hamza Khan can come back after that.
Played down the ground nicely. They'll be looking to accelerate now. I think one of these 2 batsmen has to make a decision to say, okay, you know, this is what we're going to do now. You're going to go ballistic and I'm going to stay here. So once you go, then it's my turn. I'm going to take it in turns.
I've just noticed something. There's a bit of a chat, a bit of comments in the chat. You haven't had too many ballets, Rico, lately. Hey?
Not too many, no. Maybe this will be one. It's going along the ground. Fielder will get down low. Good pick up and throw. Once more, good backing up.
Might have been Jesus. We suggested we're missing the ballets, so if you could pull one out, that would be much appreciated. I was just going through the archives, and the last time these guys met, these two teams, it was match 13.
It's a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Bengali 104 defeating the 11 Stars 102. So there was not much between these two teams. Of course, Bengali on the way to 4 victories to start the tournament. They faltered since then to the end of the over. And that will be worked away for a single. So at the end of 5, Bengali, they're 45 for no loss. So if they double that, they get 90. And I was just actually going through the Bengali, the 7 matches they've played, and they're remarkably consistent with their batting. Off their 10 overs, I'm going to read these out in order. They've made 86, 108, 104, 98, 99, 106 and 81. So it just shows you, out of 7 matches, their scores have always been between 81 and 108. What that tells you is that whatever happens, I don't know what you're going to get from them with the bat. It's just a matter of how they apply themselves in the field. And of course, one of those matches, they came back from 11 for 3, but still posted that competitive kind of total, and looks like they're on track for something similar today.
That's good. So Zubair to continue. Zubair Ahmed.
All right, the Karate King. Is he going to come up with a wicket for us? Everyone's waiting for it.
That's a nice shot. Balle, balle, balle. This one has gone out of the ground. Top shot from Rahman.
Beautiful shot, and Rahman was being sent to the top of the order. And he might be just the man that Bengali were looking for to turn their campaign around. Great shot over mid-off.
It's good reply from Zubair, just holding this one back, darting it in towards the legs. But once more, good from these two. Not too many dots. I mean, Rahman was critical of him earlier on. He played almost 4 dot balls in a row, but he's come back strong since then and been managing to get good bat onto ball. Ali comes down, takes shot, and he's going big as well. Chakka there, Fateh. That's another one. 6 más. Que bonito, que grande. Ahora es de tiempo para poquito de fiesta.
You said it, and it is a fiesta, and it's Omar Ali again, just adjusting. There's a bit of movement into him off the pitch. Had a good eye, good hand-eye coordination, sending that one out of here. So big over.
And una más, porque no? Sí, vale, vale, vale. I'm liking it. The party is about to begin, and it's all shaka, shaka, shaka from here on in.
Well, how's he going? Still a ball to go, and abracadabra, one of your magic overs already. There's been 20 off it, plus this ball from Zubair.
And this one's going up, 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 and away we go. And well, the Bengali CC camp absolutely loving that. Well, Zubair, I don't know about any karate chops, but that's a little bit of chop suey to you, and he goes back wicketless in this match.
Yeah, Karate King feeling the pain. He's been KO'd in that over, and we said you always know what you get. I said all of their totals, they've been between 81 and 108, but then maybe you never know what you're going to get. Of course, this is the Fan Code European Cricket Series. There were 26 off that over, and after 6 they're 71 without loss. So if I was going to do my 6 over check-in, I think with 10 wickets in hand, I think you can shoot for something like, let's call it 14 and over, which would be 56. Look at them in the high 120s, so they could be eyeing off that kind of a score between 125 and 135. Significantly more than they've scored in any of the other 7 matches so far. But anyway, we're going to see Ali Ahmed with this one. It's gone straight up in the air, but there's no one there. It's going to fall safely. And it was Ali Ahmed who is the holder of a record he probably doesn't want to. He went for 39 in 1 over against the Catalonia Tigers. Yasser Ali taking him apart in that over, which had 7 balls because of a no ball. But he's going to look to come back, and it's nice to see him back out there and almost picking up a wicket first ball. Here he is, Ali Ahmed.
Well, Ali wasn't quite ready, so he's going to have to go back to his mark and do it all over again.
Yeah, but again, he's just giving some length, isn't he? And he's saying, particularly Rahman, very harsh on anything short. Omar Ali seems to want to come forward to the ball and get it up in the sky.
This will be a chance. Somebody's got to get hands to this. It's going to be tricky. Well, just look where that ball landed. And, well, Zubair Ahmed, the man that for me should have been wanting this one. Didn't have to go that far. But probably decided after the way things have gone with the bowling for him that maybe he should have not attempted.
Little legs were putting in a lot of steps, but he wasn't really covering the ground, was he? Anyway, here's Rahman.
Arriva Kinna Sona. Wow, that's a lovely shot. That's just pure timing. He waited for it. Watch this. Waits for it to come on. Just steps back and sends it packing far too short. And these two, they're having a party here, having a field day.
You know what I like about these batsmen? They have slightly different approaches. You see Rahman, he wants to get on the back foot. Omar Ali coming forward to everything. Ali Ahmed again. Again, this is a thick edge. It will get a run though. But yeah, these length balls which are being dished up by Ali Ahmed. You see that Mohammad Arif Rahman likes to rock back on his back foot. Has that extra time to give it a whack. Omar Ali is more of a front foot player, and we've seen him probably come forward to that same ball. It's just on a good length and get it up high in the sky. They generally carry the straight boundary here at the Montjuic Olympic round. It's Omar on strike now.
Esta hombre tiene mucha fuerza. 6 carreras más. Es un máquina. Mamma mía, ahora tienes 42 carreras y vale. Qué bien.
42 runs, and it's a bit of a race between these two, isn't it? 42 to 36. 36, as you'd say, Rico.
Muy bien.
Anyway.
Muy bien, chico.
Last ball of the over.
That's nicely played. This seems to be in the groove, doesn't he, Ali? I mean, that knock last time round has got him well set. The confidence is flowing in him now. His footwork is great. I like the way he's getting into position to play these balls. And it just goes to show, doesn't it? When you've got good form, that's all you need to do. And that brings up the end of the over. Well, you know, we talk about the scores that Bengali have been making. Well, they're looking to change that. 87 off 7.
87 off 7, 3 overs to go. Just going to the YouTube chat. Renson says, nice commentary. Well, thank you, Renson. Thanks for tuning in. I wonder if it's your first time watching the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool in the box today on ECN. But thank you for your nice comments. We always do appreciate them. And also Wazza from Tasmania. Saying some nice hits there. Well, this is a miss from Omar Ali. A rare one, to be honest. Wazza saying 39 in 1 over. Oh dear. Well, oh dear indeed. Had 35 off the first 5 balls and needing 4 to beat the record. We did have 38 in an over last year in Helsinki, Finland. So nice to have you with us, Wazza. How's the weather in Tasmania tonight? But for now, here's Umar Riaz.
And that's well struck. It would split the fielders there. And was about that then, eh? 4 more runs. He's liking the hitting. He'll like this one as well. Just short off the Maximo. But these two, this is magnificent from them, because not only are they batting well together, not only are they playing good shots and good running, but you know, sometimes when you got openers that are putting a partnership together, sometimes the criticism is they're batting too slow, that they should perhaps let another batsman in to try and up the tempo. And that's not needed here. These two, the way they're going, I can see 120, even 130, one more magical over, 130, 140 is on. So Bengali, well, they've come out fighting. They're here to try and stop the rot. Remember, they've lost 3 on the spin after winning 4 on the spin. So, well, they want to take control again and, well, put themselves right up there in contention in this group.
When I say Bengali, they're desperate for a win. I mean, after they started with 4 wins for the series, they've lost their last 3, but they're back with a vengeance here in this match. And another one. Has this one got the carry?
It's just dropping short for me, and the fielder's totally muffed it. And I think it's going to right through him for 6 runs. And once more, well, you know this is going to happen. The captain not happy about it. Asif Mahmood saying, what are you guys playing at?
Well, this one, he went to the well, up went the hands, came out empty-handed, literally. Hannes Karkus, well, I'm sure we'll see him with the bat. And I was actually just going to mention that this is going to set up a very interesting chase for the 11 Stars.
Yeah, and this one's gone up in the air, but he's going to be safe. But what he has done is did the shot before. Oh, they're coming back for 2. This is very clever, but it's going to be just going to be short, is he? Yes, he is. Well, very unselfish, I was going to say. Omar Ali going for it. He got the 50, the ball before with the big Maximo. Well, and this time here, look at this. I like this. He took him on, said, yes, we're going for it. It's that stage of the game. And in the end, just falling short. And the only thing I would say there, as he pulls his trousers up, is to say, if he wasn't watching the ball and concentrating on his running, he probably would have just got there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a tough one. It was pretty harsh from Rahman. I mean, I think he thought, well, maybe I'll make it. I don't think he thought about Omar Ali at the other end. For me, look, I know you want to push the fielders. And look, they could have quite easily messed that up and got an extra run and perhaps some overthrows or something like that. But for me, it was an unnecessary run. I mean, they do have wickets in hand. They've got the dangerous Shafiqur Rahman coming in at number 3 as well. But, yeah, for me, it was Omar Ali. I mean, almost hadn't even set off for the second run with the ball in Asif Mahmood's hands. But the captain of the 11 Stars making no mistake. And the first one goes down for Bengali. It's a very good innings from Omar Ali. It's 98 for 1.
Yes, well batted, Omar. That's 2 consecutive 50s for you. And it just goes to show that if you stick to it... Oh, it's a direct hit. They're asking the question. Not out. So Shafiqur Rahman now is joining Mohammed Rifur Rahman. So 2 Rahmans out there. So, Rahman 36 off 26 balls. Wouldn't it be? It'd be nice and fitting if he too could get to his 50. At one point, both him and Omar Ali were both on 36, but Ali having the strike, get to his 50 first. Well, he's quite happy just to push that one out, not being rushed into playing any rash shots. And that brings the end of the over, and well, a lot of excitement in that one. But we're now move on to exactly 100 for 1 at the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, so we mentioned 108 was their previous best score in this series out of their 7 matches, and they look set for a few more than that, although of course anything can happen. Going to have Hamza Khan. He's going to lope in to bowl the 9th over, as you say, Rico. It all happens in the 9th over.
All happens in the 9th, so it's one way or another it ends up being a magical one. Well, again, the road runner.
Bottom of the 9th, as I say in baseball, the baseball ground. Bottom of the 9th. Here we are.
It's going to be well, it's going to be that wide. It's a no ball, so a free hit. So what a way to start. You're getting a run for nothing, and now a free hit.
Yeah, won't need any invitation. Mohammed Arifur Rahman. It's been a good innings. They've been just looking for the right partner for Omar Ali. He's had a few dance partners at the top of the order for Bengali, but Mohammed Arifur Rahman's really shown ability, especially the way he pounces on anything on length. And you wonder here, I think he'll go to his favourite go-to shot. Swing on the back foot and try and whack this one away. Well, he won't get the chance, and he won't even get the chance to face the free hit. I'd be so annoyed, I tell you what. You get a free hit, you don't even get a hit. And now you're watching from the other end, but again, unselfish. Taking every run on offer at the moment, and Hamza Khan, well, he's just lost the radar, hasn't he? The first 2 balls of the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, we say the 9th over, it all happens. That's all happened. I mean, he hasn't bowled a legal delivery yet. You've already got 3 runs from it, and this is still a free hit.
Well, he's on the walk.
And it's still going to be a free hit because that's a wide ball. So, well, yeah, that's good. I was going to say somebody needs to have a chat, and the captain takes the responsibility. Just needs to calm down. The bowler here, Hamza Khan, just needs to have a quiet chat with him and say, look, come on, go back to what you do best.
Wazza telling us that weather was all over the place. Rain heaps. It was all sunny. Typical Tasmanian weather. It's got a bit of Tasmania about today about it in Barcelona, actually. Anyway, free hit. Here it is. And swing and a miss. So Bengali, again, at wicket. And we'll go back to it. And I know it's always the line between aggression and delusion is always outcome based, as I say. But that run out of Omar Ali, I feel like it might have just cost him a few runs. And his chance of getting there was probably 20% at best. And so to me, it wasn't a very good decision to go for that second run. Anyway, here's Hamza Khan.
Ooh, well.
Yeah, he's lost the handle on that one. That one just slipped out. It seemed like it wasn't intentional. It was well away from the batsman at any rate, but it'll be go down as a no ball and a bye. And the keeper, well, he's been getting a bit of sideways practice, hasn't he? After that early one went down, but A lot of extras, and luckily they do have a bit of time in hand. Of course, you have to start your 10th over by the 40-minute mark. They still have about 10 minutes up their sleeve, so getting away with them. But if the time was tighter, it could be costing his team even more. But Hamza Khan, can he get back on track?
That sounded sweet, and it's gone all the way. It's big. One of the Bengali players fancied the catch, but well, got nowhere near it. Yeah, that's a lovely shot, that one.
He just realised there's no point in me trying to catch this. Look at him under there. So he's just come out of surgery. He said something like that one hit the ground. That was very high. He said there were a couple of clouds around and no rain, but I tell you what, that one might have brought it. Very, very high in the sky. 6 more valuable runs, and that's important here. Rahman, keeping things rolling for Bengali.
Oh dear, and it certainly is turning out to be a magical
There's going to be extras
one.
here.
Yep, nobody backing up, and that's just poor cricket all round. The bowler was nowhere, nobody coming in on the field, and well, the wheels are coming off the cart a little bit here.
Yeah, and he's just thinking about life, the bowler. You see here, Hamza turns his back on the play. He can't believe it. And I tell you what, the pitch, it's getting thinner every ball for Hamza Khan. It might look thin on your screen. This is where I'd probably try around the wicket or try something different, because he's just losing the handle to the left. So it'll be a free hit.
And it's going to beat the fielder, is it? There's a dive. He doesn't get to it. It goes all the way through to 4 runs. And the misery just piles on to the fielder. And this is when those of you who are scorers, viewers, I'm sure there's some of you there, when you're a proper scorer and use the book and your coloured pens and you have your little thing for the buys and the no balls or free hits, well, how do you get them in that little box? That's what I want to say. This is a nightmare over for any book scorer, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely running out of space. Real estate. Here's Hamza Khan.
And that's smashed in the air. Fielder should take the catch. Gets under it, and that's well taken. And nicely done. So finally, would you believe, the over has everything. It's Tanveer Shah. He doesn't make too many mistakes out there, taking the catch. And the bowler, it doesn't bring a smile to his face out wicket. He still knows he's still got a few more balls to bowl here. You know what? Get a couple of good ones in here now. Who knows? You know, it can all change around, but a lot of runs coming from it already.
Yeah, it's all those extra balls, isn't it? And the free hits. This one wasn't a free hit. And catch taken by Tanveer Shah. And how many to come? 5 to come? Just trying to tell you, this is where you...
I'm saying 2. I reckon it's 2.
No, there's 2 to come. But I tell you, Hamza Khan, he would have felt like he's almost bowled his 10 overs, but he'll be happy to take that wicket, a good confidence.
So Bengali, so they've gone past their high score so far? Is that right?
Yeah, their high score is 108, now they're 119 for 2. This will be 120 after this ball.
Yeah, that's good.
That's been crossed.
That's good, because that's what we were saying, weren't we, when even when Omar Ali was out there, that the 120, between 120 and 130 is definitely on. So even though he lost Ali and those runs dried up a bit, well, this 19th over, as so often is the case, is where quite a lot of the runs come from it.
Yeah, so see Raj Halada is going to come to the crease. All right. Last ball of the over, we hope. There we go, and it'll be down the ground, just a single. So count them up. Yeah, it's 121 the score, and there were 100. Oh, not 100 off the over. There were 21 off the over. There was 100 previously off the previous 8. And well, look, all you can say is we're happy that Ali Ahmed found the handle, and Hamza Khan, I should say, and picked up the wicket. So 121 and an over to go. Look, what I would say, and I've touched on this before, Rico, is that it'll make for a very interesting chase, because 11 stars, they do have some big hitters, particularly a man, Kakus, the big Q. All right, Kakus, watch him at the top of the order. He can send them, and I think he'll be trying pretty hard. So watch out for Kakus at the top of the order for 11 stars.
Couscous.
Yeah,
Kashkai.
Yeah,
Kakus.
Kashkai. Listen, Kashkai. Sponsorship. All right, here's the last over, and it is Ali Ahmed who is coming to the attack, and again starts with a single, so 122.
You see, I've got a theory about Hamza Khan. I reckon he's got one of those smart watches on And I reckon he's got it on the health mode, and the health mode told him this morning, look, you've got to get a few more steps in. So I reckon he's just decided, well, that's a good opportunity to get his 10,000 steps. What do you reckon?
He's got a few of them there. Here's Ali Ahmed. Ali Ahmed would be happy to have some attention off him after the last game when he went for 39 in 1 over. And he's going to come in and look, you can see the difference and the margins for a bowler in this. Especially, he ran into Yasser Ali, who was in full flight in the match on Tuesday, and he's showing some good skills here. It was a good fast wide Yorker. Here he is again. Again, you see, getting through, and it's nice to see him, and this is one of the hard things, not just in cricket, but any sport, like getting back on the horse, as they say. And he's out there, and 11 Stars really as a unit, they've recovered after a heavy loss to the Tigers in their last appearance. They went down by something like 124 runs in that match, but they've already got a win on the board today, and they're trying very hard in this match as well. It's just a little bit too wide, called wide, and one of those 50-50 ones, I think. But yeah, it's going to be quite the chase. It was a good call by the umpire. But yeah, Ali Ahmed, good on him, and he's bowled pretty well today. Again, just a little bit too wide, but see what they're going for there, and look, I don't mind it, to be honest, as a tactic, the full wide one. It's if you get it too wide, you give away the extras, and we certainly had a few of them in the last couple of overs. And what I would say is, look, the wides are worth 1, but the maximos are worth 6, so how many have we had, Rico?
I think that one takes it to 19. No, 19.
This one he's got right, and Shafiq Rahman. Well, he was the form batsman in the first couple of games for Bengali. Generally batting the number 3 position, which is where we see him today. And he hasn't quite had the amount of balls. I think it's the kind of guy that takes him a little bit of time to get going, and you don't have too much time at the end of the innings. Here's Ali Ahmed. That's a full toss. It's not quite timed. Howlarder, will he come back for 2? Wasn't that quick. He's a bit conscious of the ball coming back at him. So it'll just be the single. So there'll be 1 ball left in this innings. Score 125. Isn't that what I said? Do you remember, Rico? All my predictions are coming right. I said somewhere in the 125 to 135 region. That's where they'll end up. But how many can they get off this last ball of the innings?
They'll want to go big, Winnie, the captain. And he tries. Fielder Zanvishar this time.
Again, content with a single. I probably would have been pushing for 2, and now they're going to get it. Maybe that was their plan all along. And now we'll have the ball. Again, one of the quirks of this ground, hitting the side of the pitch, coming back for 2 runs. So, Bengali, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they finish their innings 127 for the loss of 2 wickets. Their best performed so far in their 8th match of this Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and, well, I think they'll feel that they've done enough. Their strength has always been in their fielding and their bowling. That's where they're at their best, as you see these highlights. And that was thanks to that change, bringing Rahman to open with Ali. And you saw there, he struggled with balls outside the off stump to start off with. A bit of playing and missing. And then finally, it took him a little bit of time to get his eye in. And once it was in, he played shots like that. That was a terrific pickup. He just launched into that. Had a little bit of luck as well when the runs weren't coming off the bat. They were coming off nothing. But there, that's Omar Ali at his best, isn't it? He uses his feet so well. You've just seen that one going over the scorer's marquee, and then this one being sent packing. It went right the way over the practice nets. Hits the ball really clean. He's just got that little bit of a dance, hasn't he? 1, 2 and hit. We see that number of times. With this one, he just decided he was just going to launch it, and the fielder made a mess of it, and that brought up his 50. So he's had 2 consecutive 50s and trot. This one would run out, and you just saw he was a little bit slow in going the first time round, watching the ball. That hesitation, and that's what cost him there at the end. And luckily his trousers did stay on. Diving in here and giving us the V sign for victory. Maybe that's V sign for victory for his team. Maybe he's confident they've done enough already. And, well, we then had Rahman to see if he could get to his 50. Well, he certainly had a go. See a glaring there. But in the end, going for one shot too many, and it was the cool and safe hands of Tanveer Shah. No messing around, taking a wicket and making that 19th over of Hamza Khan feel a little bit better for the bowler and for his team. So there you have it. This match number 68, Bengali batting first, trying to bounce back from 3 defeats on the spin. They would feel that they've done enough here, scoring 127, losing just 2 wickets. So the change at the top of the order certainly has worked for them. It's nice to see that Omar Ali is continuing in good form. He really did struggle earlier on, and he was, you know what it's like when you start beating yourself up a little bit, saying, you know, what is it? What's going on here? Everything I'm doing is not working, and it's just a case of patience. And I know a number of players and some of the ground staff here talk to him and say, look, just stay calm, stay cool, just try to get yourself, try to set yourself something to start off with. Maybe don't go big straight away, try and get to double figures before you start playing the big shots. And he seems to have done that. He seems to have listened to the advice he's been given, and it's certainly working for him. So well done to you, sir. So the Stars, we saw them win their first game of this Fancode European Cricket Series against the Men in Blue. Can they continue that? Well, if they are to, the big men have to perform again, and I think Tabish Kakus has to go on, not just to get a 50, which has eluded him so far, but to go further. If he can get into the 70 or 80s, then I think his team has a very, very good chance of getting these runs. It's conditions. It's nice to go out there and have a bat. He'll need a little bit of support from somebody though, and be hoping that Tanveer Shah can find form, and maybe his story is going to be a little bit like Omar Ali. Hasn't really got going yet, but needs one good knock, and if this is going to be the one, and if he can support the big man Kakus, then anything can happen. Anyway, we're going to take a short break. We should be back in just under 10 minutes time to see if the 11 Stars can get to a target of 128 runs posted by Bengali. Vale, ahora descansamos más o menos 10 minutos y volvemos por la segunda parte de este partido, cuando de Stars necesita 128 para ganar el segundo parte de este Fancode European Cricket Series. Chao, hasta luego. It's the Fanco, the European Cricket Series, coming to you from Spain, Barcelona. A shout out to our partners, Kookaburra, the ball partner, the travel partner, Bizaway, and trophies. Well, we see those coming out in week 5 when the silverware and all the bling will be out for show. And that is Locker Lifestyles. And then also the production partner, Spring Productions, doing a great job. And we have to mention the guys here doing all the camera work that you're seeing and all the graphics. So Amar, Alvera and Martin, great job, guys. And thank you, of course, to the Catalonia Cricket Federation, their president, Sheikh Amar Saeed, Sabi Ghulam, Nadim Arman, Nisar Ahmed, all been fantastic in their organisation. And speaking of organisation, here at the ground, Roberto, Javier and Sara, you're doing a splendid job, guys, and we really do appreciate it. And the ground staff, the likes of Devinder Singh Kaur, Gurwinder Bajwa, Kushveer Singh, Ranjit Singh, excellent work, guys. Keep up the good work. And let's pay our attention back to this match. Target 128 required by the 11 stars. And they're throwing the ball to Mohammed for Rahman. Well, he's had a excellent day already with the bat, and thanks to his 47 of 33, supported very well by Omar Ali, 54 of 21. They were able to post that score, 127 for 2. And now he's got to try and do it with the ball. And well, good performance here, and certainly he will be a man of the match contender. Firm shot. And no surprises in the batting department from the start. So Kakus getting off the mark straight away. And Tanveer Shah now, he needs to get into the groove, and he plays this one riskily up in the air towards the captain, Raiz Howlader. But it's safe, gets off the mark of his first ball as well. In comes Rahman. Ooh, and that's going to be a race on for the fielder. Gets down well and gets a throw in quickly, keeping it to 1. That's good work. That's appreciated by the Bengali players. 2 men allowed out on the leg side on the boundary. Big old swing. It doesn't come to anything. Tanveer Shah just hasn't got into the groove really here, this Fancode European Cricket Series so far. And that one almost sneaking through, gets back down onto it, chops it onto his foot, staying safe. Swing and a miss, and that's a sort of shows you the shape of a man that's out of nick. Just trying to, maybe he's just trying to hit his way into form, but that's the end of the first over. And it's 3 runs without loss. I won't be too disappointed with that, because if we look back at Bengali CC's batting in the first over, 3 without loss, the second 8 without loss, and it all started in that third over from Munib Ishifaq when the runs really started to flow, and they more or less continued to flow at a good rate. You see there is Alauddin Siddiqui coming on to bowl, and coming into the commentary station is Vinny Sandhu. Mr. Maximo, welcome back, sir.
Well, welcome back indeed. Here's a chance.
I don't believe it. There's something about Vinny Sandhu coming into the commentary station and wickets falling, and that's been hit in the air, and the catch taken by Omar Ali. Well, he's after a man of the match performance himself, and that's a big wicket to go. It's the man they need, or needed a lot from Kakus, but he's gone.
He was the big hope for me, the big Q. I thought that Kakus could send a few out of this Montjuic Olympic round, but this time not getting hold of it. And I just walked past Omar Ali on the way here. I said, stay alert. Don't be alarmed, but stay alert, because there could be a lot of balls flying this direction. I said, look, a lot of them might be over your head, but this one, it was up in the air a long time at the big Q. Well, he's gone early. And I heard you saying that Tanvir Shah just doesn't look in the best nick, and I'd agree with that as well. And wow, the 11 Stars after their first win. Don't know if they partied too hard in the game off. Don't know if they got a bit of a hangover in game 3, but they're going to have a big chase on their hands. And Aladdin Siddiqui, nice start for him with a wicket. Again, one of the things probably to notice as well in chasing this score, and we saw Men in Blue, they got very close to a very similar target, is the urgency with the running between the wickets as well early in the innings. And you just feel in the 11 Stars that's still an area they need to work on. They're not taking a couple of these singles, they might be there. They're looking for it though, to be fair, but that one, I think a wise decision not to go, but you just feel like, well, basically need 13 and over, and especially with only 3 off the first, they'd probably want to be somewhere in the high teens at the end of this over. Nowhere near it at the moment. Just the single, so it's good bowling as well by Bengali. We saw a lot of extras, didn't we, towards the end of that Bengali innings as well, which cost them quite a few runs. And yeah, it's definitely something that the 11 Stars want to work on. Of course, it's all good experience.
Kar Hussain faces first, and it's down the leg side, and well, Tanvir needs to have a look at that. The ball's going down the leg side. You just got to keep your feet still and let it go by. Take the wide. Too many. He's allowed to hit his pads and getting nothing from it. And it goes back to what Vinny's saying. You've got to take whatever you can, especially when you're struggling to get the run to the bat. That's a better ball.
Yeah, good comeback. Doesn't let too many go away from Siddiqui. Yeah, just got some good chat going. Got Jesus saying he's enjoying the cricket so much, and Wazza. Please stop spamming. So we do get the odd spammer in the chat. I was just another one I've blocked. I never used to block much in cricket. I block a lot in this chat room. Here's Siddiqui again. And he does the job. So another one goes down. We said he's pretty accurate. And this time it's Abu Bakar Hussain. He's on his way back. And another early wicket for the Stars.
Yeah, I think he danced all around this. It's a very ugly dismissal. And Hussain is on his way back. It's 2-ball duck for him. And well, this is not looking very good for the Stars. And at the moment it's all Bengali, and you can see they're enjoying themselves out there. A lot of talk, a lot of chat, a lot of laughter. The tails are up. Yeah,
and look, there's a couple of abracadabras, magic overs for you. We said 3 or less is a magic over for the bowlers, but we had 3 off the first, only 2 off the second, and a wicket on the first and last balls for Aladdin Siddiqui, so he took 2 for 2. And after 2 overs, the 11 Stars, well, they're shooting stars at the moment. Bengali, it's 5 for 2. Here's Muhammad Arif Rahman to close out the power play.
It's hit well and goes through the gap just over the man who's in the 30-yard circle. He's reaching up for it, but goes over him. That was a good shot though, well hit. Hussain couldn't reach it.
Yeah, so again, good effort. It's just over his head. Good keeping. Here's the difference. And Shafiqur Rahman tracked that ball all the way, just in case it snuck through, didn't hit the stumps, didn't hit the batsman. So good wicket keeping. We've seen those sneak through for 4 quite a few times today. But Naeem asked me who wins the next toss. Well, I can tell you that in a second. But what was I saying? It's cricket. Anything can happen. Next one's just a single. Yeah, because I put in the chat, I said, any chance for 11 stars? That was just before they lost 2 wickets. And Asjad Butt is in the chat. Hello, Asjad. It's great that you're joining us today. He says it's too long a week for the teams not playing. Yeah, we do miss you, Asjad, but we hope to see you back next week. I'm sure we will. But yeah, it's fantastic. Guys, keep the chat going in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, Asjad, don't worry about that. Just think about all the teams and players all over the world who would love to have this opportunity to play. And if you said to them, look, you can play a game, then you have to wait a week before you play again, I think they'll take it any day. Well,
it also gives your hand a chance to recover. Maybe you can let us know how you're going. Didn't you split the webbing in your hand taking a catch last week, Asjad? Please let us know how that's going. It's yeah, it's obviously so wonderful being able to have you joining us wherever you're watching around the world. It's the beauty of the internet these days as well, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We welcome you to this broadcast.
Oh, he's launched into that. That's going out of the ground. That's a good shot. Says Guerreras, and we were saying sometimes you just need to maybe hit yourself into form. Well, he's certainly having a go, and so far it's working for him. He's had some luck, but well, he's just showing his destructive power, what he can do if he can stick around.
Yeah, he's capable. Keeping again. Look at that sideways movement. Shafiqur Rahman. I mean, in Australia we'd probably call him a little keg on legs, but he's getting down that leg side, and I think, I'm a bit biased towards wicket keepers. A good wicket keeper that can save you 20 to 40 runs in an innings. That's my opinion.
That's going to race away. I don't think anyone's going to stop that 4 runs, and well, you're just trying to put, for me, a little bit too much into this second over, Rahman. You can see him really trying hard, but maybe too hard, just dragging the ball down. And Tanvir Shah is quite happy to take a couple of freebies there, field ball onto bat, find the middle, hit a couple of boundaries. That'll make him feel better. And as if Mahmood is now going to go to the other end to take strike, because that is the end of the over, and it's going to be 22 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yes, and so important over to at least get the 11 stars back in the conversation. We talked about them needing 13 and over, so they want to be at 39 at this rate, at this stage of the innings. They're about 17 off the pace. We've seen you can make those up if you get on a run, but so far it's been pretty tight from Bengali. You've got Renson saying, one time bale bale kinasona. Maybe it's coming up from Rico. Well, Renson, I think you will hear it from Rico, but you might need to wait for one to disappear out of the ground. You've got Dillard saying, is this T10? It certainly is. You're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series match 68 of 124 in Barcelona. Here's Aladdin Siddiqui to bowl the 4th over.
Just guides that down, leg side, Asif. You'll be quite happy at the moment just to be dabbing around as long as Tanvir Shah keeps hitting the ball big the way he has the last couple of balls.
So Siddiqui only going for 2 in his first over. And you know, it's interesting how the first over of Rahman only went for 3, but he went for 17 in his second. And Siddiqui only went for 2 in his first, and still electing him to bowl the second one. I probably would do the same thing. Don't know if that's is related in any way to how Siddiqui will go.
Well, talk about go. The captain has to go bold, and in very similar circumstances as the earlier wicket, just totally missing it. And well, we've seen that a number of times, not just in this match, but in many matches, the batsman just stepping away down the leg side and trying to create room and hit over the top, but it looks messy, looks ugly, and he's got to go back. That wasn't a very sensible shot at all, considering how that last over, the last in the power play, went well, scoring about 17 runs from it and then giving his wicket away in very cheap fashion.
Yeah, 24 for 3 now, halfway through this 4th over, and the 11 stars, and they're falling out of the sky at an alarming rate. And Tanvir, well, he's hit the odd one, hasn't he? But he's 18 of 14 at the other end with 2 4s and a Maximo, but I have to say their batting's going to be sorely tested And of course, they'd be thrilled to have their first win ever in the Fancode European Cricket Series earlier today against the Men in Blue in a thriller. But the 11 Stars are struggling against Bengali in this game. Worked away for a single. Just the last time these two teams met, Bengali versus the 11 Stars. I think we said it was a close game. It was 104 to 102, and it was Bengali that came out on top on that occasion. But I think just the pressure of this, the size of this total, and the fact that those early wickets have gone, particularly Kakus, the big Q, I think with him, a lot of the hopes of Stars chasing this down. You can see now that if Bengali, if they get the ball straight, tell you what, we might have an early finish here.
Yeah, once more you're seeing that batsman stepping away from the wickets, having a swing. What I liked there was when that last wicket went down, the captain raised Howlader. Come back to that in a second. It's a dot ball, having a go, shy at the stumps. Yeah, he was very much telling his troops, look, serious, serious. As that over comes to an end, take it seriously, come on, back on the game. We haven't won it yet, and I like that from the captain. Because, well, at this moment in time, yeah, of course, the Bengali are well on top, but anything can happen.
Well, how about those 2 overs from Aladdin Siddiqui? He bowled overs 2 and 4. He finishes with 3 for 5. And he'd be very happy with that. We're going to see some spin from Hassan bin Hakim. He's been one of the form spinners for Bengali. He bowled the 5th over. The rate already spiralling out of control. Already over 17 and over required, so they're going to need some super magic, I think, Rico, if they're going to stay alive in this game, the Stars.
Yeah, supersonic overs. Well, he's having a go. That's hit well. And that's one of the big hits that they need. Nicely timed shot. Didn't try to overhit it. You just see that. Nice bit of camera work there as well, giving you a nice indication of the ball coming off the bat and the trajectory it took going over the boundary. 6 runs. It's a good start to the over, and this will be even better because not only do they get another run to add to the 6 of the first ball, but it's going to be a free hit as well.
Yeah, strap yourselves in.
He's got to make it count.
He's going to be trying very hard.
He has a go, and the fielder will just opt to let it drop in front of and get the ball in, knowing it was a free hit. Sensible.
Yeah. Again, 11 Stars. The Bengali, of course, losing the last 3 games after winning the first 4.
Oh, that's a juicy one. That's gone even further. 6 runs, and Nilkesh Patel putting those arms up in the air and saying, "Balle, balle, balle." That says more.
Well, you said it, and when he's hit one in the middle, they've certainly gone a long way, and a bit of a breeze picking up, and just taking the ball over that mid-wicket boundary. So if you hit them with any kind of force and get it up in the slipstream, they're going to carry. Bin Hakim, I'm talking about magic. He's been disappearing a couple of times this over. Next one down the ground for a single. And Dillas saying, Sporting Alphas. Are you watching from Sporting Alphas? It's a nice cricket club. And look forward to seeing hopefully some more series in other parts of Spain as well.
He scooped it up, hasn't really hit this fielder, getting in line and taking a very, very good catch. And they've done their job well there, those fielders. This time it's Mosharraf Hussain. Just look this, what the key here is how he kept his eye on the ball. Now the wind has picked up a bit, it's blustery there. In the end, taking that quite low to the ground, but the most important thing was there, he kept his balance, cushioned the blow, good catch.
Key to this is getting down low. He was lower than Barry White by the time that he reached this one, Mosharraf Hussain, and that was the key. And getting low, just kept his eyes under the ball, and nice piece of fielding. It was in the air a long time, wasn't it? And it hung up there, but it was well executed. Again, Bengali doing the little things right.
Well, this one has been well hit, and it has gone all the way over. So there has been a wicket of that over, but there's also been plenty of runs. So they've raced along to 46, but have lost another wicket. 46 for 4 at the end of the 5th, the halfway stage.
Yeah, you can see that just shows you how far they're behind as well. They still require 82 off the last 5 So about 16 and over. That was a pretty good one. It was one of your magic overs. It went for 21, Rico. And look, Tanvir, if he can have a lot of the strike and get hold of some big ones, he could take the game close. But I have to say, it's going to be an uphill walk. A bit like your walks in the morning, Rico, on the way here. How was your walk this morning?
It was lovely. It's lovely. I mean, it is. I mean, though the wind's picked up a little bit now, it's definitely a lot warmer. So by the time I'm getting here, a couple of layers are having to be taken off. It's not like you said the first week here, it was really nippy in the morning. But one thing I've noticed is how much lighter it is as well. So we certainly are coming out of winter and into spring here in Catalonia and in Spain. But we've seen a change here. So man who's taken the catch, Mushraf Hussain, is now going to come on to bowl.
Yeah, and you watch him just trying to swing the ball away, I think.
Well, he's got to go. You saw the movement on the ball. Just have a look. It tells you here when this ball comes through. So another wicket goes, and it's going to be another duck, another first ball I watch.
Yeah, it's a good decision. It's just off the very end of the bat, I think, and probably would have been a wide if he'd missed it. And sometimes you cost yourself, and a very good decision. We saw that, and a good catch as well by Shafiqur Rahman behind the stumps. We talked about his sideways movement, didn't we? And again, that was a wide ball. Went even wider with the deflection. And a nice piece of wicket keeping. So another one goes down. They lose a fifth. I mean, Tanvir is still there, but he's running out of partners. It's now 46 for 5.
Yeah, very much so. So he'll be hoping that Rohid Islam that's coming in now can stay there for him.
Yeah, again, dream start for the bowler. Could have had a wide and said you got a wicket.
Comes Hussain. Ooh, and well, if you could have just got the radar right on that one. He certainly had the good length to the new batsman. Could have gone all the way through. He's all smiles. He knows how close that was.
Yeah, you said it. And again, some acrobatic work behind the stumps from Shafiqur Rahman. The way he throws himself around.
That wasn't far off either. I mean, Vinny, you mentioned Sporting Belfast there in Albert, and it's amazing, isn't it, how this European Cricket Series is now, of course, the fan code European Cricket Series, where it all started,
yeah,
and where it's come, the number of matches that we've had, and the countries that we've been to. It's just absolutely fabulous how much was achieved last year, and achieved in a very difficult year, you know, when you think of all the restrictions and what happened. And with what's planned this year, the ECL, hopefully, and then the ECC, it's just amazing. It's just taken off, hasn't it? Taken the world by storm.
I couldn't agree more, Rico. And
But
tell you what, this isn't going to tickle. He's shot this down onto his foot. And new batsman who's come in, Rohid Islam, he knows all about it.
But he couldn't back up his mind what hurt more. I think because it hit the bottom of the bat, the shock went up to his hands and his wrist, but then he also banged it onto his foot. So then the foot took over.
Do this one out for a single. So that will be the end of the over. And 49 for 5 the score. So another magic over. Only 3 off it from Musharraf Hussain. You see this one hit down the ground. But yeah, just further to your point, Rico, the first series was in March 2020 of the European Cricket Series. And just before the pandemic took effect and all the restrictions. So it was a bit of a hiatus, wasn't there? Now, we weren't able, due to the hard work of many, many people behind the scenes, to get the ECS going again halfway through June. Of course, since then, we're approaching the 1,000 matches mark that we've broadcast on ECN, and of course, yeah, picking up viewers all the time, and it's just a different kind of cricket as well. And some people, it might be an acquired taste, but I tell you what, if you want some close finishes and action, you'll find it right here. 5 games every day at the moment on ECN, and it's great to have your company. It certainly has shone a light on cricket in Europe, and and encouraged more participation. The explosion of participation is already being seen. I don't think we'll see the full effects of it for many years to come, but it's definitely the start of something special, and it's so great that we've been able to get so much cricket played during these difficult times. And the captain, Riaz Halada, is going to come in to bowl the 7th over.
And he goes right through and knocks the stumps over. And there's another wicket. And you can see there the body language of the man at the non-strikers end. Tanveer Shah, he can't believe what he's seeing. The only thing is he'll be feeling what some of the other batsmen above him have felt, because he's been guilty of doing this himself, and now he knows what it feels like when a batsman that's in his losing partners. But great bowling. The captain comes on first ball, right up there where it needs to be. Another batsman makes his way back.
Well, rack 'em up, Rico. How many times have we seen the stumps going down already in this innings? 49 for 6 now. And Tanveer, he's running out of partners. They're not that interested in giving him the single and getting him on strike. And it's the captain that strikes immediately for Bengali. It's coming to a comment in the chat. Renson asking, will anyone break the record, Govinda's record? We might come back to that in a second.
Swing and a miss there.
Yeah, no score. But yeah, Govinda Bajwa got 156 not out. And it's a very good question. I mean, I think it'll be very difficult to break. Maybe not impossible to break, but there were a few factors that all happened in that match which allowed such a high individual score. One of them was the fact that the other two principal batsmen got out very cheaply, and that allowed him to dominate the strike, I suppose. Here's Halada. No ball, so next ball will be a free hit. So we end up facing 45 out of the 60 balls in the innings, and I mentioned that the most balls we've seen one batsman face in all of these matches in the ECS, it was 47, so he's pretty much topped out in the amount of balls faced. As we see Halada delivering the free hit. Not quite getting away, just the single. So, yeah, will it be broken? Well, I'd kind of decided, crunched the numbers, and I said the highest score I think is possible is probably 170 to 180. And again, it was very extreme circumstances required. No other batsman really firing. You need one batsman dominating the strike, facing something like 3/4 of the balls in the innings and scoring at about 3.5 a ball. It's hard to score more quickly than that, especially because normally if you're trying to retain the strike, there's singles required off the last ball of an over. So, yeah, interesting debate though. This one's up, it's in the air, it should be caught.
And there we go, nice and easy, safe hands. They're just doing everything right today. Simple catch there from, this time, Waqar Hussain, and just making it look easy, Bengali. And sometimes though, if you bat first and you do the job and a good job and you post good runs on the board, it does become easy, especially if your bowlers bowl well.
Yes, and again, holding their catches, Bengali. Another one goes down. They lost a 7th wicket now. And that's the man, Tanveer Shah this time. And well, you'd have to say, the fat lady's got the dress on. He's ready to walk out to the middle of the stage and sing a tune. Here's Halada.
Well, that's a very nice shot. I like the position. बड़ा सोना शॉट से ये मिला कितना शॉट मार के देखिए ते शॉट मारे तो फिर दोबारा क्या चलो मेरी फोटो भी खींच दो. There we go. Click, click, click. Take those pictures. Why not indeed?
Yeah, it's a good shot, and I need a bit more of that, to say the least. So just to finish my discussion about the record, and it reminds me actually in the first ever IPL match, you saw Brendan McCullum score 158 not out, and they thought that would never be beaten at the time. We've seen since then, Chris Gale, he scored 175 in a T20 match. Back to that in a second as well.
He's certainly having a go. This is going to split the field, isn't it? No. Good work done there by Hussain.
Very nice fielding, Musharraf Hussain. That's the end of the over. So 58 for 7 at the end of 7. Hey, guess what? There's more cricket just around the corner here on the European Cricket Network. We've already had the toss for the next match. And we're going to see the Catalonia Tigers. They are back and they're taking on Fateh, who we'll see for the first time today. Tigers winning their first match, and they go 5-1 now. Fateh, well, they've been struggling. They're 1-4, and Catalunya Tigers, guess what? They're very lucky with the tosses. They have won again. They've elected to bat, and look at Yasser Ali, 714. Dream 11 points. Now I'm sure he's the captain for a lot of people. Also, Mustansa Iqbal, he'll be opening the batting for them, I'm sure. The big news is that Muhammad Amaran Khan, the big Mac, he is back in the lineup for the Tigers. But Fateh, well, look, we know that they're capable of a surprise. Let's see if they can do some Tiger taming. That's match 69, just around the corner, starting in about 40 minutes' time. Here's Omar Ali to bowl, and starts with a single. Yeah, so just my final discussion, and we've seen 175 in a T20, then even in one of the matches in Cyprus last year, we saw a batsman score 250 on his own in a T20. So will it be broken? I will say yes, but I don't know when, and I don't think it'll be for quite a long time. It'll be exciting to watch though. We thought Scott Edwards' record wouldn't be broken. Well, there you go. He scored, of course, scored his 130 odd in the ECL final.
Oh, that's just chipped over. And you know, the other thing, just to add, I mean, we're talking about this format and how so many people are enjoying it and tuning into it all the time. And you know, what I would say is that I find it very difficult to watch other formats of the game now because the excitement's not there. I mean, look, I hear there's this test match going on. Now, this is a test match. Now, why do you want to sit down? Let's just watch this delivery. It's well bowled in the block. Now, why would you want to sit down and watch 50 overs or whatever it is of being bowled and a team making what, 112, then another 50 odd overs and a team making 100 and something? Look, you're getting those scored in 10 overs here, and you're getting this action. You're getting runs scored, more than those runs scored in 10 overs from teams, and you're seeing a lot of action, and you're seeing wickets. Well, there's another one go down. So Omar Ali certainly is trying to cement his position to take the Man of the Match award. Good bowling from him.
I'd say so. He'd be a hot favourite at the moment and hitting the target. Yeah, it's interesting you say that. And look, what I would say is it's there's a certain beauty about watching every format of the game, whatever it is, whether it's a short format. Obviously, this is very addictive, watching the Fancode European Cricket Series and watching this T10 cricket. You get addicted to the finishes and the sixes and the wickets and stuff. Look, I still enjoy Test cricket as well, and 50-over cricket and 20-over cricket, because each of them, they have something unique about them. And of course, you know, the value of wickets and thinking batsmen out in the longer forms of the game. There's a certain beauty to that as well. But yeah, there's no doubt this Fancode European Cricket Series has taken the world by storm, as you would say, Mariko. And the frequency of the cricket they were able to produce, and frequency of the results, and all action all the time. Again, the T10 format, it was originally only meant to be for 3 days that we were playing T10s, and it was going to go to T20, but we just found so many people enjoyed the T10 format and what it offered. The fact we can play so many matches in a day and have so many close finishes certainly is a reason it's so popular.
Yep. It's played out nicely, Dan. And maybe also, I mean, we're talking about a test match taking place somewhere in the Indian continent. So I'm not gonna say where, but maybe I'm gonna say to those people that are involved with that test match, well, have a word with the boys in Catalonia about how to prepare wickets. You know, maybe this is an idea you can adopt there. There's a lot of talk about how the pitches are playing there. Well, come and have a look. You know, a few bits of board and a little bit of good matting, and wicket seems to play quite well. And you know, it's interesting. You get comments from some people about the pitch here and how it plays, etc. Well, I tell you what, I think there's quite a few international batsmen that would rather be batting on this than what they've had to bat on in the last few weeks. But anyway, loving it. It's for me, it's just just all action-packed excitement, this T10 format.
Yeah, you said it. Here's Musharraf Hussain. Nice looking shot in the gap.
Yeah, and beats the two fielders. The captain giving it chase. 4 runs. Nicely played.
Yeah, it was a good shot, and just piercing the gap. The two fielders on the boundary, not able to do anything about it. So 4 valuable runs to the 11 Stars, but they look to be well short in this chase. That's Ali Ahmed giving that one away. He'll be happy to get a few runs after he went for a few yesterday.
trying to dig this one right on his toes, and the batsman did well, got bat onto it. Once more, good work from the keeper, alert. I think going past Shafiqur Rahman, he's had a good day behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's been really good back there. And even those ones on the second bounce, just blocking it with his body, and these are little things. And like I said, look, if your keeper saves you 2 runs and over, that's 20 runs. And I think often they save you a few more than that, to be honest. And especially if they're able to hold on to that tough chance as well and remove a batsman. It's a key position. It's a specialist position for a reason.
Oh, and he's got the wicket there, and the wicket keeper there quite happy about that one. Let's watch this.
Yeah, this is zoned in. The radar was spot on. And over goes the timber. That's the 9th wicket. And, well, this one, I said we might be headed for an early lunch. It's very, very possible at this stage. It's now 68 for 9 with the ball to go on the 9th over.
Yeah, I mean, the batsman there, he sort of watched that onto his stumps. Hamza, he didn't play it at all, just totally surprised him, I think.
I think it did. It was just pretty slippery in the end. It was pushed through, and he tried to jam the bat down on it, but just not in time. And so, well,
this man, he's come out with a bat, but I still think he should have come out with a guitar.
Oh, here's Zubair. Well, I still think he's he's the karate king. I'd like to see him hit a 6 and do his little karate chop celebration. Well, you call it the guitar, don't you? Anyway, he won't get the chance for now because that's the end of the over.
Yeah, he's the rock star for me. But anyway, he didn't have
68 for 9.
He didn't have anything to celebrate in his bowling in this match. Wasn't able to break through, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like we'll have Alamin MG to bowl for Bengali. It's nice to see him get a trundle in the 10th over. Seen him putting in a lot of work at training as well, and he'll be hoping to get a wicket. And he's got a good chance, you'd have to say. The last pair at the crease for the 11 stars. Starts with a wide though. Shafiqur Rahman. Oh, he's been using his hands for the most part. I think this one's got him in the boot. But he'll get to re-bowl that one again. Alamin MG. There you go. And now Rahman's deciding going up to the stumps. I think it's a good option. I'd like to see that more from him because he's a good wicket keeper, and again, just brings the stumping into play, doesn't it?
Ooh, there you go. Almost.
See, that to me is a lot easier as a wicket keeper because it's coming in a more comfortable height. Doesn't give it a chance to get low and die and get you around to take it around your ankles. Plus, you got the chance of the stumping. The batsman strays out of their crease.
Ooh, he could be close because he has that right across.
And isn't he happy about it? MG, he gets the bowl in the 10th over and he picks up the 10th wicket. This one looked to be plumb in front. And it's all over bar the shouting and even the batsman admitting, yeah, you got me. That was very, very straight. So the innings comes to an end. There's 11 stars chasing an unlikely 128 for victory. They lost wickets all the way through their innings and they are bowled out for 69 with 4 balls remaining in the 10th over. Well done to Alamin MG for his wicket. It was nice to see him brought on. But in this unlikely chase as it turned out, it was Rahman that opened the bowling. He did well with the bat. But then the big cue, the big hope for 11 stars. He went early and a few followed him as well. That was Abu Bakr Hussain. And they might be called the stars. A few had their head in the clouds. A manner of dismissal. More often than not was bowled. They got the odd one away, of course. And there were a few big hits. And Tanveer, well, he looked to be playing himself into some kind of form. But more often than not, it was the stumps that were being destroyed. Tanveer ended up contributing 31. Top scorer, pulling those off 22 balls with 2 fours and 3 maximos. Ali Ahmed, down the bottom of the order, was the only other star to reach double figures. As we see, a nice bit of work from Shafiqur Rahman. He was very good and I liked his lateral movement behind the stumps. That was a wicket for Mosharraf Hussain. Perhaps a bit fortunate, the batsman going after a wide ball. But there was nothing fortunate about the rest of these dismissals for Bengali. You see there, Rohit Islam missing a straight one, and it wouldn't be the last. Also, they held their catches, Bengali, at times, and we know how hard they've worked on their fielding. They dramatically improved their performance. Now hold the pose, said, hello, Ali Ahmed here, and I'm going to show you how to do it. And he played some nice shots down the ground on his way to 16, and it was nice to see him get some runs, but even he would ultimately fall late in the innings, and that was the end of Umar Riaz. But Bengali, well, they played like a team that wanted to get back in the winner's circle. Of course, they won the first 4 games of this series before losing the next 3. That one just was pushed through a bit too quick, wasn't it? And then it was all over at the end. And a big LBW appeal. Alamin MG, well, he's the one that put the final nail in the coffin and shooting the last star out of the sky. And Ali Ahmed, well, he went off what would become the last ball of match 68. But just around the corner, in about half an hour's time, we have match 69. It's the 4th match of 5 today, and it's the Catalonia Tigers that will return. And they're taking on Fateh, who we will see for the first time today. Fateh will be playing the 4th and 5th games today, taking on the Catalonia Tigers. And then Bengali will be back in the 5th match today as well. So we'll get another chance to look at Bengali, and they have a chance to cement their position near the top of the table with another win. So obviously quite an interesting match 68. Bengali, we mentioned that they hadn't scored more than 108 in 7 appearances so far in the Fancode European Cricket Series, but they put a lot of runs on the board in the end, all the way 127. It was too much for the 11 stars.
Yeah, we just have a look at this batting scorecard. We just go through it. So nothing really of real excitement there. I think it's good for Tanvir Shah. He needed to score some runs, and he did in the end. Did well, 31 to 22. But a lot of the times he had to just watch from the other end. I mean, just look at that scorecard. Apart from his 31, we go down at 2, 0, 1, 8, 0, 1. Then other than Ali Ahmed, we saw him doing a bit of posing and big hitting at the same time. Nobody else contributing, and made it easy really for the bowlers. And well, you had 2 men there with 2 wickets apiece. Hussain, I think he bowled really well. 2 wickets for 6. And the captain, Howler, taking a wicket off his very first ball as well. So looking into this next match, you know, this is going to be interesting, because I tell you what, I think Bengali will be hoping that Fateh do them a big favour, because if they can pull up an upset here, then Catalonia will be there for the takes, and Bengali then have a chance to play Fateh, beat them if they can, and be on top of the table again. So everything can go. But one thing here is the Tigers, well, I can't see them slipping up. I think they're going to be strong. They've won the toss. They're going to bat. They're going to try and bat Fateh out of the game. And if they can do so, well, that'll be a good day for them, taking them on, well, clear on top of the table then with 13 points. But Bengali can reduce that back to just 1 point again if they can win their last game. So this is, I think, a very, very interesting and exciting table.
Yeah, and they're all important games. We've got Fateh. Look, they're capable of an upset. We've seen it before. I mean, it would be a huge upset if they were to beat the Tigers in match 69, but they'll definitely be trying, and it's so important that they get into that top order. You can see the top 3 there. Probably also Muhammad Amran Khan coming back in strengthens the batting even more for the Tigers. But Fateh, we know they're capable, and you've got all the information you need there to make your Dream 11 team or fantasy team wherever you're watching around the world. You can always catch those fantasy dashboards when they come out on our social media at European Cricket, and match previews available for every game at our website, europeancricket.com. So that's it for now. We'll rejoin you in about 20 minutes time to take you into match 69. There's still 2 matches today coming to you from Barcelona as part of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly. This is the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's Mr. Maximo with you, and it's almost time for match 69. It's the 4th match out of 5 today, and of course we've got matches all week, Monday to Friday, and also Super Sunday, so don't forget about that. But for now, the match referee is with the two captains.
Tail is the call. And head is it. So Catalonia won the toss.
And decided to bat first.
Bat first. Tigers have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you go, the Tigers. They've been very good with the coin tosses. They've won, and they are going to elect to bat again, and no surprises there. I noticed in their lineup, the big Mac is in, Mohammad Amgan Khan, and they'll have a very dangerous opening combination. Yasser Ali and Mustansa Iqbal, no doubt, will open the batting for them. And Fateh, well, they're always a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get. They're a bit like a box of chocolates, but they'll be keen to put in a good performance, and maybe they can just tame the Tigers. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, are we going to see an upset in the making? We haven't really seen a major upset yet in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Most of the matches have more or less gone to plan. I mean, early on, perhaps Bengali, Bengali winning that game against these guys. Well, who knows? But this is going to be a big one for me. I think Catalonia Tigers winning the toss. I know it wasn't the captain, but it's not a hard job, is it, for the standing captain? I think that the Mustansa is just going to say, we're going to bat. You win the toss, they're going to have a bat. That's what they like to do. And they like to go out and score big runs. And why not indeed with the likes of Yasser Ali in your side, Mustansa, Iqbal as well. Well, Saqib Latif and Mohammad Amgan Khan coming back in the team. That's a very strong batting lineup. And it's almost like one of those where, if you were a selfish player, I'm sure none of them are, but if you're a selfish player, you're sort of almost hoping that there's a couple of early wickets so you get a chance to bat, because if Yasser Ali and Mustansa Iqbal get going, you're probably not going to get too many chances. Fateh, well, we know all about Fateh. They can turn on the style, they can cause upsets, but at the moment, it has to be said, in this Fan Code Cricket Series, they've just not scored enough runs. I think in the field, though they do nothing spectacular. A little bit like one or two other teams we've seen. We've got no real stars. As we see that dashboard there, you look down the lineup there. There's no real big stars there. But you know what? They just are well disciplined. They do normally take the catches. They bowl wicket to wicket. And if you get, if the Tigers get a little bit too complacent, a little bit too cocky, maybe, you could see that they could throw a few wickets away, and I think the Fateh, they'll be in there and take their opportunity. But again, a little bit like we were saying about Tanvir Shah in that last game, Happy Singh has not been in good form, and if he can get himself into form when it comes to the batting department, it could be very interesting. Liking the new kit from Fateh, we saw this the last time they were out. We said there was a little bit of Spider-Man about it. Yeah, and I can see what Vinny was thinking there. I do like the new kits. And they've got it all to do in the batting department. No change. I think same openers. So Yasser Ali will be hoping to continue in the good form he's in at the moment. Remember, he scored a century, 116, and then today he's been out there and he's scored 50 plus for his team as well. So he really is in the runs. I'll be hoping to continue that. I have to say though, he's been a little bit lucky as well. There's been a few shots outside the off stump that he's got wrong, and a little bit of waving backwards and forwards from Safwan Naeem, the umpire, and he's out there with Abdul Khan for this match. And this is a change, a big change for Fateh. Now, quite often I've always seen Fateh in the field and I've thought, well, when's Happy Singh going to come on to bowl? And he hasn't done so. Well, here he is. He's going to come on to bowl this very first over. So straight away some changes. Happy Singh. Short. Down the leg side. Ends up being a wide. The batsmen think about turning it into two, but they don't. Too much down the leg side there. In comes Happy Singh once more. Once more down the leg side. Getting good bit of bounce there. You just think if you could, if that's a little bit straighter, that could catch the batsman by surprise. And there you go. That's a good close-up of of the kit there. Yeah, you can see the webs there, a bit of Spider-Man. Can he get a wicket? Short, and this time, yes, they're getting bad onto it. Didn't get as much bounce as the ball that went down the leg side, but it's 4 runs, so the first runs off the bat. Yeah, a little bit too short, and yes, they're just waiting to put that away, and I'm pretty sure he'll be waiting for the next one as well. He's got to get the ball fuller now. What worked very well in that match against, or worked well for the men in blue in their game against the Tigers, was keeping the Yasser Ali outside the off stump. And that's better, that's a better line. Rajinder Singh Lovely coming in and half stopping the ball. Just keeping it to 1, so Mustansir Iqbal. There goes on strike. And goes for the big shot, and the fielder is there and takes a catch. He's so happy. Oh, yes, he is. Happy seeing the bowler, and that is Kuldeep taking the catch. Kuldeep Singh. So the big man going very first ball, trying to hit big, not clearing the fielder. Kuldeep takes the catch. And well, he is happy today. We haven't seen too many smiles on Happy Singh's face, but this time getting that very important wicket early. And Mohammed Amagan Khan is making his way out to bat. So Fateh, 7 for 1. Shaba is the call from the wicket keeper, Rajinder Singh. I've liked his work, Rajinder's. Behind the stumps, and he's trying to keep his team's morale up. They know they're up against a very, very strong team. Mohammed Amagan Khan to face his first ball. Oh, it's gone right through him, and he has a look at the pitch and saying, well, wasn't expecting that. It didn't come up, but you have to say though, the Mac probably wasn't playing down the right line either. Didn't you move his feet either? Got to be careful. Oh, look at the movement on that. That is an absolute beauty. Just watch the movement here. I thought for a moment this is going to be a wide ball, and just watch what it does. Wow. What's the reply going to be from the Mac? Is he going to go smashing it? No, kept his shape well. Pushes that out for a single. And that is the end of the first over, and 8 runs from it. But the prized wicket of Mustansir Iqbal. Remember the century that he scored. He's also scored, followed that up with a 50. But today is not his day. Going first ball, caught on the boundary by Kuldeep Singh, with the bowling of Happy Singh. So they've sent one of the big men back. Yasser Ali on striker's end at the moment. The only boundary of the innings so far. Short ball, which he put away. Amagan Khan's on 1 run. Oh, that's just rocketed away. And that off stump just smashed it away. It was aiming for the off stump, the bowler, but well, look at this, just bang, just very quick hand speed. The timing was exquisite. 4 runs, beautiful shot. Needs to come back here, the bowler, Rajinder Singh. Short again, and well, this time not able to get on top of it, but does take the single. very important for Fateh to keep the pressure on, not bowl too many loose deliveries, not give too many extras away, to make the Tigers work for their runs rather than give them to them freely. Well bowled. And that seemed to have surprised Yasir Ali. You just see that line early on to him. And his form of attack then becomes trying to hit over the top and the offside. And on a number of times we've seen him scoop the ball up. It's a shy at the stance from Majinder Singh, but it has been backed up, so no damage done. And these two playing each other for the first time in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. First time round their match was abandoned because of rain. In fact, Fateh, they had their first two matches, the very first day one of the Fan Code European Cricket Series, where only 2 games were possible, 3 were rained out, and that's something you don't see too often. Yasir Ali just playing that one straight back down, so this is an interesting start to this match. Score moves on to 15 with that defensive shot from Yasir. Now what has happened a few times here in these circumstances where the Catalonia Tigers have been under a little bit of pressure, this third over they have racked up many runs from it. We often say, or I often say, that the third and the 9th over are the key ones. It all seems to happen in those. So let's see if Catalonia Tigers can make this one count, the last of the power play, to see if they can push up to around about the 30+ mark. Not straight away. Hesitation from the Big Mac. A hit in and be out. And he knows it as well. There's that big smile, the one we've all become accustomed to seeing. Just watch this. He didn't get going straight away. Instead of leaning into it and going, he takes one step, hesitates, and then took his time. And, well, if Majinder Singh Lovely had hit there, he would have just carried on running back to the dugout, but survives. Yes, here, that's going to be close, is it? Yes! He's gone right in front. The big man going across the line. And that is a big wicket. You can see the celebrations there from Fateh and the wicketkeeper Harjinder Singh. He's loving this. Watch this, gone right across. I don't think there's anything wrong with that decision. And cooled it. He wanted it. And he got it. Massive, massive wicket that is indeed. And how important was that? So Kuldeep Singh, he's certainly in the action. He took the catch to remove the first big man, Mustansar Iqbal, and then gets the second, Yasir Ali, LBW. So it's Saqib Latif comes out, and he too can only just defensively push this away. This is an exceptional start from Fateh. And Fateh, and it's understandable why I have a lot of followers, a lot of well-wishers. Very much like the few other teams, Men in Blue, Punjabi Warriors. They just seem to click with people. They are a lovely bunch of lads, and Majinder Singh Lovely, the captain, there in the action. Just seen there, he's just had a new addition to his family, a baby girl. So it's just delivery from Kuldeep to Mohammed Amagan Khan, and the Big Mac, well, going for the big one right across the line. Well, he needs to bat a little bit more responsibly than this. That could have gone anywhere, could have chopped it onto his stumps. Yeah, Majinder Singh Lovely Bought some lovely barfis and laddus. Baby bonoisi. Badaiyan to know, the family knows. So yeah, treated us to some sweets for the birth of that baby. And Max still trying to hit big. Just all of the guys, a lovely bunch of guys to talk to. The Happy Singh, Tajinder Singh, Kuldeep Singh as well. They just make friends. I remember the very first European cricket series that they played in back in October, and the one thing is they said is, look, you know, yeah, we know we're not going to come and win the competition. We know that, but we're here. We want to have fun. We want to enjoy ourselves, and you know, we're going to give it our best. And what more can you ask for? And I think that's why they make loads of friends. And what a great start they've made here. So the power play, 17 it is, 2 down. Tajinder Singh coming back. Let's hit hard and flat out to Happy Singh. Will just be a single. Well, Mohammad Afghan Khan, he's had a few swings and misses. This time he connects, the ball's in the air, and unfortunately for Fateh, it eludes the fielders. As soon as that was hit, I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to be out. There normally is a fielder on that part of the circle, but he drifted, I think, because he's there now. I think he drifted too close to the square leg umpire, so the Mac gets away with it. Looking scratchy here. That one's very, very wide. The wicketkeeper almost doing the split, stopping that. Being signalled wide. They can't let themselves down here. They've done the good work. And that's a good shot. That's powerfully hit. That's his areas, isn't it? Anything there too short outside the off stump, he thumps that away. There is a fielder out there on the boundary. You can't do nothing about that. Just watch that again. That's the hand speed. Head perfectly still. 4 runs, and that's his second boundary. And you just got to ask yourself sometimes if you can play those sort of shots. You don't need to be having those ugly swipes across the line. Just stand up tall and play straight. And that's better from him. Just respecting that. That's the experience showing. Doesn't have to try and play a big shot. Just look at that scorecard. Yasir Ali, LBW, was 6. Mustafa Iqbal goes out for a single. Mustafa Iqbal, 0. First ball. Caught. Kuldeep Singh bowled Happy Singh. So the 2 of the big guns are out. So Mohammad Hamagan Khan and Saqib Latif have to rebuild here for the Tigers, and partnership is key. At least that upset on the cards. Another wicket or 2 here, and it certainly is. It's coming down the leg. Good throw in. The Mac a little bit slow to get going, but makes it to the other end, and that is the end of another over. Score moving on to 27. The end of 4 overs, 2 wickets down. And Tajinder Singh bowled very well. 16 off his 2 overs. Looks like Happy Singh is going to come on and bowl his second. To focus on his long, and he does drift down the leg side sometimes. I don't think you can afford to do that against Latif. Well, he has. He's bowled it short, and he's been sent packing. That's gone out of the ground. That is a big hit. 6 runs, and think the ball there has disturbed some wildlife as well, as that's gone over the fence. Don't know if you'll see this on camera, but as soon as that ball lands on the other side of the fence here, and we see, there we go, something was going on down there. Yeah, naughty bird. Anyway, that's gone. 6 runs, big hit. Got to pitch it up. It's trying round the wicket. And it has been pitched up, and it's been sent all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Bada, Shaka. Saqib Latif is now having this bounce back for the Catalonia Tigers. Maybe it's his turn to shine with the bat. It's his opportunity. Short, smashed. And it's going to be another one. There we go. 3 out of 3. 6, 6, 6. Well, party time. And what more have we got in store here? I wonder. The umpire says to the batsman, another ball, because you keep losing them. Shows it to him. Gives it to Happy Singh. He's coming over now again. And he's gone for another one. Is he going to make it? He just does. Yes, 4 in 4. You see Kuldeep jumping up, trying to stop it. Couldn't do anything about it. Landing over him right in front of the European cricket flags. Well, how about this for big hitting? 1 and over. This has been so far. 24 of it. And that smashed hard out the off stump, and the fielder has made a hash of it. Almost looked like he jumped over the ball. It's gone for 4 runs, no 6 this time. Well, just for a moment, you thought we were going to see something special. Well, it is still a special over. 28 off the over. Ball still to come. And this is what the Tigers can do. I'm saying it's so important for Fateh just to keep it tight. Happy Singh gambled to come back on to bowl this 5th after bowling the first over. And this one will go for 4 runs as well. Well, that is just exceptional hitting. Maybe a little bit of luck involved with the last one. So just have a look at that over. 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 4. Thank you very much. And well, we talk about magic overs, and we also talk about supersonic ones. Well, that for me was supersonic all the way. Well, Saqib Latif, he's all of a sudden moved the score along. Well, he's not just moved it, it's just rocketed along. 59 now for 2. Mr. Maximo, welcome back. And there was a few Maximos there.
What did I miss? I saw it. 32 off the over and 59 for 2 at the halfway. Well, that's a pretty good start for Happy. We haven't seen too many happy moments from him in this series. And I saw he got the early wicket of Mastan Iqbal. But he got a lot of punishment, didn't he? And Wazza really appreciated your commentary there, Rico. Something was going on there, you naughty bird. He said, ha ha ha, gold. And speaking of gold, they've held this man back. It's Govinder Singh Senior. And he's going to bowl some of his left arm spinners. And he gets through the Mac. And the Mac's looked a bit shaky. He's was rested this morning, where sometimes you can play yourself out of form, and still there though. This one just sneaking off the bat onto the back of the leg and rolling past the wicket keeper.
This one just out of square leg. That's where he's been struggling, Vinny. I mean, his timing seems to be all over the place with anything in that area. Giving whiff out that side of the off stump is dispatched. But at the moment, anything coming into him, anything down the leg, he's just struggling to time the ball onto it. And there's the wicket. Latif going for 1 shot too many, and he won't like to see that again. He really wasn't there for that shot. He should have just stood up tall and hit it straight and hard. But trying to play this one down the leg side, and well, I think he just got a little bit of something on it, but it was going on to hit the stumps anyway. That's a big wicket.
Yes, and you see there, change of pace. It took a while for Fateh to bring him into the attack, and it surprised me because the other bowlers, well, I suppose it was just that last over where there was a lot of damage to the figures of Happy Singh, but it's Gurvinder Singh Senior that is happy getting the big wicket of Saqib, and there's a lot of cricket left to go in this one. And we see the score. It's now 60 for 3.
Wow. It's all happening here. So Fateh, even though they had that over that went for 32, they've come back with a bang. So Gurvinder Singh Senior taking a wicket, getting rid of the danger man, and well, the Tigers have to start again.
Razkat Ali, the new batsman.
Well, start again he does. That's a lovely shot from him, and he just seems to be getting better as this Vancode European Cricket Series plods along, because, well, we've seen him not perform with the bat, we've seen him being a bit shaky with his bowling, but with every match he improves, and that was a top shot for your first ball. We've seen a lot of first ball ducks. Well, that one's been sent packing. That time the ball's ended up in the pond. Just pushing that one out now, taking the single, clever, giving the strike to Mohammed Amagan Khan.
Yeah, so the Mac, can he find some form? Seen him just a little bit off the pace so far in this match, but we know how capable a player he can be. Of course, he led his team Catalonia CC all the way to the semi-finals of the European Cricket League in 2019. That's coming up again before too long. Here's Gurvinder Singh Senior.
Lucky again. He's riding his luck. Is the Mac, and he looks up to the heavens and says, thank you for that one. How are you on?
Yeah, well, you make your own luck, and the Mac does a lot of good deeds in a week, doesn't he? But that is the end of the over, the end of 6. And 68 for 3. And, well, look, it's been a very interesting, a topsy-turvy first 6 overs, you'd have to say. If I was going to do my 6-over check-in, looking at 68, and, well, 3 wickets down. The way these guys are hitting them, I'd be looking probably 10 to 12 and over. Let's call it 12. Probably takes them up to 116. So they might be looking at something in the range of, I'd say, between 115 and 125. But Gurvinder's got an over up his sleeve. It's going to be Kuldeep Singh to bowl the 7th over. He's bowling to Mohammed Amgan Khan. Again, this is a pretty straight ball on the stumps and worked out. A bit of fancy footwork, but he might have kicked it a bit too far away from himself. Always conceding a second run, but in the end it's just the single. And we saw Kuldeep earlier bowling the 2nd over. Kept it pretty tight. The 3rd over, I should say. He's going to bowl to Razkat Ali. Again, he's going to go maximum. He's going to go all the way, Maximo! And another for Razkat Ali. He's faced 3 balls. 2 of them have disappeared out of the ground. And, well, we saw him do it with the ball, picking up 5 for 7 2 days ago. He's doing it with the bat right now. I'll try again, hit it very hard. It's into the gap. It'll be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. And the Tigers. Oh, Razkat Ali, he's one Tiger who hasn't been let out of the cage with the bat too often. Hasn't been required for the Tigers, but showing what he can do, showing his all-round abilities here in the Vancode European Cricket Series. First series of the year, of course. Will be in many locations across the continent as the year goes on, but right now, firmly focused on Razkat Ali. He goes up again. This should be caught. Manjinder's the man, and he's held on. So Manjinder Singh, lovely. He was it covered, had a lot of time to think about it. And I tell you what, we know that he's just had a child with his partner recently. Well, I hope he wasn't the one that had to catch it on the way out, because this was very slippery and he's held on in the end. So, end of an outstanding cameo from Razkat Ali. He scored 17 off only 5 balls with 2 sixes, a 4, a single, and a wicket. And Wazza commenting, the 6 looks so casual from the first ball. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Wazza? But in the end, I suppose, if you're Fateh at this stage, you've just got to tell yourself, we can keep picking up these wickets and keep the score under control. See Mohammed Kashif coming to the wicket now to join the Big Mac, who's on strike. Yeah, the Big Mac just a little bit off the pace today so far. I'm sure we'll see him in full flight at some point, but yeah, if they can keep them down to something in the low hundreds. And we saw the Tigers get a bit of punishment when they were in the field earlier from the men in blue. They held on to win that game just by a single run. And the Mac on the best form at the moment. Here we saw some of their gun bowlers, you'd say, in this format. Yasser Ali, he got some treatment. End of 7. The score is 79 for 4. So for a shaky start, it was a good comeback from Kuldeep. He can be pretty proud of his efforts. He had 2 for 13 of his 2 overs today. But it's going to be Mohammed Kashif, who's come in at number 6. He'll be facing up. And it's going to be Azim Azam. We've seen him bowl towards the end of the innings so far for Fateh. You heard Rico mentioning the way they approach their cricket, and they're a lovely bunch of guys as well. And like so many here, they're just so happy to be out there in front of the world and be able to play some cricket. This format, of course, so entertaining. Azim starts very accurately. This is on the stump, swung away on the leg side, and Govinda Singh Senior will do the fielding. Just the single. So 3 overs remain in the innings, and just ticking over to the 80 mark now. So again, they would hope 110 as an absolute minimum. But Azim Azam, he's got 2 overs up his sleeve, and won't be the easiest one to get away. Well, the Mac hits this straight and hard, but it's also straight at the fielder. Kuldeep Singh on the long on boundary, so just the single. Again, keep those questions and comments coming through in the YouTube chat. So great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Let us know where you're watching from as well. Always like to hear where our viewers are watching from. This is a slow ball, and he's done him. So Mohammed Kashif was fooled by that. Looked like a more or less a leg cutter from Azim Azam. You just watch him roll his fingers on the top of this. Makes some spin on the ball. And it just came out a bit slower than Mohammed Kashif was expecting. And wasn't he happy about it, the bowler, Azim Azam? He had the one finger out. Maybe just saying, well, that's 1 wicket for me. And again, this Tigers lineup, they posted 191 the other day, but the depth is being tested in match 69. And a good wicket for Azam. He used to be called the king of swing, but he's not getting that much swing, of course, towards the end of the innings. And 4th wicket going down, it's going to be Shazza Bakram, who we saw come out to bat at number 4 earlier today. He's their keeper. And he will be facing for the Tigers. He faces Azim Azam. And you can see Azam, he doesn't do too much with it, but he just tries to be accurate. And that's so important, and we saw a very clever change of pace from him. And I think that's why he's been trusted with these, well, probably 2 of the last 3 overs of this innings. He'll just mix it up and he can adapt to the situation if they do get after him a little bit. He's got Muhammad Amgan Khan on strike. Well, this time the Mac, well, he's gone long, he's gone strong. Maximo, 6 runs to the Tigers. And that one, I think it could have been another attempted slow ball, but the Mac was awake to it. He saw it from the other end. I think if he thought he was getting on the end of one, he was going to send it out of the stadium. It's exactly what happened. So 6 runs with the ball to come in the over. 2 fat ladies, 88 the score. Here's Azam. Again, Mac's after him, and he's going to pick out the outfielder, so they'll probably settle for the single. That is the end of the 8th over, and the Tigers winning the toss and batting first. They are 89 for 5. And Wazza, very good comment from you in the chat, saying classic example, watch the ball. Yeah, I think you're probably right there, Wazza, with that slow ball. Kashif, it was only the 2nd ball that he faced, I think, and Again, you can get ahead of yourself in this format of the game. Of course, you're always thinking to go large, but still got to make contact. And Jesus is back. Well, that's great that you're back. And big Fateh supporter is Jesus. And can they pull off an upset here in match 69? Doing a pretty good job at the moment. 2 overs remain, the score 89. Gurinder Singh Senior will be the bowler. And he's got the Mac. And the Mac, well, he never quite found his touch, did he? Here in match 69 after being rested this morning. Still scoring it better than run a ball. He'll go for 26 off 23 balls. Another one goes down, and the Catalunya Tigers, they lost some of their big guns at the top of the order. With 11 balls remaining in this innings, they're now 89 for 6. With Gulam Daskir, that will be the new batsman again. We haven't seen too much of him with the bat, and it's true for so many of these Tigers, as we've seen Yasser Ali and Mustans Riqbal and the Big Mac and Saqib do most of the heavy lifting with their run scoring. But Jesus, I'm sure he's very happy at the moment with this effort from Fateh. Got a great attitude and a lot of chat out there. They're up and about for this game. They've got 2 matches today, Fateh. They play the Tigers here in match 69, then they'll play Bengali in match 70. And well, Fateh, I mentioned it before, the famous Forrest Gump quote, a bit like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. At the moment, everything's coming up roses for them. It's a nice shot from Daskir, first ball. It's cut away, just waited on it. I think it's going to go all the way. Azim Azam not able to track it down. And a handy boundary for the Tigers at this stage of the innings. Takes them up to 93. And a nice start. Again, he just waited for the ball to get to him. He knows Govinder's probably going to push a lot of these through. This time he's nowhere on the pace, and some discussion about a bye. I think they'll take it in the end. There's a non-striker, Shazab Akram. Well, he was pretty keen to get down the other end. You can see why. It was just a moment of indecision. And Jesus saying, yes, he's happy to be back, and good ball. Of course, it has to be a good ball to get the Big Mac. Well, this time, it was almost bowled around his legs, but it'll go down as a wide. It just missed the leg stump by a coat of varnish in the end. And again, that was good batting to get inside the line of it, so that it did miss his pads and missed the stumps. He'll get the wide, plus they ran one, so it'll be 2 runs scored and the ball will have to be re-bowled. This one is very, very high. Kuldeep, and he's held on. What a good catch that is. It went very high in the sky, and there's lucky there's no clouds in that one, because I think it would have brought rain. Right off the middle, went straight up, had the elevation, didn't have the distance. And Kuldeep, well, he got in good position. He had some of the elements to contend with, but he held on for a very good catch. You can see why he's fielding that key position. So another wicket goes down for the Tigers. They're now 96 for 7 with 8 balls remaining in this innings. I wouldn't say that the wheels have fallen off completely for the Tigers, but I would say the tyres are a little flat. Batsman crossed. And will just be the single. 97 to score, 7 balls remaining in the innings. And it's the captain, Gulam Sawa, who will face the last ball of the 9th over. He has a chance, takes a chance and takes that ball off the stumps. Hit out to long on. That'll be end the over. Very good one from Gurinder Singh Senior. He'll finish with 3 for 17 off his 2 overs. So he was definitely in the wickets again for Fateh. And the score after 9, it's 98 for 7. We talked about that 110 to 125 kind of region. We thought they might end up but with those wickets falling, I think if you offer them 110, they take it at this stage. And it looks like it'll be Manjinder Singh Lovely to bowl the final over. We haven't seen him so far in the innings. This one kept very low and inside edge, saving the batsman perhaps on that occasion. Manjinder, we've seen him do this before. He bowls only the 10th over the innings. Perhaps feels like they're out of options, but he's there doing the job. Starts with a dot. Again, this should be an easy catch for someone. It just falls in the middle, and Manjinder, wow, we saw him make some ground before, and everyone was in a tangle here. The batsman not getting too much on it. Went about exactly 2.5 metres, but no one was able to take the catch. And again, just a single, so not too much damage. Takes him to 99. There's 4 balls remaining. Well, there's a missed stumping, but in the end, they'll probably be more relieved that there was no runs off that delivery. Yeah, look at this one here. Again, the keeper, well, he wasn't far away from grabbing it, but he just couldn't hold on, and chance goes down. Manjinder Singh behind the stumps today for Fateh, but still, it's away with a dot. And it gives Akram another chance with 3 balls remaining. He drives firmly down the pitch. I think it'll just be the single. That does bring up the 100 for the Tigers. It's been a good comeback from Fateh after in the middle of the innings. It looked like they might get away from them when you consider that 32 of these runs were scored in 1 over, the 5th over from Happy Singh. As Rico called it, a supersonic over. This is down. They may try and push for 2. And in the end, they're just going to settle for 1. I think Shazab wants to strike. Again, it's been a very good over from Manjinder. He's only conceded 3 with the ball to go, but again, could all change very quickly. And here's the last ball of the innings in match 69. And it'll be a dot. I think in the end, or could be run out in the end, but wasn't going anywhere. And we'll have to wait an official one of that. We might see it from side on here, or we might see it even from front on. Whether give this stump to run out. Let's have a look. He's in his crease. I think probably run out in the end because he was in his crease and then he only took off to go for a run. So I'm probably giving that run out. Yeah, and it's given run out by the official scorer, so a good decision. Direct hit from the keeper, not too bad when you're 10 centimetres away from the stumps. But let's have a look back at some of the highlights from this first innings of match 69 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. And early on, Happy Singh, well, he had the big job to do. He got the early wicket, then the mat came to the crease. Never really found his touch, you have to say. And Fateh, well, they just felt that if they could remove some of the top order of the Tigers, they might be able to keep things under control. Big appeal, and that was the big wicket, wasn't it? Yasser Ali had to go. It was hit on the back pad. I think that was a good decision again from the umpire. But the Mac, he kept swinging like a rusty gate, but he wasn't connecting with too many. Again, we've seen how damaging he can be, but it wasn't quite the kind of performance we're used to from him. I'm sure he'll be back bigger and better before you know it. But then we saw Saqib Latif. Well, he went to town on Happy Singh, and he wasn't very happy. He went for 32 in the over. 4 sixes and 2 fours, but then he fell when Gurvinder Singh Senior came back into the attack. Just swinging across the line. That was a big wicket because it looked like Saqib could take the game away from Fateh. Razakat Ali, what a cameo that was, sending the first ball into outer space. And he contributed a nice little cameo. But then Manjinder, we had to make some ground. And well, like I said, lucky he wasn't delivering his own baby. I think he might have dropped it on his head. It was a slippery little sucker. Then Azim Azam, he came into the attack and he showed Mohammad Kashif the direction that he might want to exit the ground. I think that might be looked at as well, but Azim Azam, well then, I'm sure the batsman can tell him where to go and find that. It's across the road. And Govinda, well, 3 wickets for him again. He's been one of the form bowlers. And the Mac, well, his luck ran out and never quite found his timing today, as I said. And Govinda Singh Senior is very happy with umpiring again. And we saw towards the end of the innings, again, a few thrills and spills as we've come to expect. This is a good catch from Kuldeep. It was very high in the sky. And he was able to secure that wicket. Had a miss stumping in the last over. But again, it was a very good last over. Only 3 runs off the last over from Manjinder. And then he's happy he held on to one. There's probably not a single here, but try anyway. It was the last ball of the innings, and why not? So, Catalan Tigers, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they've scored 101 for 8 against Fateh. So it'll be a very interesting chase. We know Fateh especially, they've got top 3 batsmen that are very capable, and we'll see them before too long. So please rejoin us in just a few minutes here at the Modric Olympic Ground. Fateh will be chasing 102 for victory. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
हाँ जी हाँ, आओ जी कितना अपने फतेह ने फतेह चक्के के नहीं. Catalonia Tigers, the big team, 101 for 8. So Fateh, are they about to cause an upset in this group? The Tigers, just to remind you, after the 7 games they've played, they're top of the group with 11 points. Men in black losing out. Men in blue losing out today. And catching them. Gracia, we're not going to see them. Bengali, they've helped their cause, taking them to 2nd in the table so far. Fateh lying 5th in the table, just 4 points. If they can put in a good performance at the bat here, they certainly will cause an upset and help them go up the table, and setting up a very exciting last game between themselves and Bengali. And who knows what could happen there. Like we say, anything is possible in this group at the moment. But Fateh, thanks to some very good bowling from Gurwinder Singh Senior, taking 3 for 17, and has to be said, very, very good fielding and catching. You've seen there just how important it is to take those chances, especially against big players. Yasir Ali, he was out LBW. Mustansa Iqbal caught on the boundary. And then we saw Mohammad Amagan Khan being clean bowled. Majinder Singh Lovely holding on to a slippery one, but he held it, and it all makes a difference. And we're ready to go. And Safwan, we ignored him, so he started jumping up and down, waving his hands up in the air. That's the way we like to do it. Anyway, we're ready to go here, and Mohammad Kashif, he needs to be on the money straight away. Early wickets, that's what the Tigers need. Fateh, they're going unchanged. Happy Singh on strike. With Gurjeet Singh, the non-strikers. And Majinder Singh Lovely is holding himself back. Start with a single. All about the power play. You're looking at 10 and over. We'll see him there more or less. Go at that. Get a couple of magic ones in. And the upset is on the cards. That man in front of us, Yasir Ali, I think he still has a big part to play in this match. And maybe, possibly also Razakat Ali. I think the pace of the ball could be the key. Anyway, at the moment it's pace on it, and that's gone all the way through. They're asking the question. I think that's missed everything, to be fair. We'll see it again, no doubt. Here we go. Yeah, hits the side of the leg, and the ball, I think, pitching outside the line as well. So good call from the umpire either way. Importantly as well was the dot ball. Kashif, he can't get one right up in the block. That's the tricky one. Well, that's only not as tricky for the keeper, and it's going to be tricky for the fielder. That's going to go all the way, and that will help. Thank you very much, say Fateh. 5 wides. Just watch this. Just totally got it wrong. And diving in despair was Shahib Akram. Couldn't get anywhere near that. And there was a few glares back at the bowler, Mohammad Kashif. Oh, he needs to get it back right again here. This time he's going outside the off stump, and he's okay there, says the ump. Score is on 6, and they can just get another boundary here. It'll be a good start. They're where they want to be. Comes Kashif once more. That's a better line. Oh, and that time there was a touch. I'm certain of it. It was half an appeal, and I think it's because the catch goes down. We'll see it again, but the umpire has also not given any other signal. So definitely a snick. And there you see it, down it goes. So the one that mattered escapes the gloves of Akram. Seeing a couple go down today on the wicket keepers. So a let off. Just pushing down the off. That's clever from Happy. And see that, just pushing it away. Happy Singh now on strike now. He does have that tendency, doesn't he, to step across and be right in front. And well, this time the ball goes through him. So Mohammad Kashif, like he did in the first game for Catalonia Tigers, finally gets one right. And well, he was just not in line with that at all. And he makes his way back. So that over ends with a wicket. So the score 8 for 1 at the end of the first. And you know what I'm going to say now?
Yeah.
He's laughing himself. Yeah, you can hear him. He's back in the commentary station, and as he comes back and gets him comfortable, the wicket goes down.
Leading wicket taker in the series. You know who it is? You know who it is?
It's got to be Mr. Maximo, isn't it?
Mr. Maximo. I think it's about, was this game 69? I reckon I've caused about 60 wickets in this series.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm just getting me.
Thought he was almost got away with it, didn't he? Last ball of the over.
Yeah.
And I just had a feeling about that one as well. It was right on target, and wow, Hargajit went up the order. Couldn't make too much of an impact.
No, I'm getting my things mixed up, aren't I? That was Hargajit Singh getting out.
Yeah, so look who's come in. It is Manjinder, who's come out at number 3, and look, chasing 102. You just want to stay around that 10 and over mark, and take not a terrible over. Eight of them in the first over off Mohammad Kashif, but yeah, it's this man Asad Ali, who was very impressive in their previous performance today against Men in Blue. He caused all sorts of problems. They've been used early in the innings in this match. That's good to see. You need to score those singles, don't you, Rico? If you can just get an extra couple of those and over, that's 20 runs out of your 100, and we've already seen big 5 wides in the first over as well. And just so important, Manjinder. He'd love to get one over the Tigers in this game. You have to deal with Asad Ali.
That's a very good shot. He's picked that up beautifully, sent it out of the ground, and well, lovely jubbly.
Wow, I said he had to deal with Asad Ali. Well, deal with it he did. He used all his pace against him. Beautiful shot, opened himself up on the leg side, 6 runs. So, you just think Fateh. I always say you never know what you're going to get from Fateh. They're like a box of chocolates. Wow, Manjinder. That was sweet for him. All the way over mid-wicket. First 6. Can he follow up? And he does, just cleverly. This was on the length from Asad. Worked away for a single. So intelligent batting from the captain, and he'll know exactly how many they need. Just try and keep pace, and get Happy Singh. Well, he didn't have a very happy time in his second over, but he had a good start to this match with the ball. And they did remove those big weapons for the Tigers, and therefore they've kept the score under control. So 102 to get. Here's Asad Ali. And worked off the legs for a single.
Nicely played away, and this is okay. I remember we've had the one big shot in the over, take the single, slightly saying Vinny, very, very important to do that, very important to keep the rotation of the strike, very important to keep that scoreboard ticking. No dot balls.
Here comes Asad Ali again. This one bites off a length, and And got big on Manjinder, but again, just intelligently working it away for a single. And you have a look, they've already got 11 off this over. When you think about the Maximo, makes a big difference, and in fact is the end of the over. That's 19 for 1 off 2.
Yeah, that last delivery, did it not really shoot up there? It's similar to the type of deliveries we've seen from Mohamed Kamran when he's really banging the ball in. But you saw there, Asad Ali wasn't really banging the ball in. It was just all part of his natural rhythm, and he obviously caught the ball bang on the seam, and it just took off.
He's got a real good wrist release, Asad Ali. He whips that wrist through the ball. It just means that sometimes gets a bit extra out of the surface. Anyway, here is Saeed Shirazi, the left armour. He won't quite be bowling him as quick as Asad Ali, but he comes on to bowl the third over the last hour of the power play. Of course, a lot of our viewers might remember Saeed Shirazi from the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, where he represented Catalonia CC in 2019. He was the leading wicket taker in that tournament, so it's great to see him out there for the first series of the year in Barcelona. This one, I think, it's pitched outside the leg stump, and again, the batsman's very slow to go, and the fielder was even slower to realise that he went to the wrong end. Well, we've seen this happen a few times, haven't we, Rico? And there's a big LBW appeal, and the striker, we can understand he was nervous, but it pitched outside leg stump, and just taking a while. He was on the back foot. Manjinder, well, he was off quick enough. But Happy Singh saying, what are you doing to me? But again, if you hit on the pads, it's important you look up at your partner, because often they know where the ball's gone. So again, handy runs. Oh, Manjinder, he went to the well once too often. We saw him hit a beautiful shot in the last over, and he's attempting to repeat the stroke. He's lost his furniture. Accurate bowling by Shirazi, and a second one goes down.
Yeah, Manjinder Singh there, I think he just needed to wait, trying to force the shot. I think if he just waited and played it more elegantly, more of a glance really, as opposed to really trying to bludgeon it out of the ground, he would have been more successful. Played right round it, and as soon as that ball hit the stumps, you should have seen Happy Singh, his head went up in the air to say, oh no, not another one, because I think he knew the importance of that wicket. These two needed to put a good partnership together. So, new batsman makes his way out, will be on strike, and this is Kuldeep. Kuldeep Singh now, he's had a big impact on this game already with his fielding. Took 2 very good catches. Now he's got to do a little bit with the bat.
Here's Shirazi. It's shorter and just worked away, and look, Kuldeep. I like the way he goes about his cricket no matter what he does. We saw him hold on to some good catches in this tournament. Also with the ball, always trying hard, and he can hit the ball a long way. He's a strong man. And well, if he sticks around, he could get very close to this target. One of those middle of the road targets, isn't it? But Happy. Here he is facing Saeed Shirazi. Again, Shirazi, I like the enthusiasm, but he might need to read the rule book, Rico, because if that ball pitches anywhere to the right-hand side of the wickets, that's where it bounces. It cannot be out LBW.
Yeah, I can understand why he's going up, and most bowlers would, because of that little stride that Happy Singh takes when he goes right across his stance. But of course, also depends where the ball is pitching. Got to get it full on.
It's a full toss. It's gone up. He hasn't quite got all of it. He's actually going to pitch. He'll just get the single in the end. He might have thought it was going for 4.
Well, no ball has been signalled there, Vinny, so we've had the no ball for the height.
Yeah, and how high was this, do you think? I mean, again, I don't have any problem with the call of no ball for these high full tosses if they're anywhere in the zone of the waist, to be honest. I think the umpires are in their rights to call no ball, and that means this will be a free hit. So last ball of the power play. Oh, I tell you what, keeper was caught napping. That wasn't the way they thought they'd get the boundary, but it will be 4 byes to finish the power play. So at the end of 3, Fateh, they're 29 for 2.
Yeah, and those buys will certainly help them. We've seen that a number of times at, funny enough, this stage of matches where the team just behind the rate where they want to be, and then they've been given a gift, whether it's been 5 buys or 4 buys. All very, very important runs, and Fateh are not going to turn any extras down here, because we do know the Catalonia Tigers, they're not in the routine of giving too many away. So are they throwing the dice at yes here? Not yet.
Yeah, of course.
Looks like is it
Saskia, I imagine that they're going to bring in, and like again, the keeper just caught napping. It's easier said than done, I would say that. Unless you've been behind the stumps, you'll know it's very distracting with the stumps there, especially when you're up to the wickets and the batsman there. But you have to pretend that they're not, and you have to track that ball. We saw that time with the free hit and the big swing, just putting the keeper off, and he wasn't in the correct position. It's Daskia. Left arm spin. Starts with a single.
Yeah, Daskia I think is very effective against batsmen who don't like to use the feet and are not particularly strong on the leg, because if he senses that, then he's pitching the ball around about where the batsman's front foot is, and oh, well.
It's actually turned a lot, that one. I think it's actually turned so much as turned into a wide. And you see that he can actually spin the ball.
And that's what I was moving on to. If he gets it to a batsman that doesn't like to move his feet or not very strong on the legs, that's what he gets the ball to do.
I think it's going to be very difficult for him to get an LBW. What to say, these umpiring has been very good today, especially with the application of the LBW decision. See, this one's pitched miles outside. It's probably missing off in the first place. But as soon as you see that ball as an umpire bouncing to the right of the wickets, it cannot be out. So you can, I wouldn't say switch off, but you can eliminate LBW from your zone of consideration. Let's have a look in the chat. We've got Jesus. He's subscribed to Asjad Butt's YouTube channel. You know, Asjad has a YouTube channel. Well, might be how to stitch your hand back together. But we've got Ali Jr. asking about the last teams of the day. And look, I do have a bit of toss news. I might come to it shortly. But for now, here's Daskia. And he's bowled him around his legs. And that's the way to do it. You might not be able to get an LBW with a ball pitching outside leg stump, but you can definitely still get it bowled, and Happy, well, he has to drag himself off. He just showed a bit too much of the furniture to Daskia, and he was able to sneak in the window. And another one goes down. He can't believe it. It was a good piece of bowling. Yeah. You know what he's doing there? He's spinning the ball out of his fingers, and so when it bounces on the pitch, it is breaking from right to left on your screen.
Well, he's demonstrating there, Vinny, what I was talking about, to batsmen that are not particularly good at moving their feet or not very strong on the leg stump. That's what he's going to do, because you think about it, I mean, if you're moving your feet, you're getting your foot across there, you also know the ball, as you already quite rightly said, is pitching outside the line of the leg stump. So you're not going to get LBW, you're going to get something on it. But if you're waiting for it, like some batsman like Happy Singh does, he likes to wait inside his crease, well, you're always in danger of that happening. And I think that's what the Fateh batsmen need to watch for. And then this will be interesting to the left-hander. So this will be coming in from outside the off stump into him if he gets it right.
If he gets it right, it'll be hard to deal with. If he gets it wrong, I think then Daskia will have some problems. But you see there, you've got your pads as a second line of defence, don't you, with that ball pitching outside leg stump. But Happy, I don't think he realised how far he was getting across. Anyway, here's Ghulam Daskia. Watchfully played away. No run, but we'll have a look at the run rate at the moment. They want to be about 40 after this over. At the moment, not quite that many. Not far off. This is fired in and down the leg side in the end. Was there any pad on that, Rico? Let's have a look at this one again. There's a faster ball. Well, I'm not sure we'll tell from this angle, but see that no call from the umpire. So my assumption is that there was a little bit of pad in it, I assume. But the dot, and well, it's been game changing over from Daskia, you'd have to say, at the moment. He's got one wide dot wicket. Dot, dot, dot. And what an over it is. That is the end of the fourth over. And just a reminder, as we see the score 31 for 3. that on Sunday we have some bonus cricket action for you on ECN beginning 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So the same start time as usual. We've got the 3 playoff matches. It's a best of 3 playoff between Menage and Lamunga to see who will progress to the Champions League of European Cricket, the European Cricket League, and then we've got 2 rescheduled matches coming your way after that. So make sure you put that in the diary for Sunday as we've got another wicket. And would you believe it? Wow, Kuldeep. He can hit the ball a long way. But unfortunately, he has played this onto his stumps. I might have just got a bit of low bounce, but
yeah,
he's disappointed.
It's when you're not moving your feet to the spinners. Kuldeep there, you see, very flat-footed. And Razgat Ali, I said that it's, for me, the spin bowlers were the ones that were going to cause the issues for Fateh, taking the pace off the ball. I think most of these batsmen, they like the ball coming onto them quick, they like to slash hard at it, but I think when you got the spin, especially the type of Razgat, and also they're just scared with the ball, it's in the flight is involved as well. I think they struggle. They took a flight, there's plenty of flight in that one.
Yeah, he's not afraid to, and like you say, if you're not going to come down and meet it, then you're kind of deer in the headlights, aren't you? There's new batsman Tajinder Singh who's come out there. This is very well bowled again, played off the back foot. It'll just be the single. Again, plenty of time here, but the rate's just getting real at the moment. It's nudged up to about 2 runs a ball, and talk about trying to keep pace with this chase. It'd be 10 and over, but those wickets don't make it easy to keep up with the required rate. Razakat's got the left-hander to deal with now. And he's able to hit it away with the spin. The chase is on down there. And I don't think he's made it. It's the captain, Ghulam Sawa, on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And 4 valuable runs. But a nice shot, you have to say, by the batsman.
Yeah, he played it well. The ball was bouncing along, and you thought the fielder was gonna struggle. And Ghulam Sawa tried to get everything behind it, wasn't able to. Again for 4 runs.
I knew he might try again. This one looks to be heading down the leg side. Acrobatic work from the keeper. Like that chase, but they'll get away for a leg by. And well, Fateh there in some serious trouble. I wouldn't say it's time to panic. It would be time to be highly concerned if you're a Fateh supporter. Jesus, I hope you're holding on if you're watching. Ball to go in the over, and 37 for 4. Here it is from Razkat. Oh, it's well pitched, and well, batsman, no real timing in that shot. They're going to come back for 2. Yasser's going to try and throw him out at the keeper's end, but it was well run from the 2 batsmen. Tajinder very quick to come back for 2 runs. That's the end of the 5th over. It's 39 for 4.
Yeah, 39 for 4. And at this rate of going, they're going to fall short. So need something special to happen.
Yeah,
Now, they have lost, obviously, some of those key batsmen. But you know what, with Fateh, the thing is, you say some of the key batsmen, but what we've seen from them plenty of times is somebody, they're not going to say who it is, but steps up the mark, don't they? And we always end up saying, every one of their games, we always end up saying, oh, why doesn't he bat higher up the order? Because somebody comes in, plays a few shots, and we think, wow, how about that? So are we going to see the same again here? Is somebody going to step up to the mark, play a few big shots, and all of a sudden put them back in this match?
Well, we need just to tick over to a ball. This might help. This is going to be a no ball because the edge of the pitch, and Daskia made a prodigious turner of the ball, but this one was assisted. This is important. This is the man on strike. I think it's a lot easier for the left-hander to hit with the spin off that mid-wicket boundary. 62 off 30 required. Free hit. Here we go. A bit faster, and again, it's predictable from Daskia there. He's going to push that one through, and the batsman misses out. Let's see where they are. They're about 10 runs behind where they need to be. They were 39 at the end of 5 overs, and they would have hoped to be about 50. So, again, it can be made up in a couple of balls. This one's another no ball for off the pitch, and well, Tajinder says, well, if you're not going to cash in on a free hit, get me down there. Give me a shot. No ball +1. by that delivery.
Surprised with that delivery from Ghulam Gaskir, because the one that was the free hit that he fired in had the lefty in trouble, and I thought he was going to do the same again, and then, well, he does, but he did the same as the ball before, way outside the strip, no ball, free hit.
Free hit, here we go, free miss. We got Bhupinder Singh asking, what's going on, Fateh? That's a very good question. They've lost a few wickets at the moment, and again, these free hits, I mean, say keeping your eye on the ball is one of the keys with those free hit situations. This one, it's just played away for a single. So again, this is the kind of trajectory where you need to do something about it as a batting side, and it could change very quickly with a couple of Maximos. But you just wonder where they're going to come from at the moment for Fateh. Again, this is perhaps hit him outside the line. He's going to have a go, and they might get an extra. So buy one, get one free, Rico.
Well, I saw him going for it. I said, he's not going to have a shy, is he? I mean, I think the batsman probably were in by the time he picked up the ball, but he did.
No, this might have been out. Let's have a look. First he had to finish his appeal, but then he realised, well, hold on a second. I think he might have been home. You're probably right. No, closer than you might think. But, you know, left-hander stays on strike, and they've got three perched back on that leg side boundary. He's going to try and send it over his head. He tries, and he doesn't quite get the connection. So he'll end up with a very, very long single that time. So Gurpreet, again, he got the ball he wanted, but he wasn't quite able to hit it with the force. So with just the single. All right, last ball of this sixth over. It's a big one. It's hit well, but it'll be just a single down to Ali at long off. That is the end of the sixth over. It's 47 for 4.
Just looking around, I would think maybe here, I thought perhaps we were going to see Yasser Ali come into attack, but it's not to be.
Yeah.
It would be probably, I mean, if he gets, you would think whoever it is gets a good over in here, could finish the game, but they're allowing Razak Ali to finish off his spell, so they're keeping him back.
I think it's a good decision. I mean, get him back in as soon as possible. He bowled pretty good over Razakat last time. The spin, well, they're not really dealing with it at the moment. Take you through the overs so far for Fateh in a second. This one's up. Well, this one might go all the way, except Ali's coming around, and he's put it down. And I think they're just gonna hold it a single, but Yasser Ali, he doesn't drop too many. I thought for a second it might go all the way, but he'll hang in the air a long time. He got in a good position. That's another one. Might have just got a nasty bit of his hand. Hopefully he's okay. Such an important player for the Tigers.
Could be an injury here. And I was surprised to see that go down.
Yeah, well.
It's his bowling hand as well, so we may not see him bowl at all.
Yeah, it's a nasty blow for Yasser. We certainly sincerely hope that he has no long-term issues because of that injury. Look, I was just going to take you through this inning so far from Fateh. Here's the overs. 8, 11, 10, 2, 8, 8. All right, so you can see there's a bit of a pattern there. They're going about 8 and over, but what they need at this stage is something more like, what are we up to? The rate is 14 and over. So you can see they haven't quite got that 14 or more in an over so far. And so they're going to have to try something, like a conscious improvement to improve their rate. And yes, is going to go off the field. He's replaced by the 12th man. For now, Razakat. Again, this wasn't quite there, and the batsman most premeditating on the leg side. Not able to make contact.
No, he's just got to get that front foot across and hit over the top on the offside. He's only got one man inside the ring. You see there, he's just trying to go every ball where the 3 men, and that's the other thing, he's got 3 men waiting there on the offside. If you can just get his foot across, inside out, hit over the top, and it's guaranteed 4 runs.
Well, it's not going to be strike 3. He's going to get a single, as long as Ghulam can deal with it down there. And he took his time getting down to it, and it's good running from the batsman, recognising there might be a chance as Ghulam was trying his best to smother that ball. It'll be 2 runs, and I think he's just got to confidently do one thing. So if you're going to try and go over the leg side, that's fine. You need to get across, you need to get inside the line of the ball, but I don't think it's worth reaching for that ball outside the off stump. Anyway, he's going to come around the wicket now, Razakat. Again, they're going to run hard. They'll just get the single this time. But again, you can see Fateh, even this over, they need 14 over now. It's up over 15 and approaching 16, and they just haven't been going at the rate required. Slipping a bit further and further behind each over.
Yeah, missing the big shots, aren't they? That's what they're doing, missing the big shot.
They'll get a single off the end of this over. And so that will end the 7th over after 7. They've passed 50. It's 52 for 4. And don't forget, guys, not too far away from match 70, the final match here. Fateh will return. They'll be playing Bengali. Bengali, of course, now they're 5-3. They're back in the winner's circle. They won their first 4, lost their next 3, but they won earlier today. And you can see that we'll have Omar Ali opening the batting. I think Mohammad Arafah Rahman, he was sent up there and did a very good job for them in the last game. I think we'll probably see him at the top of the order. He's listed a lot lower in that graphic. But watch out also for Mushraf Hussain with the ball. Shafiqur Rahman did a good job behind the stumps as well. And they'll be returning to take on Fateh. That Fateh team looked pretty similar to the team you see playing in front of you right now. So Saeed Shirazi is going to bowl the next over. It's up in the air. It's not going to carry to the fielder that long off. And Mohammad Kashif will clean up. He's taken over that position from Yasser Ali, who's currently off the field. Just getting some attention for that finger.
Yeah, one thing I just noticed, I'm just looking at that the team list there, and of course, and he's been missing, and I think Fateh missed him. Randip Singh, he's not there, is he?
Yeah, it's big out for them. He's the sort of guy who could clear the boundary. This might clear the boundary, Rico. This one is feeding the snakes. It's bounced off one of the light towers, and it's coming your way. You had to clean that one up yourself. It's another commentary box special. That one's come a very unusual way to us off the floodlight base, and well, 6 runs. To say they needed that was an understatement.
Well, where did he find this one from? He was struggling to make contact, and all of a sudden he's hit this as clean as a whistle. That's a beauty.
Well, one thing's for sure, he's going to try again. Here he is. He does. He doesn't quite get the connection.
They'll go 2. They have to. Sawa doesn't have an arm. They would have picked. Oh well. He's tricking them, is he? It's there when it needs to be.
He's very slow because he was concerned. So often when you hit the ball in the air, you don't run hard straight away. You're too busy looking to see if you're going to get caught. So, well, a good start to this over. They need about 16 and over. They've got 8 off the first half of this over. But again, you need that big shot, and you just wonder if they can hit them with the consistency required to be competitive in this match. Fateh. Next one's down the pitch. Look, if they push hard again, look, this might go all the way.
It could go all the way, you know.
Yeah, it will, and that was well played down the ground. The long off had a lot of ground to cover, so it was well placed. And Tajinder getting in on the act, so wouldn't quite call it a magic over at this stage, but they do have 12 off the first 4 balls.
Well, it's keeping them in it, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing. We've seen just singles, a couple of 2s. Now all of a sudden, some big shots, a bit of pressure being put on the bowler here.
How's he going to respond, Shirazi? Oh, I tell you what, call the Guinness people, that could have been the biggest swing I've ever seen. Rico, he's trying to hit this one. Wow, have a look at this. Pin your ears back. Whoosh!
Wow.
That's a full rotation. 360 degrees.
It was going a long way if he connected, wasn't it, that one?
0 degrees of contact, though. He's probably going to try again. And he does, but this time he gets a bit more of it. It's going all the way. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. And Maximo, 6 more runs to finish the over for Fateh. What an entertaining over that was. There are 70 for the loss of 4 wickets after 8 overs. There were 18 off that over. And we talked about what they required. They hadn't quite shown it in the innings so far. But a big 8th over for Fateh.
Wow, I'm liking this. I'm liking the fight. We were saying, weren't we, about 2 overs ago? Somebody in this team always tends to make it exciting. Always stands up and plays a big shot just when they need it. Well, look at these 2. They're going along nicely. Gurpreet Singh, 15 of 16 balls. Tajinder, there in that over, decided to play a few shots himself, scoring 18 of 12.
Of course, they don't have Yasser Ali to bowl. He's off the field currently, and You wonder who that one might turn to. 32 required off 12 balls. I mean, they've got Sawa, perhaps, but he's a bit of a gamble. And
Kashif, does he still have one?
yeah, I think Kashif's.
Yeah,
I think they're holding him back for the last over, but I think it might be tough. So knowing that, in fact, he might be bowling now, Mohammad Kashif. Just telling the other bowler, Asad Ali. So they've got two good bowlers. They've got Asad Ali and they've got Mohammad Kashif. And I think Asad Ali thought he was bowling. Then the big man, Kashif, came and just waved him away, didn't he?
Yeah.
Said, don't you worry about that, Asad.
Yeah.
I've got this one covered. But look, again, pace back on the ball. It's a different proposition. We've seen some outrageous swinging from Fateh, but they have connected with a couple. So 32 required off 12. They basically, for me, they need 16 off this over. Beg, borrow, or steal, Rico. They've got to get them somehow.
But it's the 9th, and it's always a special one.
Yeah.
So are we going to see something special here? Mohammad Kashif against the left-hander. Now, he does bowl some good balls, but he also bowls some really wild ones.
Oh, you'd love 5 wides right now, wouldn't you? And he comes to the left-hander. It's Mohammad Kashif. This is well bowled, and not too much they're going to do with that.
Tajinder was thinking about 2. He was halfway down.
Yeah, he's probably never going to get it, though, but I like the urgency, but the difficulty with Kashif, it's very difficult, and it's easy to say just swing at everything, but you've had, I don't know how many overs in a row of spin. You've had probably 4 or 5. If you count Shirazi as a spinner, he's not far off it. Then you've got pace back off the ball, pace back on the ball, I should say, and just adjusting to that isn't so easy. But anyway, Tajinder, I can tell you something for sure, Rico. He'll be pinning the ears back, and he'll be trying to send this one out of the stratosphere. Here he is. Oh, unless... Well, this is one of those ones where I think it's might be evasive action. He was trying to get out of the way of that, so I think it will be leg by, and I think that's a good decision because he was trying to get out the way of the ball. Yeah. It's been an unusual one because if you're not offering a stroke, it's normally called a dead ball, but I think that's a good decision by the umpire, and again, knowing the rules so important. And so just the 1 run, that's the bottom line. So 30 off 10.
Kashif back to the left-hander.
Yeah, look, you'd just be praying for a 5 wide, I think, at the moment to the left-hander. But I don't know if that's your best strategy as a batsman, but this time, again, speared into the pads, and they'll just get 1 leg by. So it's getting a bit out of control for Fateh. I mean, they've played well in this match. They got the big wickets required to keep the score down to something reasonable from the Tigers, but just falling off the pace, and although they had that 1 big over, they do seem like they're going to fall a bit short in this chase. That last big over, the 8th one, they were 18 off it, delivered by Said Shirazi. But having said that, this is the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and you never know what's around the corner, Rico. So let's see if Tajinder can do something about this. Well, he tries his best. And a few of the crew, they're appreciative of the efforts of Fateh. They're swinging for the fences, as you need to do, but just a single, so not getting the results.
Yeah, I noticed also they haven't called upon the Mac to have a bowl in this one either. We remember we've always got Amagan Khan.
Yeah, that's true.
He can turn his arm, so they've stuck with, unless he's going to come and bowl the last one.
Good observation. Well, we almost saw 24 taken off the last over in a previous match today. At the moment, it's 28 off 8. Again, not quite getting the timing. They might think about 2. A good throw will have him at the keeper's end. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, good thrower had him indeed.
Where's that hit him? That's hit the batsman, and again, I can see what the fielder was trying to do. See this one? Saw it live. I thought it might have got him in the back of the head. This is another hazard for the batsman. He's coming back. And again, no intent from the fielder. You'll see him coming back there. The number 10. Watch out. I think he saw it coming. Whoa. And again, luckily he's all right. I think we just got somewhere in the back. Wow. That could have been a lot uglier. Thankfully, he's all right, and he faces up.
Is he going to take his aggression out on this ball?
I think he'll try. Here we go. Oh, does he ever? What a shot. That was almost an even better catch.
That could have been incredible.
It was the 12th man, Amir Abbas. Wow, it was a very good stop in the end when it comes down to it. But, well, what a shot it was. With shots like that, you don't have to try and swing all the time over the leg side. It was a beautiful offside shot, but almost brought about his downfall. That's the end of the over. It's 77 for 4, so look, only 7 off that over. Mohammad Kashif, well, maybe he was right to wave away Asad Ali. I think we'll see Asad Ali coming to the attack for the last over of this game. He 27 off the last over. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say it can't be done, Rico. You know why I'm saying that, right?
Yeah.
I'm always
because
wrong.
you're always wrong.
I'm always wrong. I'm gonna say it's impossible. But anyway, we got.
You think we're sitting here with Fateh shirts on, wouldn't you?
20,
we're not.
sorry,
We're not.
25 to win off the last over. Sorry, got to carry the 2. So 25 to win. We saw 22 off the last over. That Men in Blue game. They just fell 1 run short in that chase. Here's Asad Ali. Well, it's going to be tough now. Again, not quite getting across to the line of that ball. So now 25 off 5, and anything can happen, but you're just seeing there's a bit of a pattern in this innings. We've only seen the boundary cleared 3 times, 2 4s and 3 6s. They've just been lacking the big shots required to challenge this total from the Tigers. So he's going to try, a bit like my golf. It was a big swing, but didn't go very far. They're going to try for a second. It was almost a repeat, wasn't it? Oh, and they're going to go for 3. Well, why not? Tell you what, he might. I haven't seen it before, but I'd have a back pad if I was Gurpreet. I'd have a big mattress on my back because that's where they're coming. And he almost was taken out again. But
look, he's calling for a helmet.
3 doesn't surprise me.
I tell you what.
He'd have it on backwards probably.
You could see him shaking when that ball was coming in. He thought, oh, not again.
Tell you what, he's going to need some counselling after this. All right, here we go. Again, it's just going to be the singles. They're not finding the boundary yet. Again, it's good running. Look, they've tried everything, Fateh. They're going to fall, I think, 15 to 20 runs short in this match, but just shows you the intent and the efforts from their players. And again, missing Randip. I think he's a big out for them. But it's a good effort from Fateh. I think ultimately they're going to miss out on the win in this game. But Asad Ali, well, he's bowled well today in some pressure situations for the Tigers. And they look to go, well, I think it'll be 6-1 now. So really trying to put some distance between them and their competitors at the top of the table of Group A. And again, big swing, but no connection. So last ball coming up. And the score is 81. So look, they're only 20 runs behind. It's been a good effort. We hope you enjoyed this match. Match 69, of course. Before too long, in about 20 minutes, in fact, we'll have the final match of the day. It'll be Fateh returning to take on Bengali. But here's the last match, the last ball of match 69. It's played away. And in the end, I don't think they'll even take the single. So this game will end. It will be 101 to 81. It's the Tigers that take the honours in match 69 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, the Tigers, as we wait for those highlights, have stormed to the top, winning both their games today. So they've now on 13 points, and the team closest to them is up next, Bengali, who play Fateh. Can Fateh turn it around and come back with a bang?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to find out. They'll have to regroup. That was a good decision from the umpire, just hitting the back pad. Big appeal. Good work, but this wasn't such good work from the bowler, spraying it for a 5 wides. And Fateh, some of those extras just kept him up with the rate for a while. And the wicket started to tumble. And the top order, I couldn't quite get it done. Hargajit Singh falling on that occasion. Ranjinder said, well, how do you like this? He tried it once, he tried it twice, it wasn't so nice. And Syed Shirazi with the breakthrough. Ranjinder had to pull his head back on and make his way back to the pavilion. Then we had a bit more spectator work from the keeper. He just could turn his head around and watch that one go for 4 byes. And then this one snuck around the legs of Happy Singh. Well, again, he wasn't too happy. Had to go. Good bowling by Daskia.
Yeah, the wickets were tumbling. You see that one there once more. Oh, very well. This time it was Razgat Ali in the act.
And we saw these two. Well, they were trying, weren't they? They were just trying to keep up with the rate, and they were being aggressive. They were trying to clear the boundary. The odd one went, and that one's in downtown Barcelona. But it was Yasser Ali. That was the moment that he injured his finger and had to leave the field for treatment. So hopefully he's okay for the Tigers.
Yeah, good effort there though from Gurpreet Singh and Tajinder Singh. I mean, then respectively both in their 20s. They did play some nice shots in the end. That one there was beautiful time boundary, but just couldn't get the acceleration they needed. And in other words, just couldn't get that magic over they needed. If they got a magic over, the runs that they were short, they would have picked those up.
Yeah, looking ahead to match 70, it'll be Fateh returning. Very similar looking lineup against Bengali. Now, Bengali would really hope to win this one. It will keep them in touch with that top spot. And of course, only the top team in each group goes through to the next phase of this tournament. And Fateh, well, look, they'll have to regroup. Look at Govinda Singh Senior there, 283 points. His left arm spin has been very effective for that team. Also, Manjinder Singh Lovely. Look, he played one nice shot, but got out attempting to repeat it. Kuldeep Singh, I think he's another one. He's dangerous with the bat and the ball and has a good pair of hands in the field. So watch out. There's plenty of players to watch. Muhammad Arifur Rahman, I think he's a good pickup. Only 8.5 credits as well. So watch out for him. But Bengali are a pretty well-drilled lineup. They will hope to get down to business in match 70 and would be hopeful to take their record to 6-3. Well, just speaking of the Tigers, we mentioned that injury to Yasser Ali. And we don't see them, of course, now until not this Monday, but the following Monday. So they've got a bit of a break. And so much like Ashad Butt, for example, at least there'll be a bit of time. Hopefully he can recover, because we'll see them again in week 5. And that is finals week. So week 5, the end of the week, will be the finals. And assuming the Tigers make it through and on top of the group, of course, that's by no means a foregone conclusion, then they'll want Yasser Ali available to play in the semi-final. So there you go, Rico. That is all she wrote. We see there the main contributors actually at the bottom of the order for Fateh, with Gurpreet Singh 22 not out, Tajinder Singh 20 not out, and the only other one in double figures was Manjinder Singh Lovely, who was at the top of the order. He made 11. But you can see that all the 4 dismissals were bowled, and yeah, when they got on target, they were difficult to get away. The Catalonia Tigers. Best bowler for me, well, it was Gulam Daskia, and he only conceded 7 runs off his 2 overs, and actually 3 of them were in extras, only 4 off the bat. Also single wickets to Razkat Ali, the leg spinner, as well as Said Shirazi and the opener Mohammad Kashif. So that's the 4th match of the day. I'll be back with you for the 5th match, match 70. That's Bengali against Fateh. But before that, Rico, your thoughts on the day so far?
It's been fantastic, great cricket. It's interesting how each day seems to be slightly different. Yesterday was all about the bowlers and taking good wickets. Today's been very much a mixed bag, isn't it? We've seen teams do well with the bat, and we've seen teams fight hard with the ball. And this next one, well, Fateh, they were on course perhaps to cause an upset, did a good job in the field. They know that that's where their strength is. They do that very well, and I can see them doing exactly the same again here against Bengali. That is what they can do with the bat. That's the important thing. They've got to be able to rely on 2 batsmen. Even if those 2 batsmen give them 30 runs, they've got a chance to get to the scores of 120.
Yeah, well, you know what I call that, Rico? Balance.
Balance.
Everything in perfect balance, perfect harmony. Bat and ball wrestling for advantage in this Fancode European Cricket Series. Of course, the first series of the year of many. We plan to bring you over 1,000 games of cricket on the European Cricket Network this year. It's great to have your company. On behalf of the European Cricket Network, it's Vinny Sandhu here, along with Rico Full. Now, Rico, I know that you're ducking off a little bit early to get back to your family for the weekend, so I wish you a safe journey, and I'm sure we'll see you back before we know it for all the action in week 4.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's been a pleasure. Look forward to it. Have a good end to today, a good day tomorrow, and of course have a fantastic day on Sunday. You're putting in the hours this week, son, aren't you?
Definitely are, and I'm sure you'll be watching, and I'm sure you can feel free to jump in the chat as well, Rico, anytime you can. It'll be lovely to hear from you. I'm sure you'll be glued to your TV on Sunday, Super Sunday, of course, the bonus day of cricket this week. But we'll see you in about 15 minutes time to bring you into match 70 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's Vinny Sandu with you today for the European Cricket Network, and it's almost time for the final match of the day. It's match 70 and it's between Fateh, who are returning, and they were pretty impressive in their last performance at times against the Tigers, and they're taking on Bengali, who we saw back in the winner's circle after a win earlier today. Let's hand over to the match referee.
There's the ball. And that is it. So Bengali won the toss. Are you going to? We are going batting first. Bat first. Bengali won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you go, Captain Riaj Howlada of Bengali winning the toss and electing to bat first. I think both captains probably would have liked to bat first in this game. It's been a bit of a trend to get runs on the board, and we've seen them hold up more often than not today. I'm sure we'll see Omar Ali at the top of the order. I liked Mohammad Arifur Rahman. His contribution in opening the innings for Bengali was very good as well. So watch out for them. They'll be keen to make it 2 out of 2 today. Well, as far as Fateh go, well, we saw a much improved performance, as I said, against the Tigers, and they'll be keen to finish the day with a win. So probably a good time to look at the fantasy dashboard.
That Fateh, a very similar lineup, as well as Bengali. Well, Bengali winning the toss, electing to bat, and I think it'll be very interesting to see if Bengali can make it 6 wins out of 9. Of course, they only won 1 game in their previous series back in 2020. They improved on that in the first morning when they won 2 matches in matches 1 and 2 on day 1 of the series. So everything ready for an exciting conclusion to the day. We know the way Fateh played their cricket, and they were very impressive in the field against the Tigers, gunning down some of the big guns and catching some Tigers before they could do some damage with the bat. But I think if you follow that fantasy dashboard, you see the key players on both teams, and it's very useful information if you are playing some fantasy cricket. Just a reminder, if you are watching in our YouTube chat, why don't you jump in and leave us a message, because we love to get messages and questions in there. If you're new to watching cricket, then we're happy to explain some of the questions and some of the finer points of the game. Again, some of our viewers are watching cricket for the first time, others are quite experienced cricket watchers. But again, one of the things about the Fan Code European Cricket Series, we're always throwing up things that, well, been watching cricket for over 30 years, and even I've never seen some of the things that I see here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. So here we are, match 70 of 124. Hello, Wazza, if you're still awake. You can tell us if you're here. Hello, Kevin, who's joined us. And let's see what we got in the chat. Luke Belgium saying Bengali need to win if they have a slight chance of topping the group. And Luke is actually tipping Fateh in an upset. Well, interesting there from Luke. This is probably not the right choice, but he's going to go for the underdog after a long day of work. So, Luke, very interesting. I know everyone values your opinion. Wazza says, I'm Aussie, always back the underdog. And Irfan, I should say, also saying that he's going for Fateh. Luke saying Australia lost again today, at least not as bad as England did. Awful performance. Well, we've seen some international cricket, haven't we? I was happy to see one of my good friends, Josh Philippi. He scored 45 runs for Australia after he failed in the first match. It's good to see him, well, within touching distance of a half century. But we've got some good chat there, and let's keep it going here. Thanks for joining us wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here for the European Cricket Network, and let's start match number 70. It's going to be Jagrup Singh who's going to bowl the first over for Fateh. He'll be bowling to Mohammad Arifur Rahman, who was very impressive in the last match. And starts with the dot, so you know Fateh, their batting can be a little bit, let's just call it inconsistent. So I'll hope to keep Bengali down to something probably in the 80 to 100 range, you'd say. But if these two get going, it could be a lot more than that. Here's Jagrup. A little bit wide. It's going to get away from the keeper, who did get a glove on it, so should be the wide plus the one for the run. So 2 wides. And yeah, let us know where you're watching from. If you're new to the chat, it's always interesting. You're going to see some nice batting from the Bengali opening pair. And what I would say is that They have different approaches, these two, the way they go about it. You'll find that Omar Ali, who's on strike now, he seems to want to come out and meet the ball. He'll get in the front foot to those length balls. Whereas Mohamed Arif Rahman, he's very quick to spot anything on length, and he'll get back and play it off the back foot. Anyway, here's Jug Group. There's going to be another wide. Yeah, Wazza saying, yes, he's still here, loving the cricket and the commentary. Well, it's just me for the last game of the day today. Rico, he's going to have some well-deserved R&R. We will see him back on Monday, but he's going back to visit his family, and I'm sure he'll be watching though. I'm sure we'll see him in the chat. Next one's up in the air, and what a catch! What a catch! One-handed! Can you believe it? Well, it's a thick edge. I don't think Omar Ali can believe it. That is one of the best catches that we have ever seen in the Fancode European Cricket Series. And here it was up. It was in the air. Up and at it. Can you believe it? And if you stayed around for Game 5, you weren't disappointed. It didn't take long for the highlights to come. And an amazing catch. And Fateh pick up the early wicket they wanted. It was Shantanu Sharma. And he defied gravity as he went up in the air and plucked it out with the right hand. Wow, Fateh. We had a few people tipping them for an upset. And I tell you what, talk about getting under the underdog. Well, he got an incredible amount of air. So Shafiq Rahman's going to have to come out at number 3. Starts with a wide, and wow, we talked about it, haven't we? The amount of ducks. And that's a golden duck. Omar Ali, well, he struck the ball so sweetly earlier today. And he was out of luck in this game. And what a catch. I'm sure we'll see that again at some point. Shafiq Rahman's off the mark. But still recovering. What a catch that was. So, Mohamed Arif Rahman face the music. He's beaten. I think that was all ground. There was a bit of a noise that went past. Just have a look at this one again. Well, I think it was ground. Yeah. Here it is. We'll see it again in a second. Back to live action. This one's going to split the fielders on the offside. The chase is on. They're going to cut it off, so it'll be 2, but then the keeper accidentally knocking over the stumps. He lost his bearings. Again, watch this on the replay. Up and away. Oh, I couldn't believe it. And again, socially distanced celebrations. You remember where you were when that one was held out of the sky. What a catch that was. Wazza says, what a blinder of a catch. I don't disagree with you there, Wazza. What I would say to you as well, that you'll find that probably in a couple of months, Wazza, if you stay with us, and I certainly hope that you do. At the moment, I think we would be 10 hours apart, but we'll only be 8 hours apart because your clocks will go back and ours will go forward. So it'd be nice to feel even closer to you then if you're on the east coast of Australia. Anyway, for now, it's Jug Group Singh. This is ups in the air. It's going to clear that short fielder and drop in for a single. Well, what an over we saw. Quite an eventful one. Omar Ali goes for a golden duck, and after 1 over, it's 8 for 1. So Bengali winning the toss. No surprises that they're electing to bat. We've seen runs on the board hold up today for the most part. You'll see the teams seem to be comfortable batting first with no real scoreboard pressure, just to get as many as they can. The team's second with a target on their mind, sometimes faltering. Now here's Manjinder Singh Lovely, who's going to bowl the second over. Bowled a very good last over in the last game, so he's deciding to keep it going. Wild throw at the stumps, well backed up by Jug Group. And again, just the single, so haven't even seen a boundary yet. A few extras contributing to the total in the first over. Here's Manjinder. And this one going nowhere fast. It was chopped into the ground. Just the single. So we've got Good job by saying that may be the catch of the tournament. I wouldn't disagree with you there, Go Job. Certainly was a stunner. It's down the leg side, but yeah, it's going to be called wide. But yeah, we've seen some amazing one-handed catches, to be honest. I mean, that one wasn't even in the party zone, as I was calling it. Deep mid-wicket, we've seen quite a few there. One-handed catches. But Shantanu Sharma plucking that one out of the clouds. Here's Manjinder. This is cut away. No run. So you just see the difference, and something like that, it can lift your team. You can just get everyone a little bit more energetic, and Fateh, well, they're always pretty enthusiastic in the field, backing each other up, and that's one of the things I love about their cricket. Here's the captain, Manjinder. This is wild down the leg side, and they're going to run an extra as well, so it'll be 2 wides. He just needs to find the handle. He bowled a very good last over, only went for 3 in the 10th over, bowling to the strong Tigers lineup. Let us know what you're thinking, and let us know where you're watching from. If you're new to the chat, where are you from, Go Job? Let us know where you're watching from. It's great to have your company. This one's a bit more on target, but again, he's going to find the gap. He punches it in front of point. The race is on, but the ball's going to win. So 4 more runs, and 4 carreras más. And Shafiqur Rahman, well, we know what a good player he can be. He started the tournament very strongly. Been a bit shorter run since then, but often hasn't had too many balls to face, to be fair. He gets another 4, and Manjinder, well, the gamble to bowl himself in the power play. You might be questioning that decision now, but he's going to have to close out this over. Well, this is up in the air. The chance is there. And he holds on. So Jagrup does the job. And Manjinder, well, we thought it might have been a bit of a gamble to bring him into the attack. But in the end, he removes the dangerous Shafiqur Rahman. Just trying to go straight. It was down the bottom of the bat. It was a good early call from Jagrup. He spotted it. He knew where it was coming from. And they're 2 for 2 in the field. Fateh remove another Bengali batsman. It's 17 for 2. So if Manjinder was in your fantasy team, you'd be very happy about that. Now some of the action here in match 70. Bengali. Well, we mentioned how they won their first 4 matches of the tournament. They were on a hot streak. Then they hit a bit of a wall with 3 consecutive losses. Then that important win earlier in the day, just sneaking over the line. At the moment, Bengali in some early trouble. Last ball of the over. It was well bowled and watchfully played, and the end of a very good over in the end. At the end of 2 overs at 17 for 2. Probably what I would say is that the Bengali team, they've recovered from similar situations before. I remember an earlier match in the tournament where they were 11 for 3, and it was Riyaj Howlatter who's just come to the crease, as well as Tamjid Bapari, who helped them recover on that occasion. Bapari not in the lineup today, so again, that one batsman light. But they've seen Mohammad Arifat Rahman do some good things since he's gone to the top of the order. So an interesting little period of the game. Jagrup's going to bowl the second of his allotted overs. The last over of the power play about to begin. The 3rd over of the innings. He's got the hot hand. Of course, coming up with a wicket in the first over and then a catch in the second. What can he deliver in the 3rd for Fateh? Godrob just saying he's watching from Bangladesh. Well, that's fantastic, Godrob. Thanks for joining us. Here's Jagrup Singh. This has been a bit too wide, and in fact, it's not called a wide. It might have been one of those ones the batsman made it look a bit wider the way he reached for it. So Jagrup, everything going his way so far in match 70. Shaheen, good evening to you. Well, this one was turned off the legs, and he's going to have to hustle. I'll get the single in the end. Shaheen, and another go at it. Nice to see you, and welcome to the European Cricket Network. Looking like I always say, guys, if you have family or friends that are interested in cricket or interested in sports, get them into ECN. This is a nice delivery from Jagrup. Beats the outside edge, a little bit of away movement. But yeah, you'll never have better entertainment pound for pound than you'll get here in the ECS. Good job just saying Manjinder Singh, captain of my fantasy team. Well, no surprises then. You'd be happy with him getting a wicket in the last over. Howlada, well, he's after it. He's just got enough to get it over his opposite number, Manjinder, who chases it from the infield. It'll just be the single. And so, another run to the total. And Bengali, well, hard work of it so far. Just the one boundary has been struck in their innings. With Shafiqur Rahman, he was out shortly after. Howlada's on strike this time. Well, he goes after it. Nice fielding again, and they're up and about. Tajinder Singh, that time he's prowling at mid-wicket. So again, 19 with the ball to go on the power play. It's been a very good over. He only conceded 8 in his first. He's only conceded 2 in his second, has Jagrup. Oh, it's very close. Wow. This one perhaps just going down, but there wasn't much in it. End of the power play. It's 19 for 2. Let's have a look at this one again. You can see there's maybe a bit of bat in that, I think, as well. And it's a good decision from the umpire, but I was a bit unsettled with him moving his hands. So very good power play for Fateh. And I've said it before, you never know what you're going to get from Fateh. That's what makes him so interesting to watch. We saw them go within, wow, within inches of the Tigers, and they looked like they might have that game in the bag, but they just fell off the pace in the chase. And here they are against Bengali with a very good chance to get their second win of the tournament. It's going to be Tajinder Singh to bowl the 4th over. Here he is now. Again, that's another one where quite getting the call. Might see this one again from front on. Just flirting with the wide line. The umpire feeling it was inside, and go with the umpire in that scenario. Oh, and he's bowled him. What a seed that is. And Tajinder Singh, well, the first one might have been a little bit wide outside off stump, but this one, oh, every bowler dreams of this. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to our friends at Spring Productions. He's this one hit the seam. He's done him all ends up. Muhammad Arif Rahman, he's got to go. Top of off stump. And you see that he can't believe what he's just witnessed. Bit of deviation off the surface. Getting something out of it was Tajinder, and another one goes down. So it becomes 19 for 3. And I tell you what, joining us for Game 5 of the day, you certainly will be happy with the entertainment value you've had so far. Tajinder, what was a miracle delivery. Just watch this one again. You see it just comes in and goes away. What a ball. He'll be replaying that to his grandkids, I think, Tajinder Singh. Anyway, here he is again to the new batsman. Again, had to be watchful, didn't he? It's Musharraf Hussain. We've seen bat higher up the order. He's very capable, and they're just working out how to use Musharraf, and I do like him in the middle order. He's quite adaptable, can move into his innings. He's going to have to be careful because Tajinder, he's got the ball in a string at the moment. Here he is now. Again, you can see what happens with these early wickets. The batsmen do get a bit of a defensive mindset. Probably deciding that Tajinder's not the bowler they're going to go after. They're probably thinking, I'll have to pick another bowler a bit later in the innings. Right now they're focused on survival. It's been a very good over. It's worked away, and well, it's the 5th ball of the over, and they get the first run off it. Bengali, he's off the mark. Musharraf, again, very capable with the bat. We haven't quite seen his full potential with bat in hand. What do you think of that ball? In the YouTube chat, let us know. It was definitely one of the best balls I've seen delivered in the series. Last ball of the over. Well, he's gone after it, and he's gotten away with it. The chase is on. And the fielder just doing enough to keep it inside the fielder play. But they will get 2. That's the end of another over. Very good one. Only 3 runs off it. It's 22 for the loss of 3. And don't forget, guys, normally we're just Monday to Friday, but coming up this weekend, we've got a bonus days cricket. Super Sundays on the way this Sunday, the 28th of February, starting at the regular time. We're going to have the 3 ECL 21 playoff matches between Manaj and La Manga Torrevieja. And then we've got 2 rescheduled matches. We did lose some time on Monday with the entire day being washed out. So it'll be great to have matches 51 and 53. They're able to be played. Here Sabadell will feature in both of those against the City Lions and then the Barna Royals. So Sunday, whatever you got planned, make sure that your device or your TV's nearby, because we'd love to bring you some action on the European Cricket Network. Here's Govinda Singh Sr. to bowl his left arm spin. Again, he's right on the money, and Bengali at the moment between a rock and a hard place, because they need to up this rate, but the bowling's been very high quality from Fateh. Yeah, but that last game on Sunday, it's going to be under lights after the sun sets in Barcelona, so that's going to be a sight to see. Here at Sabadell Royals game. This one, I think, is sliding down the leg side, but again, this is what Govinda can do, because he slides a few through. Others tend to bounce a bit. This one seemed to be going well down the leg side. But yeah, game under lights Sunday night. It's even in India. It's an 11 p.m. start, so stay up late, have a cup of coffee, and join us. Well, this one's going to join us as well right up here, because it's all the way out of the ground. Maximo, the first run of the innings, is sorely needed. 6 runs to Bengali. This is the risk for Govinda. That one he just held back a little bit, and enough was enough. And it was Mosaraf. We've seen him open the batting and be quite powerful at times in the European Cricket Series. Goes again. Don't think this will go all the way, but one bounce. He skates away for 4 more. So, a bit of a rearguard action, and we've seen how quickly the games can turn. We've got Nate in the chat as well. You've made my day now, Nate. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. He says, well, if you're a football fan, I can't remember, you said you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, I think. Not a Tennessee Titans fan, but you know the importance of a good Sunday in front of the TV. And this one's bowled. And Mosaraf, well, he had the perfect 10, 6 and 4. He's gone again. And that's the end of him. Govinda just has the knack of picking up the wickets. Doesn't get away too often. Mosaraf, again, he'll be rethinking that stroke, because he had plenty off the over and he was a crucial part of the recovery for Bengali. But now they lose a 4th wicket and they're 32 for 4. That man, Govinda Singh Sr., does it again. And so, yeah, Nate, welcome to you. Hope you're having a lovely morning, I suppose. My guess is that you are 6 hours behind us. So I think it's 10:48 in the morning or so. Tell me if I'm right. But yeah, you know the importance of a good Sunday. Perhaps a cold beer or 2. And you're going to have plenty of cricket entertainment. You're going to see something a bit different as well. The ECL 21 playoffs. These are the domestic champion teams from the last 2 years in Spain. They're playing off the right to represent their country at the European Cricket League, which is a tournament held only once a year. It wasn't held last year because of the pandemic. That's why there's a playoff this year. And whichever team can win 2 of those matches will progress to that tournament, which will start on the 31st of May. Here's Govinda. This one's down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. Also, I'll get an extra. And left-hander come in, posing some problems for the bowler. And Jesus saying, yes, come on boys, Fateh, all the way. I'm sure you'd be up and about, Jesus. Now you've got a few teams you like, aren't there? If you're wondering where Rico is, he's just having a bit of time. He's earned it as well to recover. We'll see him again at the beginning of week 4. Actually took a day off on Monday, but luckily it rained all day, so I didn't miss too much action. But here's Govinda Singh Sr. with the ball in hand. This one's going nowhere fast, and tell you what, he won't want to get his skates on. That one, well, this one's, he's been hit. Man down. That one has hit him right in the backside. Riaz Howler, wow. I tell you what, Manjinder, I tell you what, that's one area you're a bit worried about giving a rub. This one's hit him There you go. Well, that's very friendly from the opposition. Is it right where it hurts? Well, we've seen a couple of times today, haven't we? With the batsman getting hit with the throws coming in. Again, we do our best to look after each other in cricket. This is one of those unintentional things that the run out was on. I think if the keeper had been able to throw down the stumps. Regardless, that's the end of the over. So 35 for 4 at the end of the 5th over, halfway point of the innings. But Halada, well, he might not be sitting down for weeks after that. Hopefully he's okay. Maybe it was just above the glutes. Maybe it was lower back. I'm not sure. But one of the hazards, I told you what, tell you something that the idea I had earlier is that perhaps you should have some back pads. Something you wouldn't have in cricket, but there's been a couple of times that the batsmen have wished they had a big mattress on their back or something to protect them. But yeah, so Nate just saying, got the time right, which is good. Here's Kuldeep with the ball. This is well bowled, right on the money again. So it's been a nice performance from Fateh, and we know that they're capable of the big game, but so often circumstances have conspired against them in the past. But Kuldeep with the ball now. That's a good ball. Again, a bit of that curve right to left. That will mean the left-hander's on strike. Kes was saying Kuldeep Singh is in his fantasy team. Well, you'll be happy and he's on with the ball. Yeah, so Nate's saying he'll crack a cold one, hang out for a Sunday game day. Well, you certainly can. And the best thing for you, Nate, is that the last game, well, it's starting a bit later. I'll even try and give you the right time. I think it'll start at 12:30 p.m. your time, so you can even get into the afternoon this Sunday. Saladin Sticky, who has the bat in hand now. He's come to the crease and, well, a crucial time, you'd have to say. Yeah, so some after lunch beers in Tennessee. I'd love to be joining you, actually. If we could do this remotely, that'd be pretty cool. Sitting a couple of Budweisers or whatever you have in America. Can't say I'm a huge fan of the American beer, but regardless, I'm sure it'd be fun. Well, this is a bit short. This is going to be 4 runs. Yeah, Kuldeep. He's kind of wishing the fielder was about 5 metres taller, but it was his fault. He dragged it down. It was too short. And over the fielder it went, away for 4 runs. So, good shot and just what's required at this stage. One thing I would say, and again, sometimes I take for granted, some of the viewers might know all the terminology that we use in cricket. Oh, this one's bowled, and he gets his man Kuldeep. Well, Jesus, if he's in your fantasy team, he'll be very happy because that's 25 points right there. And it's the end of Howlada, the captain. Again, it was a good ball, and we've seen. Just watch this one swing. You see this one right on the money, Fateh, today. You can see this. Well, it wasn't quite that fast, but it wasn't far off. Howlada just missing one that was well directed from Kuldeep. So another one goes down. They're now 41 for 5 with the ball to go. Yeah, what I was going to say before that ball is when I say the ball is short, what we mean is it's bouncing further towards the bowler. So we say when a ball is short, it's further towards the bowler, so bouncing quicker, if you like. And when we say it's fuller, it's bouncing further towards the batsman, or a full toss doesn't bounce at all. So that's just a bit of cricket terminology for you. Anyway, here's Kuldeep. Oh, another good ball. Hassan bin Hakim has come out to bat, and he's got his hands full. No more for his bowling, to be honest, Hassan bin Hakim, but can hold the bat. One thing I like, as long as we're doing baseball comparisons, is that, which I often do, is that, in your cricket team you have to get the balance right. So whereas, for example, in your American football you have specialists for every position, more or less. As we see into the 6th over, it's 42 for 5. In cricket, you have to get your balance of bowlers and batsmen right. And look, if the batsmen don't do the job, it's often people in the team more for their bowling that have to pick up the slack, and that's kind of the situation we see at the moment as Hassan bin Hakim has come to the crease. Anyway, 6 overs down, so let's do a little bit of my 6 over projection. Probably 10 and over is what they're looking for. It'll get them to 82. That's something to bowl at. It's not going to be easy as Gurvinder Singh Senior is going to bowl his second over. Oh, I tell you what. There's a big appeal and he's given him out. So you'll see here, well, the batsman can't believe it. Let's see it on the replay. I think the keeper missed the stumps the first time. The batsman did look to get drawn out of his crease. There it was. Yeah, and it's out. It absolutely is out. And the batsman might not believe it. I'm sure when he sees the replay, he'll realise. And Hassan bin Hakim, he's got to go. You see this one, and he almost missed it the first. In fact, he almost missed the stumps, but he just knocked a bail off. That's all you have to do. But it was good keeping in the end from Harjinder Singh. So, good piece of bowling as well. Just drawing the batsman forward and outside the line. Yeah, it was a funny one. The keeper was just stretching within arm's reach. And he just reached him and knocked the bails off. I tell you what, as a keeper myself, occasionally you have a big air swing at them, which is a bit embarrassing, but luckily he was able to knock a bail off, and that's all you have to do. And so, too, in Model he's going to have to come and try and help this rescue effort for Bengali. We'll have 2 left-handers at the crease. Starts with a single. Gurvinder, doesn't he just keep racking up the wickets? Now in some serious trouble, Bengali, and well, they had such a good performance earlier today, didn't they? Gurvinder comes in again. Padiki just defending that one away. And this is a conundrum now with 6 wickets down. You're generally a bit more careful, but it's the time when you normally want to put the foot down on the gas and accelerate. This one's edged away, but there's no one home, and it could run all the way. I don't think it's going to make it. I'll turn for the second. The fielding's done down there on the boundary, so it'll be 2 runs. Again, well, the reason that Bengali have to be a bit careful, if they lose the 7th one at this stage, well, not only do they have their less recognised batsmen coming in, but they're in perilous danger of running out of resources before the end of their 10 overs. This one, scratchy as well. It'll be a single in the end. How's the performance for Gurvinder? Coming up with 2 wickets again for his side, and he just keeps on delivering. It's the last ball of his spell. Oh, and he's got another one. And it's Model Well, he went for the stand-up sweep. And Gurvinder, well, he normally gets 3. And I thought he might just end up with 2. But of course, the last ball delivering the goods. This one was assisted from the batsman. You can see there's a thick edge. And just hitting the bottom left-hand corner of the stumps, the very base of that leg stump. And over goes the castle. So Gurvinder Singh Senior, he'll end up with 3 for 17 off his 2 overs. And Bengali after 7. Well, it's not lucky 7s for them. They've lost their 7th wicket with a score at 46. And now you've really got to ask yourself, where are these runs going to come from? We've seen there's only been 3 4s and 1 Maximo for the innings. I'm talking realistically now, and they might end up only able to get something like 24 more runs from here. Would take them to 70. They're lucky. And they'll struggle to do that now as the next one's bowled again. Can you believe it? And it's the captain, Manjinder Singh Lovely. He's come back in at just the right time, and again, twice in 2 balls. Assisted from the inside edge of the bat. Disturbs the furniture. And Bengali, well, they're in some desperate trouble now. It's 46 for 8. And Rico, well, he's probably on the train home already. But I could have told him, well, this game might not take long. match 70 in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. That man, Manjinder, he's now got 2 for 9. He's bowled well today. This really does impact your ability. Now you're almost thinking, well, if we can get 6 and over from here, but even then, they'll only end up in the low 60s. New batsman, Mukhtar Hussain. It's Manjinder. This is turned away. Goes off the face of the bat. And just 1 run. And he's batting there with Al-Amin MG. So just some discussion in here from the boundary line about how quickly Fateh were going to knock these off. Well, this one's short and he's gone for it. And what a good hit that is. It's MG. Well, we saw him do it with the ball earlier. Coming up with the 10th wicket of the previous match. And this time comes to the party with a big Maximo. Only the second one of the innings. And 6 important runs for Bengali. That takes them past the 50 mark. And well, if they can scrape together another 20, they'll be sorely needed, because Fateh, we've seen them exposed with the bat a couple of times, so it will be competitive. And this won't be. 6 and out. Thanks for coming. And MG, well, he hit a nice shot the previous delivery. And as we've seen so many times in this Fan Code European Cricket Series, trying to attempt the stroke once more. This time Manjinder hits the target. Bush, over go the wickets. And, well, now, understatement of the year saying they're in trouble. Well, they're already past the lowest score we've seen in this series, which was 52. But they're not much more, because they're 53 for the loss of 9. And Manjinder, well, he's come up with 3 wickets as well, matching the feat of Gurvinder Singh Senior. Well, we expect it from Gurvinder, but Manjinder, he has got 3 wickets, and someone mentioned it was the captain of their fantasy team. They'll be very happy at the moment. He can improve as well. This is just going to be 1 run, and new batsman Belal Ahmed, well, not known for his batting at all. But he'll be hoping to scrape together as many as he can, but how's the excitement here in match 70? To run strike this time. Nice take, that one kept low. That'll be the end of the over. 54 for 9. Nader, just talking beer, and yeah, IPA is my favourite actually. Actually quite like their New England IPAs, Nate. It's one of my favourites. They're a bit strong, but I don't mind. It's the weekend. Was saying warm beer is just so wrong. After Nate said, as long as the beer is cold and the vibes are positive, I couldn't agree more. Talking about Sunday's games, when a lot of American football games are played. 12 noon, yep. It'll be a while before we have more football games, of course, Nate. I'm a big Green Bay Packers fan. I think I might have told you that. But we see the season coming to an end a couple of weeks ago, just as the ECS was starting, actually. The ECS started the very next day. Here's Tajinder. Can he finish things off? There's still 2 overs to go. Now, one thing, again, maybe you understand this already, Nate, but if 10 wickets are out or 10 batsmen have been dismissed, well, that is the end of the inning, because the 11th player, they can't bat by themselves. So even if the whole 10 overs are not expired, if there's 10 men out, that will be the end of this inning. That's why these 2 have to be very careful, because if they were to get out, they won't be scoring any more runs. There's no one to come and replace them. So we've got Tajinder coming in to bowl his second over. Bowled a very good first over. And he went for 3. Swing and a miss. And this is the conundrum for Bengali. They're disappointed with the bat on this occasion. But look, we've seen 63 win a game already. If there ever was a game where I thought that 54 could win it, well, Fateh, we've seen they hold the record for the lowest score in the European Cricket Series, only 35. So you wouldn't put it past Fateh, but whatever happens, it'll be interesting, that's for sure. Scoot Duvitz saying, yeah, Maximo, beer o'clock. Well, that's fantastic. Where are you watching from? Let us know. I'd love to share a cold beverage of some variety with all of our viewers at the end of the day if it was possible. Of course, we're connecting virtually these days. Another swing and a miss, and well, this is the issue at this moment. They're trying to push the rate along, but as long as they don't get out, that's probably the name of the game now, and they're just trying to bat out their 10 overs. That's the priority. If they can scrape together, let's say, 5 more runs, get to that 60 mark. I'll get one of them here. Well, some thoughts of 2, but I'll tell you what, this should be a run out. Oh, and it wasn't the best throw for the keeper. Bounced just in front of him and just had to get it back to him on the fly. I think that would have been the end of the innings. In the end, it's 2 runs. So it's the end of 9 overs. It's 57 for 9. Again, a very good over. Only 3 off that one. And how they got the second run on this occasion, I'll never know. You see, this didn't go very far from the pitch at all. But this throw coming in, and you see it's a very difficult take for the keeper. Can't really blame him on that occasion. But we'll have Kuldeep coming into bowl, the 10th and final. And what a performance it's been from Fateh. They've brought their A game in the field. Here comes the final over. It's up in the air. It could be the end of the innings. And Happy holds on. So he will be jogging back to the dugout to get his pads on, I imagine, Happy Singh. And off the first ball of the 10th over, the Bengali team are bowled out for just 57 runs. That means Fateh will require 58. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your sets and do not go anywhere, because it's 58 runs. I tell you what, it might just be an interesting target here in match 70. Well, let's go back to the start of this Bengali innings. Then the catch of the tournament, as it was called by many in the chat, Shantanu Sharma. Well, that just shows you can start off and, well, may he flash us a thumbs up. But to be honest, the fielding for Fateh was good. They were in control. They held their chances. Bengali, well, there's some good bowling as well. And that one did everything. That ball has its own fan club now. That got rid of the dangerous Rahman. And Shafiqur Rahman came to the crease, made a nice shot. Bengali, well, looks like they might get away, but then the wicket started tumbling. It was that man, Gravinder Singh Sr. He's been so reliable with the ball for Fateh. And we've said before, they're one of the most entertaining teams to watch, aren't they, Fateh? And then we had this moment where Halada, well, he still has fragments of cricket ball on his backside, I think, after that one. And again, Kuldeep finding the target. Another bold dismissal. How many have we seen today? Getting rid of the opposition captain. And nice bit of work behind the stumps. Bin Hakim, well, he thought he was safe. The umpire thought otherwise, and the umpire was correct. Nice bit of wicket keeping. He was removed, stumped. Some fancy footwork as well. And Manjinda came in just when Bengali were trying to scrape the 15 or 20 runs required to make this a bit more of a competitive total. Manjinda with 2 big wickets. Alamin MG hit a big Maximo, who's out the very next ball. And Happy Singh, well, finishing the job. That was the 10th wicket. They were out of batsmen. With 5 balls remaining in the innings, they ended up with a total of only 57. So Bengali, well, after a promising effort in the earlier match, where they came away with a win, they're going to have to work very, very hard if they're to defend only 57 runs. See the scorecard. Only one batsman reaching double figures was Musharraf Hussain. All the others, well, looks a bit like a phone number. 506, I don't know what area code that is. But it was hard work for Bengali as wickets kept falling. Look, as far as the bowlers went though, 2 bowlers had identical figures, 3 for 17. It was Gravinder Singh Sr. as well as Manjinder Singh Lovely with 3 apiece. 2 for 6 for Kuldeep Singh, who finished off the innings with 5 balls to spare. And then singles for Jagrup Singh and Tajinder Singh. So every bowler used was successful. Great work by Fateh. We saw them. They came close to taming the Tigers, but you just wonder if Bengali are in their sights. They'll need 58 runs off their 10 overs to close out match 70, which is the end of day 14. So don't go anywhere. This will be a very interesting chase. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the resumption of play. It'll be Fateh chasing 58 for victory. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic ground. We're about to see the resumption of match 70, the 5th match of the day, and it's going to be Fateh who require 58 runs to overtake the total set for them by Bengali. It was a good bowling performance from Fateh. Let's see if they can do it with the bat. So it'll be very interesting to see if they can come away with the win. They've done all the hard work, Fateh. A lot of discussion in the chat about Bengali's bowling and if it's good enough to restrict Fateh to less than this total of 57. Now look, what I would say is Fateh, they're unpredictable. This game is not over. If you're a follower of the European Cricket Series, you might know that the record for the lowest total is held by Fateh in a match where they only scored 35. And so I'll try and dig that one out of the archives for you, but it was a little while ago, in October last year, I believe, and yeah, it was against United CC Girona on the 26th of October 2020, chasing 93 for victory. Fateh, they were all out in the 7th over, end of the 7th over, for only 35. So hopefully they've forgotten all about that. They need 58 to win. It's less than a run of ball. So again, looks easy on paper, but you don't play on paper. Put a bat in your hand and get out there in the middle of Barcelona and see if you could do it. 58 for victory. Let's give Mohammad Arifur Rahman. He's had a good day for the most part. It's opening the bowling. Oh, it's cut away, the first one. And it could go all the way to the boundary. And it does. So what a perfect start for Fateh in response. It's Happy Singh. Well, he finished off the innings, didn't he, with that catch? And a happy start for him. It wasn't a bad ball from Rahman by any means. It was well pitched, even moved away off the wicket a little bit. See if he can come back. This one's flicked away, and well, it's a good stop in the end because it skipped off the clay. And just one run. It's going to be Manjinder Singh, lovely. Who's going to get his first chance to face the music? What do you think? Is anyone backing Bengali here to defend this score of 57? Let us know what you think in the chat. Here's Arifur Rahman. Oh, he's hit him on the pads, and he's given, and he goes first ball. And well, we said an early wicket could throw the cat amongst the pigeons. I'm sure we'll see this one again. Manjinder, well, he was very good with the ball. He picked up 3 wickets. This one from side on, yeah, the height was no issue. This from front on. Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Straightened down the line. And he was plumb in front, and you feel like you knew it. Manjinder Singh. And a good decision from the umpire. Umpire's been very good today for the most part, you have to say. So they don't have the benefit of all these slow motion replays. We do as well. So, well, it's going to be Shantanu Sharma who took, well, a few people are calling it the catch of the century already, but he will be out there. And Manjinder, well, add that to the list of ducks Rico was mentioning. And more than a pond full. But he's going to come out number 3. He's going to face Arifur Rahman. That's a good ball. That's good running. I think that's really important when you're chasing a total like this, is just keep it ticking. And what you're at risk of doing when you're chasing such a low total, if you're too defensive early, and okay, they need 6 and over at the moment. Once they get to 8, 9, 10, which you can easily do if you go too slowly in the first few overs, well then, you know, it's like you're chasing a lot more. But anyway, here's Arifur Rahman. Bit of a false start. What a start for him though. Went for the boundary first ball, but rebounded with the wicket. And Happy, well, he'll want to see it through for Fateh. Oh, it's a very good ball. Again, you see the movement, the new ball. The new ball generally swings or curves a bit more because it's very smooth, and if you get that seam in the right position, You see this one, just a bit of movement from right to left on your screen. It was enough to defeat the batsman. And if that took a little edge, he would have been out caught, but missed it completely. Oh, this one, it's gone up in the air, but it's slightly misjudged by MG, who's a backward point. Again, he couldn't find it. Not where Happy intended to hit that one at all, but in the end it'll be a single. So, exciting first over we've seen here. Definitely worth sticking around for. So that will be the end of the over at 7 for 1. And wow, all excitement all the time. We always say. Let us know how you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Mo for the European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. We do appreciate, especially if you've subscribed to our YouTube channel, joining over 160,000 others, and it's growing all the time. So we do encourage you to subscribe and tell your friends and family about the ECN, because you won't find this kind of entertainment anywhere else. Here's Siddiqui, who's going to bowl the second over, starting with just a single down the ground. And well, let's talk about what Bengali's tactics are here. We have to talk about the batting tactics, but the bowling tactics, they just need to find a way to dry up the boundaries. I think that will have the rate climbing little by little. He's gone for this one, and it's a good chase by Arif Rahman. He'll definitely keep that to a single. But yeah, if you just keep the boundaries quiet, then suddenly, well, this total of 58 required, it can look a bit more like 78 or something in the 80s. The only way to do it is to stop those big shots, and so far no extras are given away as well. Well, this is short, this is going to go the journey, and well, Aladdin, he's filthy with himself. He's dragged that one down. Maximo, 6 runs, the first one of the innings for Fateh. So the other thing you have to do if you're chasing a total like this, you don't hit every ball, but you can be selective, and if it's there to hit, and that one certainly was, it was too short, you have to capitalise and maintain that aggressive mindset against those balls that warrant that kind of treatment. But you don't have to go after the good ones, and that's the key, is that judgment and being selective at the right times. This is one to pay some respect to when he does. That's good batting, and look, Happy Singh hasn't had the best time in this series for Fateh. We've seen him perform well before, but hasn't really had too much to crow about in this series. But he would love to see his team home to a victory in this match 70 against Bengali. Well, he goes after this one. There's nobody back there. It's just a matter of where it bounces. And it's gone all the way. So another Maximo. 2 for the over. And that's a dozen. That'll be very handy runs. And this is exactly what you need to do. Like we said, anything short or anything on the leg stump, you have to go after it. There's no one back on the leg side behind square, and important runs for Fateh. That'll settle their nerves somewhat. Goes after this one again, but he's just going to get the single down the ground. Musharraf Hussain cleans up. But again, an important over, especially after that first one was pretty tight from Rahman. That's the end of it. There were 15 off it, and the score after 2 is 22 for 1. Yeah, Jesus says, yeah, he subscribes and his family too. Well, that's fantastic. That's even better. You're in Europe as well, aren't you? You're in Seville, Jesus. And I want to know how your nerves are watching this game. I know you're a big Fateh fan. And well, they're in a winning position here. You'd have to say Rahman's going to bowl his second over. Mohammad Arif Rahman. It's going to be a dot. And look, they need wickets, and that's the way they're going to win this match. Bengali. They need to keep taking wickets, get new players out there, get these recognised batsmen out as quickly as possible. Well, this is up, it's in the air, it might be catchable. It's Belal Ahmed. Oh, and they've spilt it. And again, some miscommunication. So Omar Ali was coming in from the outfield, and a bit of a tough one. They needed to call. Generally, you think the outfielder has the right of way. It's a slightly easier catch coming in. But Belal, well, they got their hands on it, but they just got in a tangle. And so that one goes down. I want to be taking as many chances as they can to be competitive in this match, Bengali. Well, this one, again, the fielder's in with a chance, but it goes all the way, just through his grasp, and 6 more, Maximo. And at the moment, Fateh, well, they're dealing in 6s. You'd have to say 2 half chances. It's not an easy one for the fielder back there. He's got the sun to contend with as well. Back there on the long on boundary at this time of the day, but still, Fateh might be sending us for an early dinner. This time, pushed into the infield. It'll be just a single, but it's been a good power play in the end. They've been pushing around. We knew Fateh, we know the way they bat. They like to have a dip. They certainly have early in this match. This one was on the stumps, but worked away nicely. So, another single. And Bengali, well, they've had quite the journey through this series, winning their first 4 games, losing their next 3, and then they had a good win today. But letting it slip in this last match of the day, match 70. We won't see these teams again till week 5. And again, a big swing. That'll be the end of the over. And at the end of 3, it's 31 for 1. So again, that equation. Oh, it's pretty comfortable at the moment for Fateh. They require 27 runs. See the graph there. The Manhattan, as we call it sometimes, showing the runs per over. They just require 27 runs off the final 42 balls, so that would seem to be a canter. And Mosraf's going to come to the attack, and we've seen him be effective with the ball. Kessler saying, Fateh do not need to do anything dumb, and they will win the game, Vinny. Well, you're absolutely right, Jesus. But if I had a euro for every time someone said don't do anything stupid, and I saw people doing something stupid, then I'd be a very rich man. It's very different when you're out there in the middle. But I'd agree, especially only losing the 1 wicket. I mean, Bengali would be happy to get the early one, but they probably wanted 3 or 4 of them by this stage. Mosraf is saying, can he turn things around? And what we would say is, if there are a couple of wickets, it just might unsettle Fateh. It's a nice shot. It's pitched up and driven through the offside. In fact, it will go all the way. What a nice shot that is. And it was Happy Singh. Wow, he's whistling a different tune in this game, isn't he, Happy? This was pitched up, and it was a nice cricket shot. He went with it through the offside. They're going to put an extra man there now. Mosraf going for a boundary off his very first ball. So Fateh, well, we've said it before, we just don't know what they're going to bring to the table every time. They are capable. Almost knocked the Tigers off in the previous game. This one will just be the single, and this is kind of the issue for Bengali at this stage. They do have a lot of men back on the boundary, but they can do them in ones if they want. Such as the lack of urgency required from Bengali. From Fateh, I should say. The full toss and just turned away. Again, they'll get 1. That's all they need. But we got Mark Lovell into the chat saying, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Maybe you can let us know. Do we have the day 15 preview on the website yet, Mark? Let us know. Doing some great work in the ECN media department. Kessler saying Happy Singh is happy now. And he'll be even happier after this. This one's lifted up and away. Well, this one's got wings. Maximo! 6 more. And the end is nigh. Happy Singh. Well, he's raced to 33. What a good shot that was. 33 off only 15 balls. He's turned his tournament around right here. Mosraf. He's getting the treatment. And he comes again. He's going to try again. He's going to get the same result all the way. Maximo! 6 more for Fateh. Well, 39 now for him. Back-to-back Maximos. And Bengali, well, the wind's out of their sails. They played some good cricket in this tournament, but Nothing's gone right for them in this match, match 70. Mosaraf is going to get the treatment again. Well, he's going to go wide, so we'll have to re-bowl that one. So we got Mark Lovell. Well, I don't know if you're ready on the beers, Mark, but if you're happy you know it, play a cover drive. If you're happy and you know it, club it over mid-wicket. Fetch that. And so it's great to have you in the chat. Here's Mosaraf again. Now this one, if you're happy you know it, have a swing. That'll be the end of the over. And so they're already 50, aren't they, Fateh? And just a reminder to all of you, we will be back tomorrow, of course, Friday, the last day of the week, but we'll also be here on Sunday for 5 bonus matches. Super Sunday, starting with the ECL 21 playoff between Minaj and Lamanga. Only one of those teams can represent Spain at the Champions League of European Cricket starting on May 31. So that will be decided this Sunday. Then we've got 2 rescheduled matches that were rained out on Monday, matches 51 and 53. It'll go a bit later than usual, but it will start at the same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Catch the action right here on ECN. Looking forward to seeing the first ever match under lights as well here in Barcelona. When we get to the ground, we're under lights because it's pre-dawn. That's the kind of cricket we've got going at the moment. Can't say I'm used to getting to cricket grounds before dawn doing this job, but regardless, here's Omar Ali. Only 8 required for victory now. You wonder if this might be the last over of the match. And Omar Ali, well, he went to one of the catches of the series, probably the catch of the series, I think. It was Sharma. He's the man on strike right now. Well, Omar's out for revenge. Well, he's not going to get it here. This will be a no ball. I tell you what, how's he even hit that? And I tell you what, there's only one man that could hit that. It'd be Sharma. Because I tell you what, he got about that high when he caught Omar Ali earlier in the game. Look at this one. This one got away from Omar. But he said, yeah, I've got a pretty good overhead smash. He might have cost himself an extra 3 runs because I think that was going behind the keeper. I don't think the keeper was going to have anything to do with that. So this will be a free hit. 6 will win the game. And if it's got the legs, it's game, set, match. And Fateh, they do it. Off only 4.2 overs, they reached the target of 58. And well, we said it before with Fateh, didn't we? You never know what you're going to get. But what we got here was a clinical performance. They were ruthless in the field and with the ball and then with the bat. Well, after losing Manjinder early, it was Happy Singh that did most of the heavy lifting. In fact, he finishes with just within reach of a half century, 45 not out of 18 balls, scoring 45 of their 58 runs. So Fateh romped to victory, their second one of the tournament here in match 70. It was Manjinder that went early, and you just wondered, could Bengali make something happen? It was a big appeal, and the umpire agreed it was a good decision. Rahman, well, he's had a pretty good day, but it was an unhappy finish for him. And there was a bit of careful moments as well. And then the party started. And Happy, well, he was happy finally. It's nice to see a smile on his face. He made a couple of balls disappear. Abracadabra. Just a reminder, everyone, will see you tomorrow. Mark Lovell saying the Lamanga preview is now on the website, europeancricket.com. The link's there. Thanks to Jesus for joining us today. Wazza, great to see you too. And Wazza appreciating it as well. So thanks for sticking with us all day. Hope you appreciated the entertainment. We've certainly got plenty of it. I tell you what, this one, well, that one would have been out of place at the Australian Open tennis. And then we had tennis and football in the same ball, but the end was nigh. And Happy, 45 not out. Everyone's happy with that result. It means that everyone's having an early dinner here in Barcelona. And as the sun sets on another day of cricket, it's been fantastic to have your company at the end of day 14. So, Fateh, just recapping that result. They held Bengali to 57 all out. They were bowled out with 5 balls to go. And so this game, well, the entire game was only 13.5 overs in the end, because it only took 4.2 overs for Fateh to knock off the runs, thanks to Happy Singh. 45 not out off 18 balls. Be interesting man of the match conversation, because Manjinder Singh, Lovely and Govinder both took 3 wickets. Happy, well, it was party time at the end. 45 not out of only 18 balls, but tell you what, if it was ever possible to get man of the match for a catch, Shantanu Sharma might have a good argument, because it was his catch that started it going. He removed the dangerous Omar Ali. We talked about the fielding time and time again. That not only does it save you runs, but it can save you a lot of heartache, because if you remove the opposition superstar with an amazing bit of fielding, it can make all the difference in the match result. And if Shantanu Sharma doesn't hold on to that catch, well, who knows? Omar Ali could have scored 50 or more, and perhaps this is a very, very different game. So it just shows you. Thanks everyone, and say goodbye to you in the chat when I get a chance as well. Wazza saying yes, underdogs. So Kessel is happy as well. Martin saying excellent guys, again, roll on tomorrow. Well, we'll certainly be here tomorrow, Martin. We'll have Saturday off, but we'll be back on Sunday. Don't forget Super Sunday coming as well. Just confirmation of the bowling figures you saw a moment ago. Not too much to write home about for Bengali, with Rahman getting the only wicket. And 70 matches down, still 54 to go in Barcelona. Certainly been great to have your company and see the beautiful scenery. It's a beautiful walk we have every day. I'll be a bit lonely without Rico today, of course, but I'm sure someone will join me for the walk home, and certainly hope you have a wonderful remainder of your day or evening wherever you're watching around the world. It's always great to have your company, and thanks for being part of the European cricket family. We do appreciate it, and thanks again to everyone behind the scenes who puts in the hard work to bring this cricket to you. There's a lot of people putting in a lot of hours, and of course thanks to the players and the officials from all the teams for their contributions, because they are bringing the entertainment, and they sure are. We saw 5 entertaining matches on day 14. I'm sure it'll be no different on day 15. Well, I'd say the final day of the week, but I'm not so sure anymore, because we will be back Sunday. But tomorrow we're going to see some more Group B action. Barcelona versus City Lions first up, and we're going to have Sabadell versus Barcelona. City Lions return. Pakai Care, well, they're a strong unit. They'll be playing matches 3 and 5. City Lions versus them in match 3. Sabadell will play again against the Ripple Warriors in match 4, and then the Warriors will be back to take on Pakai Care. I think that'll be the game of the day for me. Will be match 75 on the calendar, the 5th one tomorrow. So we look forward to your company then. And until then, from everyone at the European Cricket Network, I'd like to wish you a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us again. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And until next time, it's bye for now.